Good afternoon, team. All audio and video checks are successful.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Tampa City Council evening session. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Miranda. Here. Maniscalco. Here. Hertek. Here. Young. Here. Vieira. Here. Carlson. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels. I find that your... Sir?
May I read? Want me to read the rules?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. Shelby, go ahead.
Council, if I can. Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I've been asked to read Rule 5 from Council's Rules of Procedure, which is entitled Public Participation and Rules of Decorum. So I would like to read sections F, G, H, and I, and it reads as follows. Speakers shall refrain from disruptive behavior, including making vulgar or threatening remarks, and shall refrain from making personal attacks, and comments shall be directed to the council as a body and not to individual council members. No one present during a council meeting shall engage in disruptive behavior, including intentionally making or causing to be made any disruptive sound or noise, or displaying signs or graphics in a manner disruptive to the proceedings. The chair shall rule out of order any member of the public who shall speak without being recognized, or who shall not address council from the podium or other established speaker area. No person shall approach the dais of the city council during meetings except council members and employees of the city unless invited by a member of council. All persons shall, at all times, conduct themselves in accordance with council rules. Persons failing to do so shall be ruled out of order and may be directed, at the discretion of the chair, to be removed from the council chamber. Such person shall not thereafter be readmitted to the council chamber or city hall during the remainder of that day's meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Shelby. Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels. Mr. Daniels, I rule you out of order. I'm going to give you an opportunity to leave council chambers, to come back into order by changing your attire. If you choose to do that, you can re-enter council chambers. I'm giving you this opportunity now, please, sir. Mr. Daniels.
For the record, Mr. Chairman, could you describe what is the response, if any? Is Mr. Daniels present in this room?
Mr. Daniels is present in the room and his attention is down, paying attention to his telephone. Mr. Daniels, I have ruled you out of order. Please remove yourself from council chambers. Mr. Daniels, please remove yourself from council chambers. Can I ask the police officers to remove Mr. Daniels from chambers? I'm going to call this meeting.
Wait. Before you do so, Mr. Chairman, forgive me for interrupting. You're ruling Mr. Daniels out of order?
I'm ruling Mr. Daniels out of order.
On the basis of?
On the basis of his disruptive behavior, and I asked him to leave. He has refused to leave. I am going to request that our officers help Mr. Daniels, assist him in leaving council chambers.
Is he leaving? Is he now barred for the remainder of today's meetings?
He is barred for the rest of today's meetings. Thank you.
And do you intend to call a recess?
I am going to recess right now. I am calling Tampa City Council in recess. City Council, please remove yourselves from chambers. Return in 5 minutes.
And once again, could you direct the police officer?
For the people in the audience, would you please remain seated while we do this business? And officers, would you assist Mr. Daniels in leaving the chambers, please? Everybody, welcome to Tampa City Council. Roll call, please.
Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtek. Young. Vieira. Carlson. Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you very much. Again, never a dull moment at Tampa City Council. So, as you all can probably expect, we have a full chamber and we have folks downstairs as well. Because of the attention that items 1 and 2 has gained, and there's a lot of other people that are here for other hearings tonight, but we wanted to give people an opportunity to request continuations if they wanted to for those hearings.
That's not legal.
Yeah, we've already covered everything.
No, we shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah, we covered it already.
It's not the right thing to do.
We've covered it already.
I
Yeah,
disagree.
we grant people an opportunity to request it if they want.
Why? We have a full session next month.
Yeah.
So what are we doing? We're just kicking the can down the road? I don't care that I'm out of order. Tell me that all you want. I disagree.
Yeah. So anyway, we were going to grant people the opportunity if they wanted to request a continuation. If there's anybody that has a hearing tonight, they want to request a continuation, you can come forward and do that at this time. Is there anybody that wants to request a continuation? Hearing none. Okay, we will move forward with the agenda. Okay, let's clear the agenda.
Good evening, Council. Christopher Lamont, Development Coordination. We have one item to clear from tonight's agenda. It is item 12, file number REZ 25112. This item missed notice, and so we request for it to be removed from tonight's agenda.
Can I get a motion to remove item 12 for missed notice? We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yes, ma'am.
I move to adopt the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion to adopt the agenda from Councilwoman Hurtek, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, some more housekeeping. If you are here and plan on speaking on item 1, if you are done speaking, if you would leave council chambers so we could gradually start clearing to make room for other people to come up, we'd appreciate that. If you're planning on speaking on item 2 as well, hold on to your number. So if you are going to speak on item 1, once you're done speaking, you'll clear chamber, go back downstairs, and then we'll call you back up for item 2, but you'll hold on to your number. And I think that's it for, is that it? Now, I'd like to have a motion to open public hearings, please. We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Item 1, staff.
Good evening, Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. Before we get started, I'd like to make a correction for the record. The original transmittal memo that was submitted to council incorrectly stated that the amendment was found consistent by the Planning Commission at its August 2025 hearing. That statement was a typo and is incorrect. The Planning Commission found the amendment to be inconsistent, and this statement is intended to correct it for the record. With that, I will get into my presentation. Today I'll be presenting TACPA 2418. This is for the site located at 84 Davis Boulevard. This is a privately initiated amendment. It's small scale in size. It's approximately 1.6 acres. And the request is to change the future land use from residential 50 to community mixed use 35. The subject site is located in the Central Tampa Planning District. It's within the Davis Islands Urban Village. It's also within the Davis Islands neighborhood, and the subject site is in the coastal high hazard area. Here is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. The site is located at the southwest corner of Adelia Avenue and Davis Boulevard. It is currently occupied by the Marisol, which is a 7-story, 58-unit multifamily building. It was originally constructed in 1926 as a hotel and was later converted into apartments in the 1960s. The site is currently developed at a 0.81 FAR and is approximately 36 dwelling units per acre. Although the Marisol is nearly 100 years old, It is not currently subject to any historic preservation protections. It is not designated as a local historic landmark and is not listed on the National Register of Historic Places. However, it may be eligible for a designation in the future, so I did want to note that. The surrounding area includes a mix of housing types, including multifamily buildings, single-family detached homes, and two-family dwellings. To the south, approximately 325 feet of the subject site is Davis Island's Apex Park. Marjorie Park Yacht Basin is located to the east of the subject site. To the northwest and southwest along Adelia Avenue and Baltic Circle, so along here, we have single-family homes that are predominantly zoned RS50 and RS50, or I'm sorry, RS75 and RS50. The site is also located less than 1/2 mile south of Tampa General Hospital and near commercial services and amenities along Davis Boulevard. I'm just going to kind of run through a few images of the subject site. So this is looking at the site from Davis Boulevard. This is the front of the Marisol. This is looking northwest along Davis Boulevard. The subject site is on our left over here. This is looking southeast along Davis Boulevard. The subject site is on the right. This is looking north at the subject site. This is looking at an adjacent home from the subject site on Adelia Avenue. So this is kind of an example of some of the single-family detached homes along Adelia Avenue. Here is the adopted future land use map. So as you can see, the subject site is recognized under the residential 50 future land use designation. That is a medium-high residential density land use category, so allows up to 50 dwelling units per acre, allows consideration of, multifamily, condominiums, those types of buildings. To the west of the subject site, this yellow color, our parcel is designated as residential 6, so that is a rather low density land use category, allows development up to 6 dwelling units per acre. And as you can see, there is kind of that immediate transition between residential 50 to the residential 6 along Adelia and Baltic Circle. To the north of the subject site, we have parcels designated as residential 10, and then we have residential 35 designated parcels up along Davis Boulevard. There is some CMU 35 one block south of the subject site, and then when you zoom out, there is some more CMU 35 found along Davis Boulevard. Here is the proposed future land use map showing the subject site recognized under the Community Mixed Use 35 designation. So this designation is a mixed use designation, allows a range of uses, anything from commercial general to office to a variety of housing types. It allows development up to 35 dwelling units per acre and also allows up to a 2.0 FAR for residential or non-residential uses. So currently under the residential 50 designation, the subject site can be considered for 80 dwelling units or just under 70,000 square feet of non-residential uses subject to meeting locational criteria. So those would be limited to your neighborhood serving commercial uses. As proposed under the CMU 35 designation, the subject site could be considered for 56 dwelling units or approximately 139,000 square feet of residential or non-residential uses. This amendment has the potential of introducing some commercial general type uses on the subject site. It also allows the applicant or the site to be eligible for the utilization of FAR for residential, to calculate residential density on the subject site. So there is a potential for a significant increase in density on this subject site. We sent this out to our partner reviewing agencies. The City of Tampa staff objected to the request. And let me fix this. So in August of 2025, the Planning Commission reviewed the application and found it inconsistent with several policies of the comprehensive plan. While the R50 designation could be viewed as an immediate transition from nearby R6 areas, the proposed CMU 35 designation represented a more abrupt change. This could result in a building mass and scale that are out of character with the surrounding neighborhood, as well as the introduction of certain commercial general uses that could impact nearby residential areas. As a result, the Planning Commission found the request conflicts with policies intended to preserve neighborhood character and ensure compatible development. The request was also found inconsistent with policies related to the coastal high hazard area. Although the proposed amendment would reduce density from 50 to 35 units per acre, the CMU 35 designation allows FAR to be used for residential development, which could result in a significant increase in residential density within the coastal hazard area. The potential increase conflicts with comprehensive plan policies that direct future population growth away from the coastal hazard area. And based on those considerations, the Planning Commission recommended that the proposed map amendment be found inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And this concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. We have a question. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Could someone from the city of Tampa explain their objections?
No, we haven't done the staff presentation yet. They'll come up next.
Oh, they are. Okay, I thought, okay, sorry.
So the city staff going to do a presentation? Evan, okay.
Evan Johnson, City Planning. Our objections were very much consistent with what the Planning Commission has already said tonight, with the conflict, with possible increase of density intensity, particularly with use of the floor area ratio, and the possibility of increasing residential density at the site within the coastal hazard area. We do have some concerns. You are introducing commercial general uses at the site. And so compatibility, not only from a density intensity standpoint, but also just from neighborhood use, where you've got a large lot, single family R6 next to what will become potentially a commercial general use. So those are the main ones. Question?
Okay.
Do you have a presentation as well?
I do not.
No presentation. So we're going to go right to the applicant? Okay, very good. Applicant.
Good evening, Council. My name is Tyler Hudson, and my address is 400 North Ashley Drive. If you would indulge me a moment to get this connected. Which one is it?
Just click. There you go.
Which one is it?
It's already 11. Yeah, and then just drag that. Yeah, there you go.
Get that one day. Thanks. Thanks for your patience, Council. Can you all see my screen?
Again, we
Wonderful.
need it on the public screen. So
What's that?
CTTV, we need it on the public screen. There we go.
It's 2026. It is hard to believe that. I'm still miswriting checks. The story of this land and the building that we're talking about tonight, the building, the Mirasol building, which I'll remind everyone exists. It is a real thing. It is not a thing on paper. It's 0.9 miles away as the crow flies from where we're standing right now. Davis Island was dredged all the way back in 1924, so over a century ago. In researching the case, I found out that they were able to dredge it for this sum of $2 million, which is pretty remarkable when you consider that it went from being Little Grassy Key, Big Grassy Key, all the way to the neighborhood community we see today. And I also learned that was really interesting is that Davis Island itself had a lot of opposition when it was created. A lot of the folks who lived in some of the mansions on Bayshore Boulevard opposed it, actually went all the way to the Florida Supreme Courts. And fortunately, they weren't successful, and that's what led to the incredible Davis Island community being formed. And you're gonna hear a lot from folks on the Davis Island community about how much they love their neighborhood today. So the hotel opens in 1926. It's a Mediterranean Revival building. It was designed by Martin Hampton, who was a protege of Addison Meisner. It opens its doors, and it was really celebrated by all of the major newspapers of Tampa back in the day. And I'll say newspapers plural because this was a time when there were multiple newspapers delivering newspapers multiple times a day, and there's a lot of cool stuff that we found we'll talk about later on. It didn't have a very long run, though. It was foreclosed on in the Great Depression, which followed the Florida land bust in the late 1920s and early 1930s. Then it had another act. It turned into actually military housing during World War II. A generation later, it had another act, and the hotel rooms started to get rented out as apartment buildings, apartment units. And that's been the use of the building since the 1960s. The building was built as a hotel. It's been operated since the 1960s as apartment units. We're here today for one reason. On this agenda item 1, we want to restore the original hotel use to the Mirasol building. A little bit of regulatory history. This is boring, so I'm not going to go too deep into this, but it's really important to understand that these colors on a map and the letters and the numbers, what they mean. In 1975, the state of Florida passed the Florida Comprehensive Planning Act, saying every jurisdiction, you need to have a comprehensive plan. And so Tampa adopted its first comprehensive plan in 1980. And it was breathlessly titled, I think, Horizon 2000, when the turn of the millennium was still a generation away at that point. They looked at this piece of land, saw what it was, and it was assigned the R50 land use, residential 50. That future land use designation has been the same ever since it was first put on the land. Now, R50 is unusual for Davis Island in two respects. The first is that it's the only piece of R50 land on Davis Island. It is a one of one. That is unusual because, as you know, when you see these maps, the colors tend to cluster a little bit. So it is the only piece of R50 on the island. It is also the most dense piece of land on Davis Island. There's been talk about using FAR, using units per acre. Typically, when I'm here before you, we are advocating on behalf of using FAR to have a larger building with a large number of small units inside of it. It's very important to understand that when it comes to things like luxury condominiums, units per acre is actually far more valuable because you can put a moderate number of very large units into a building. What does R50 look like off Davis Island? It looks like this. The Aquatica condominium at Beta Bay and Bayshore, that is R50. Some of you were here during the Ritz-Carlton rezoning, which was so nice we rezoned it twice. That was also R50. This is a high-density designation that can predominantly be used for fairly large luxury condominium buildings. We don't care that the FAR is nominal because putting 40, 50 per acre units of large-scale units can create a significant building mass. And I want you to bear in mind the current zoning for this land allows buildings to be constructed up to 120 feet. The Mirasol is 99. This is what we're seeking, CMU 35. I think this is a very bread and butter category of the comprehensive plan. It's one that you see often. Based on our initial research, it looks like almost half of the comprehensive plan amendments in the last decade have been to CMU 35. There is precedent for CMU 35 on Davis Island. There is precedent on East Davis Boulevard. If you see that little purple piece near the green star, that provides a very interesting historical analog. That was built as the Palmer Inn Hotel. It was built in 1926 by Martin Hampton. It was like the Mirasol's little sibling. It was converted at some time from a hotel use to being a senior care facility. It's now called Hudson Manor, of which there's no relation to me. CMU 35 was assigned to that piece of land in 1980, because remember we went back, 1980, everyone's got to have a comp plan, everyone gets a color. That piece of land, a 1920s hotel, was assigned CMU 35 because it was still operating as a hotel until the 1980s. It was still operating short-term rentals in the 1980s. But the Mirasol wasn't. In 1980, when the planners came around with their color swatches, they said, that's an apartment. So that's residential 50. That's just going to be residential. And that's the only question before you all on this agenda item 1, is does that quirk of history, does the fact that the building was assigned a residential land use designation in 1980, does that mean it should never, under any circumstance, be considered to be a hotel again? Because if you believe that, you should vote no on this. That is the only justifiable reason for a no vote on this, is to believe that hotel use is impossible to accommodate within CMU 35, being mindful of the zoning controls that you and only you as city council maintain. East Davis Boulevard, let's talk about that. This building's on East Davis Boulevard, which is an arterial road before the fork. You guys know how Davis Boulevard forks, left for west, right for east. This is before the fork, and that section is an arterial road. That is the highest roadway classification that the city has, and it's very common in South Tampa to have CMU 35 on arterial roads. I alluded to this just now. This is why we're here. R50 prohibits hotel use. The original use for which this historic and historically unprotected building was constructed was for hotel use. It is prohibited under the land use that this building currently has, full stop. A comp plan amendment like this item 1 is required before you all even can consider what a zoning would look like. How big, how wide, how many parking, where's the garbage, trees, blah, 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 blah. That zoning, y'all can't even consider a hotel use here unless this item 1 is approved. This is a very important slide because I am asking that you all make your decision today based on reality and based on facts and based on procedure and process. A comprehensive plan identifies types of uses you can consider. It provides a framework for evaluating zoning requests. It's a menu. It's a menu. Right now, it's got a breakfast menu. We're asking for the brunch menu, or vice versa, I don't know. There are overlaps, but it gives you a set of choices. What this doesn't do is grant any new use permissions. You're gonna hear that if you vote yes, someone can ask to put a 200,000 square foot shopping center on the property. Sure, they can ask for that. And I think everyone here with the pink shirts on would be here against that. No one's gonna vote for that, that's crazy, no one would ask you for that. This does not approve a specific project, this vote. It gives you the option to approve it in the future. This isn't your order, it's your menu. I'm gonna repeat this. This comprehensive plan amendment you have here before you right now merely sets the universe of potential uses that you decide with zoning. And so when you hear from neighbors, folks say that this is gonna allow infinite commercial use, 200,000 square feet, to believe that, you have to believe that you all would approve that. And I don't think it's intentional, but they're actually saying that they don't trust that council is gonna have the discretion to appropriately safeguard the comprehensive plan entitlements through a separate zoning. Let's talk about zoning, because that matters and should bear in your consideration. This zoning right now is RM 35. Hotel is a prohibited use. If you'll vote yes for this twice, but there's no zoning approved, you can't put a hotel here. Nothing changes. I mean, something probably changes the way the building looks or the building at all, but hotel use isn't allowed until you rezone the property, and that's not what this item 1 is. Your code talks a lot about historic preservation, but it's words, it's stuff, it's arrangements of letters on paper. If you want to actually put enforceable preservation outcomes into place, like for example, having the applicant commit to obtaining a landmark designation for the property before CO, that sounds like a good idea. You can do that in zoning. You can't do that here. Let's talk about reliance. So that's a Latin word. Resilere means to rebound, to spring back. This building has sprung back from a lot. The 1926 hurricane, the 1926 land bust, the Great Depression, converting it to military housing, a century of change. Think about the thousands and thousands of residents, generations of people that have called this home. And for those of you who have dealt with rental property, the wear and tear of multiple generations of people on this building, which somehow is still standing. This is an incredibly resilient building, but resilience has its limits. As the people, a lot of people in this room and on the second floor and maybe still on the first floor know all too well. Some of you know all too well. This building got hit very hard by the hurricanes. We could spend the entire time talking about how and in which way and in how much money it's gonna cost to fix it and why this historic preservation method, this adaptive reuse method of turning this building into a hotel is the only way it's economically viable. It's been a long time talking about that, but I'll just give one anecdote. This building has a basement on an island. All the mechanical equipment for the building, MEPs, HVAC, is in the basement. It didn't fare well. The building needs help. The building needs your help. The hotel use in converting this building is what gives this building a chance to have a 200th anniversary. That is the decision you all have to make. We have worked extensively, and I'm going to turn things over to Frank in a second, who's the owner of this property, along with his wife, Lindsay. We have talked from the beginning about this being a project of historic preservation because that is what it is. This building was purpose-built as a hotel. It does not have a future as an apartment building. The cost of the renovations far, far exceeds the income that an apartment complex will generate here. That's just a statement of fact. You cannot convert the building to luxury condos because it was designed as a hotel. A boutique, small-scale hotel is the only economically viable means of historic preservation for this building. And we have worked, Frank and Lindsay have worked hand in hand with the historic preservation community for a long time. We are honored to have the support of former Councilwoman Linda Salcena, who has been intimately involved in this project from the beginning, and along with the Tampa Bay Community Design Center, who I voted and I believe sent in a letter of support. But that's what this is about. And I would ask that when we hear from folks on both sides, you bear in mind that you, council, control the power on what happens here. Making decisions, governing by imagination and scare tactics in worst-case scenarios is not only irresponsible, it's the biggest threat that this building has ever faced in its 100 years. I'd like to ask Frank to come up to say a few words. Thanks.
Start with your name, please.
Frank Carriero.
Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My name is Frank Carriero. My wife Lindsay and I, we're proud Davis Island residents. This is where we live, where we've been raising our 3 sons, and where we've chosen to invest our future. We're here tonight not just as property owners, but as neighbors and stewards of a building that is 100 years old. Our goal is not maximizing development. Our goal is preservation. And our vision is to return the Mirasol to its original purpose as a small, upscale boutique hotel, respectfully operated and reopened to the community. The Mirasol was originally built as a hotel and reflected the charm. Over time, it's just lost its purpose. Deferred maintenance accumulated, systems aged, storms took their toll. The 2024 hurricanes impacted major structural, electrical, plumbing, facade, roof needs. Each year that passes makes restoration harder and harder and more expensive. Preserving a historic building like Mirasol costs far more than building something new. That is exactly why so many historic homes were demolished after the 2024 storms. It simply didn't make sense for those homeowners to hold on anymore. We are trying very hard to make restoration and preservation of the Mirasol work, despite one critical truth. Just like the homeowners, the value of this property is in the land, not the building. For over 20 years, my professional career has been in multifamily investment sales. Based on my experience, I can confidently say that a 1.6 acre parcel on Davis Island, on the water, is worth 2 to 3 times more without the existing improvements than with them. Additionally, I was part of the last 2 sales processes of the building, and multiple developers expressed interest in the property. The easiest and most profitable path would have been to erase the history and start over. But that is not who we are. Lindsay and I are not Miami or New York developers chasing density or profit. We are a family that lives here, and our reputation is here. From the beginning, we understood the preservation meant working with the neighbors over the past 2.5 years. And we met with neighbors, hosted town halls, open houses, and listened carefully. We made real changes in response to what we heard. Preserving the Mirasol under this current land use and zoning is unfortunately not financially viable. This rezoning will allow the building to be brought back to its original use as a boutique hotel that serves the community. If the rezoning does not pass tonight, I do not know how the restoration will be able to take place, which will likely mean that the loss of the building is inevitable. So tonight we ask you to view this decision through the lens of realism and preservation. City Council, the truth is, long after this night is forgotten, will you be remembered
Thank you very
for
much.
preserving the building or for
Thank you
its
very much.
inevitable demise?
Hold on. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'd like to say one thing real quick. Can I ask?
we have questions right now. Do you have a question?
No.
Okay. So that concludes the applicant's presentation. Does council have any questions for the applicant? Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm not really sure why your client was talking about a rezoning when we're not talking about a rezoning right now. And
Sure, and I think there's some,
no,
Is that a question?
I just want to ask why your client was talking about a rezoning when we're not talking about a rezoning right now.
well, we're talking about saving a building.
No,
and
we're talking about a land use change right now.
Correct. Can I speak or?
Okay.
Okay. We're talking about saving a building. Comp plans are policy decisions that you all make. They're legislative policy decisions. So deciding whether or not a building can be restored to its original historic use, that is very much a policy decision. We are not talking about site conditions and parking. We are talking about whether the historic preservation can legally be allowed to get considered. So I think that's very much appropriate. I would acknowledge there is confusion on the point of comp plan and zoning. So one thing that I failed to mention in my speech was that I'm putting on the record and on behalf of my client that if the comprehensive plan amendment tonight is moved to a second reading and the zoning is denied, we will withdraw the comp plan amendment prior to the second reading. We have no interest in obtaining a naked comprehensive plan amendment for this project unless it is approved and accompanied with the implementing rezoning. But I would ask for some grace on both sides on the comp plan zoning point, because these are really technical points. And there's folks on both sides here who just really like the project or really don't like the project. And they're not always gonna know the full difference. So my apologies for anything that I do, I should know better. But you're gonna hear from some folks for whom this is their first time here. This is their first rodeo. And there are some overlaps between the two. This is an unusual circumstance being aimed at a historic building that actually exists today.
Thank you. I have a question for
Councilwoman
staff.
Hurtak. Go ahead. Councilwoman Hurtak, ask a question for staff.
I think actually city staff, although I appreciate it, Mr. Collins. So I'm not sure who with city staff is.
Shoot your question and see who jumps up.
Okay, my question is, if this comp plan goes through, do they have to fix this building?
Susan Johnson Velez, Legal Department.
Do they have to restore this building if the
They-
comp plan goes through?
They do not. As Councilwoman has noted, this is a land use change. Doesn't address the restoration, any type of historic designation of the building. It addresses the land and whether, as a policy matter, council thinks it's a good idea to change from the existing land use to the requested land use of CMU 35. There are criteria in the comprehensive plan that describe, any change to it as a major policy decision and some things that council should take into consideration when you're evaluating a request such as this one. So, that was a little, I'm happy to.
Follow.
Thank you. Yes.
Following that, Mr. Hudson said that, that with this new entitlement, city council would have the right to approve whatever would be allowed under zoning. But just for us and for the public, could you describe what else could be, what are he talked about it as being a menu of items. What are the other menu items that are under this category? Like what else could be put there?
That might be a question for staff.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a table.
I will say, just generally
Literally, staff
speaking,
was coming up to answer his questions. Yeah.
so, sorry, Susan Johnson Velez again. I will just say, generally speaking, it would allow any of the zoning categories that are allowable under the CMU 35 or any uses that are allowed under the CMU 35. And I think Mr. Collins can elaborate on that a little bit.
Start with your name.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. So yeah, this request would introduce the consideration of the commercial general zoning district and just a few different types of uses that could be considered. Would be a hotel, a microbrewery, retail sales, shoppers goods, a vet office, vocational school. So those are some of the types of uses that could be considered in the CG.
Could I just,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Carlson.
Mr. Hudson showed a picture of the Ritz-Carlton. If this building was not there, if it was condemned or torn down for whatever reason, could something like the Ritz-Carlton be built there under this category?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Mr. Hudson showed a picture of the Ritz-Carlton as being under the same category. If this building was condemned or torn down for whatever reason, could a building like the Ritz-Carlton be built in this place under this category?
Yeah, if the city deems the Ritz-Carlton as a hotel, it would be allowed under the, it could be considered under the CMU.
Question. I believe the question is, if this hotel property, if it was denied, and they were to tear down this building, under the future land use currently enjoyed by this property, could you build something comparable to the Ritz-Carlton under the future land use on this piece of property? Condos, not hotels. Condos. Could you build a condo tower on this, of the scale of the Ritz-Carlton?
I don't know offhand. Yeah, so condos could be considered under the residential 50 and CMU 35 category.
Okay, thank you.
Am I answering that correctly?
I think so. I understand the answer. Mr. Hudson, I have a question, please.
I don't know.
You have, there's an applicant representative that's registered online, a Ben DeShepoli. Is he part of your applicant presentation? No, okay, very good. I will consider him public comment. Okay, very good. Are there any other further questions for the applicant on the future land use? Hearing none, we will proceed to public comment. We have one registered speaker. I'm going to recognize them first, and then I'm going to recognize Todd Pressman. So Ben DeShepoli, is that how you say it? Are you on, and can you hear me? Not on. Going once, going twice, gone. Okay, I'm sorry, then we have Elizabeth Murray. Elizabeth Murray, are you on? Is she unmuted? Elizabeth, if you can hear me, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Elizabeth Murray, can you please turn on your video as well?
Can you
Oh,
hear
it's
me?
not, yeah, that's right. Yeah, never mind. I'm sorry. Elizabeth, if you can hear me, start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Murray. Can you hear me and can you see me?
We
okay?
can hear you. We don't need to see you, so you can proceed.
Perfect. I had the privilege of growing up on Davis Island in the 90s and the 2000s. And back then, the island was my playground. I remember total freedom of grabbing my bike to meet friends across the island without worrying about significant traffic, or walking my dog around the block without fear of stranger danger. And my parents didn't have to worry either because they knew that the island was a family-first, safe environment. But today, I'm looking at the island through a bit of a different lens. I am a new mother, and if you could see me on camera, I'm holding my 3-month-old son. So as I consider the environment that I want for him to grow up in, I find myself reflecting deeply on the childhood that I had here on Davis Island. And I want him to have that same sense of independence I had, the ability to explore a neighborhood that is safe, quiet, and predictable. However, the proposal to expand and convert the Mirasol apartments into a hotel can put that legacy at risk. Introducing potentially 200 or hundreds of transient guests into a quiet residential neighborhood every single day fundamentally changes the nature of these streets. The village feel of Davis Island exists because we all are a community of stakeholders. I remember as a child getting ice cream at Java and Cream every single Friday afternoon with my best friend. And the owner, Dennis, knew our orders by heart and always kept a space for us to play outside. But as I grew older, we swapped Java and Cream in the afternoon for Tate's Pizza at night. And my parents allowed us to go alone because they knew that we had a village there with us. We had neighbors that were looking out for one another. But when you add transient visitors to a small island like Davis Island, you're no longer surrounded by neighbors, you're surrounded by strangers. A hotel guest here for a night or two has no tie to our history and no personal investment in the well-being of our children. So by approving this, we would be trading our children's peace of mind for commercial expansion. My childhood set the standard for what I hope my son will experience here. And I hope that the next generation of children on Davis Island will be able to stand here one day and say that they felt the same way I did, with a sense of security and freedom in the Davis Island community. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Okay, Mr. Pressman?
Mr. Chairman, some of the folks were donating time around their way up.
Mr. Shelby?
Do you intend to use a speaker waiver form?
Yeah, they're bringing that up. They were here she is. They were routed downstairs, and I see them here.
Mr. Chairman, and I believe there's going to be significant use of speaker waiver forms with items 1 and 2.
Say again, please.
I believe there's going to be significant use of speaker waiver forms,
Yes.
At least that's my assumption. And in order to effectively use a speaker waiver form, the people who waive their time have to be in the chambers in order to do that. They could stay and then
Mr. Mayor, would you bring those people in, please? They need to come in. This is the speaker form. Would you like it?
Council,
Again,
Mr. Pressman
Mr.
has...
Chairman, they were routed downstairs, and we're bringing them up. And here they are
We'll
here.
pause for 1 second for you
Thank
to
you.
get that in order.
There's a lot of people in the organization. Samuel's doing a great job, but there's just a lot of people
Yeah,
to
no, we'll
organize.
pause for a second.
Just a reminder for council and just a reminder for the members of the public on the second floor, in order for you to waive your time, you have to be present in the chambers and acknowledge your presence when your name is called in order for the speaker to be given an additional minute for each of the 3 minutes that you waive. I see 3 people. I see 5 names on the list. 2 more coming in.
And for the IT people, we have a PowerPoint. Is PowerPoint number 1, please?
It'll come up. We see it. It'll be up every minute.
I see some people in front of me. If you could just acknowledge who you are when I call your name. Virginia Johnson. Thank you. Zelda Musson. Thank you. Claire Friedman. Thank you. Jim Davis. Thank you. And Melissa Spark. Thank you. That's 5 people at an additional minute each, plus the 3 that Mr. Pressman has, would be a total of 8 minutes. If I can just also remind council and also particularly the public, this being the first time the speaker waiver form is being used, you can only appear if you're waiving your time on one person's speaker waiver form. You cannot waive your 3 minutes for multiple speakers. So just know that if your name has been called, I'm going to be retaining these, and hopefully the names should not appear again. I'm certainly not saying that you would do that, but I just want to let the public know, especially those people who are not familiar with the process. Thank you.
Councilman Carlson.
Marty, so people who have a waiver, or people are on a waiver form now, in the next item, that's per item, right? They can only be on a waiver form once per item.
They can only be on a waiver form once per item. Remind council, and I remind the public, that the item before you is a legislative matter. It is the comprehensive plan future land use map amendment. That is before you now. Items related to rezoning will be discussed again for item number 2 with a different criteria and different subjects. And you will have an opportunity to speak to both items 1, the comprehensive plan, and items 2, the rezoning. So you can appear on the speaker waiver form twice, because somebody might give it to you for item number 1, somebody might give it to you for item number 2. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda. Microphone.
Maximum time that they can ask for amount?
7 people can waive their 3 minutes for 7 additional minutes, so every person holding a speaker waiver form is entitled to a maximum of 10 minutes, assuming that every name is checked off.
Thank you.
I
And
see, I don't know what the other 3 people are doing here.
well, those of you that do not have seats, and if your name has already been called for speaker waiver, you can go back and resume your seats on the second floor. Thank you for coming up and acknowledging your presence. They were not on the floor. Mr. Pressman, you can continue. And CTTV, can we get the applicant's the speaker's presentation? Thank you. We've got it on the screen.
That's 8 minutes, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
8 minutes. We have 8 minutes. Go.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg. I am happy and proud to represent as an agent one of the abutting property owners directly and working with the hundreds of residents, citizens, and neighbors indirectly on this request. I want to start by showing you that the entire planning establishment of the city and the county are recommending denial. That includes the planning commission staff recommending denial, the city zoning department recommending denial, and your planning commission board and your appointees, of course, included, voted unanimously in denial of this request, along with strong impacted community opposition that you'll hear a lot from, including the several residents on Davis Island who were generous enough to donate their time. And this is one mapping of his opposition from the Planning Commission that's been tremendously updated that we will present, or others will present that to you, a wide range of petitions and signatures, and not just simple petitions and signatures and letters, but really in-depth facts as well as emotion. But let's look at the barometer, the very simple barometers. This is a building coverage increase by our math at 254%. This is a 240% increase per our math of the number of units proposed under the future land use, that would be permitted under the future land use, plus more intensive commercial uses. This would be a 100% increase in the floor area ratio. And taking all that into account is a significant reduction of parking by 40%. That equates to approximately 163 parking spaces. That would be, by my math, short of about 66 parking spaces every day, every hour, seeking closest nearby parking, which doesn't include stacking for Ubers or Uber Eats. It doesn't seem like anybody really goes and gets their food anymore. I still do. Stacking for taxis and activity at a hotel. This is what the situation is now in terms of overflow onto the streets. This is the Dahlia. These are some other street views that you can see where there already is parking issues on the adjacent residential streets. So the increased change of use is 58 apartment units now. Under the future land use amendment would be 118 hotel rooms, added commercial uses, condos. It would be approximately 130 new units. Now, this is a paradigm shift of use from residential, which would then, as the staff told you, would include commercial general uses. I confirmed that they would include, as my understanding, event facility, parties, hotels, weddings, corporate events, New Year's, holidays, parties, loud music, weddings, bar mitzvahs, etc. Would of course allow the hotel. It would introduce commercial general uses. Bar or lounge would of course would have the alcohol use required. So when you look at the locational aspects, the situational aspects with the Mirasol, you begin to see that the impact is going to be into single family. So you can see single family is the impacted source and focus. But council members, it's much more than that, because this would be sort of like a double tap. It would be, or you're used to seeing impacts of projects to homes next door and on the street. But in this scenario, as you can see, the backyards are a quiet residential canal. So all those intensities and all those intensifications on the future land use amendment are going to be both felt on the street, at the homes, and in the backyards. Because again, you have this quiet residential canal that will be impacted. This is one shot of it. This is another shot of it. That's why your planning commission has told you, and they report to you, that it will lead to massing and scale concerns. The site borders a very low density area. Additionally, CMU 35 allows for CG commercial uses. That's again a paradigm shift of uses from residential to your main commercial category. That's why your city planning department, in their recommendation, and they've reported to you that they have concern for residential single family existing, as I've shown you. They say to the northwest and southwest will change the fabric of the existing residential in the immediate area. This is the immediate area. But here's the kicker on zoning. When you look at future land use categories, when you look at CMU 35 next to R6, that's the highest category abutting the very lowest category in the entirety of Davis Island. It doesn't happen anywhere on Davis Island. And this is your comprehensive plan chart. This is all your categories of future land use categories. You're going from R6, one of the lowest, to CMU 35, one of the highest. That's a 14 category jump. And here's a comparison to put it in perspective for you. If you look at Trader Joe's, which is somewhat infamous and pointed to as being in business intensity next to residential, their category jump is from R20 to CMU 35. That's a 12 category jump. What you would approve tonight on the future land use category is a 14 category jump. And each one of those categories are major jumps. So this would be setting up a future land use category that is, in my opinion, far worse than what you hear about at Trader Joe's and that unfortunate situation. Your planning commission notes also that while Davis Island designates the area as a mixed use, the actual development pattern for mixed use is 3 blocks away. In regard to some of the comments that my friend Tyler Hudson made, I do want to say that if you're interested in historic designation, they've owned the site for, I think, for 5 years. You can file those papers tonight. You can file historic preservation 5 years ago, 2 years ago, a week ago, or tonight. In fact, I actually have the papers here. So I would suggest, in my opinion, with all due respect, that's a bit of a transparency issue. I've also heard, again, Mr. Hudson say, in my opinion, in my impression, don't pay too much attention to the land use amendment because the zoning is really important. Don't consider too much of the land use because we got to get to the zoning so you know what you're getting. With the greatest respect to him and to you, in my opinion, that would reverse how you review future land use amendments at every circumstance. You concentrate and you approve the future land use amendment for what it allows, and if you agree with it, then you move forward. But the CMU 15, or the CMU category they're asking for is a CMU category. And you have to judge that, and you have to evaluate it. So with that, we appreciate your attention and consideration. There are many folks who are here of their residents. In summary, council members and Mr. Chairman, this is 10 pounds of sugar in a 5-pound bag. And when you ask for 40% reduction in parking, that becomes 10 pounds of sugar in a 3-pound bag. And these residents and this community will be decimated. It will forever change their community. It will, in our opinion, destroy it, because this will be taller, bigger, deeper, wider, thicker, more dense on the same size property. We appreciate your attention and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pressman. Jane, do you have a speaker waiver form?
Good evening. Yes, I do.
Why don't you call the names, and if they're downstairs. Okay, if you are downstairs and you hear your name from Mr. Shelby, would you immediately come upstairs to be recognized so that we could allocate your time? Mr. Shelby.
I'll try to read these. Val Black, Jeff Starman, who lives on 545 LAD, I guess, Ledricks Avenue. Michelle Davies, Jeff Hills, Ed Moore, Regina Seward, and Nancy Wynn. I see.
Can you read the name again, please?
Some of those people were raising their hands. You weren't watching.
I wasn't watching.
If he read your name, would you raise your hand, please? If he read your name and you're in this room, raise your hand. What was your name?
Could you stand up, if would you mind? I see one person. Any more?
What was your name? Yes.
Thank you. I will check you off, Ms. Davies.
And your name? Valerie Brown.
Valerie Black. Okay, thank you.
Your name, sir?
Jeff Hills, 78 a day.
Okay.
Jeff Hills.
And behind your
Wait a
name,
second,
sir?
I'm sorry?
458 Albemarle.
I'm sorry, just if you can go back to Jeff. And your last name is?
Hills, H-I-L-L-S.
And your address?
78 Dahlia Ave.
Yes, thank you. And who else was after that?
Ted Moore, 58 Albemarle Avenue.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? I'm sorry. Ms. Wynn, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sugrit. And is there a gentleman by the name of Jeff, first name Jeff?
Do we have a Jeff that had signed a speaker waiver form downstairs? Jeff?
Last name starts with an S-T-A, I believe.
Jeff, S-T-A possibly?
Give it a minute.
Yeah, we'll give it. For those of you that have already been acknowledged, you can go back and take your seats. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Jeff is
5,
coming, okay.
6.
Jeff, can you state your name, please?
Yes, Jeff Stark.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. You can go back and take your seat. Yep.
7
Thank you.
names for a total of 10 minutes.
Thank you. Start with your name. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, City Council. My name is Jane Graham, attorney at Sunshine City Law. I represent John and Anna Murray, who have lived at 122 Adalia Avenue for over 30 years, 2 doors down from the Mirasol. The Murrays agree and support the professional recommendations from city staff, county planning staff, and the Planning Commission's 7-0 unanimous finding of inconsistency for the land use amendment that you are considering tonight, and strongly urge your denial. It is inconsistent with numerous sections of the comprehensive plan, doubling the existing intensity, introducing a broad range of incompatible commercial uses, negatively impacting the quality of life, safety, and character of the neighborhood, and aggravating safety during hurricane evacuations and floods. Mr. Hudson said the only reason that they are here tonight is for the preservation of the Mirasol as a building, but when you look at what they're actually asking for, it's double the intensity, and they could be asking for lower land use designations to still become a hotel. As we sit in a full house tonight, and you have received hundreds of comments from both for and against, it's important to remember that land use decisions are not a popularity contest, and they must be based on specific criteria in both the city and county code and state statutes, and they have to be internally consistent with the comprehensive plan, the document which controls development in Tampa. The land use change means that you are changing the amount and type of development that can occur on a piece of land in a permanent and significant way. As Ms. Velez Mitchell actually alluded to in her earlier comments, the comprehensive plan speaks to this, and I want to read you a portion of it so that you get perspective as this discussion goes forward tonight. An amendment of the future land use map, in particular, is a declaration that growth and development pattern initially sought by the city in a particular location through thoughtful adoption of the comprehensive plan is no longer appropriate. Future land use map changes not functionally related to the overall purposes expressed in the map and policies contained herein could seriously undermine the integrity of the map and other provisions of the comprehensive plan itself. And then it goes on to say, it is a stated public purpose that growth and change in neighborhoods must be managed so that the quality of life in this part of the city form is maintained and enhanced. Okay, so what does this mean? Land use map amendments are a big deal. And in this case, You have clear and unanimous recommendations from your professional staff that this is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, citing at least 24 different sections of the comprehensive plan. The city staff said it best, that it actually changes the fabric of the neighborhood. You don't want to be doing this just because someone bought a piece of land and they have a dream to turn it back into a hotel. Tonight, you will hear from a variety of experts, including Charles Gauthier, a land use planner with 5 decades of experience, who has found independently the same findings as professional staff, and he will speak to that. The applicant has the burden to demonstrate land use changes are supported by existing facilities and infrastructure, and they have not shown that either. You will hear from a traffic engineer, Drew Rourke, how the potential for commercial general uses, which could potentially double the intensity and change use, exponentially increase the potential for traffic. Now, let's stop a second, because as a land use map amendment, this is legislative, this is discretion, this is using your ability as legislators to think what is right for the city. And think about the location of the geography. In the big picture, traffic on Davis Island is where TGH is, the Tampa General Hospital. That is the only level 1 trauma hospital in the Tampa Bay area. And so when you hear concerns about traffic getting backed up, you're really playing with fire, and there's a potential choke point at the narrowest area of the island. So please keep that in mind as you're kind of looking at this. And it's just not functioning of some hotel, it's a geographically significant place. The applicant has the burden to show that the area has changed, justifying this change. And in this case, they argue that it's for historic preservation. But as has already been mentioned, no historic preservation has been applied for. There are lots of letters in support, and there's a whole media campaign about saving the Mirasol, but tonight they're not actually asking for a historic designation. What they're asking for, in reality, is a land use change, which literally more than doubles the amount of development on the site, with the FAR from 1 to 2. So when we talk about reality, what is the true reality here? You will hear from lots of supporters that they want the Mirasol as a place they can go, a restaurant, just, a nice kind of gathering place. And that sounds great, but you know what? You can actually do that under R50 right now. And if you look in the comprehensive plan, they include restaurants and other kind of neighborhood commercial uses. Now, the difference is that under R50, they require locational criteria to be met, meaning that it has to be compatible. And so the difference is that it's the magnitude of development that's double. As Mr. Gauthier will explain, it's the size of 3 large grocery stores that they're looking at. And so this is clearly much more invasive than just, it's a nice gathering place. The compatibility issues with the neighborhood cannot be overstated, and your comprehensive plan has numerous sections that goals, policies, and objectives that do speak to this. A single-family home neighborhood with longtime residents and quality of life, this is a significant intrusion. There are already some intrusive uses that are starting to linger in through Airbnbs, and you'll hear testimony of that tonight as well. And that's kind of, the first step of it. It shows if it's already intrusive, if you actually change it into a full transient use for hotel, you're gonna have serious problems. The potential for a commercial marina use is also extremely invasive, and the potential for events, weddings. We haven't talked about affordable housing recently tonight, at least, and I want you to think about this. The Mirasol right now has 58 units. Now, whether you actually categorize them as, affordable, they're a price point where people can go to, and they're a safe, beautiful place for people to rent. And without getting into the rezoning, that's not appropriate, I would just say that by changing it to the CMU 35, you're opening the door to increase the value of this property to take away the option for this kind of affordable housing in the future. This is a legislative decision. You have the discretion to determine what is in the public good. And as your comprehensive plan says, growth and change in neighborhoods must be managed so the quality of life is maintained and enhanced. Does changing this 1.6 acre to CMU 35 get you that? Instead, in this case, it's developer driven by an applicant who bought the property with an idea in his head. But did he do the proper due diligence to really see what a high risk this was? And the fact that there are unanimous findings of inconsistency, perhaps they should have done a little bit more due diligence. The idea of spot zoning, now, without getting into zoning, land use, one of your criteria is if something is an isolated use. And the CMU 35, what the city found in their analysis is that it's completely isolated, and there is no other CMU 35 that's linked to it. When you look at a map of South Tampa, you'll see large tracts of CMU 35 along, like Henderson, and they do abut some single-family homes, but this is like a very large area that hangs together versus what we have here. So finally, the law doesn't subsidize bad business decisions on the back of every property owner in the neighborhood. And so a lot of thought and care has been put into your land use designations on Davis Island, and we ask that you do not let that be undone by the whim of a buyer who's trying to maximize their financial investment. Thank you very much, and I have some documents to put into the record.
You can submit them to Mr. Shelby, please.
Thank you.
Okay, for those of you here that for public comment, when you came in, you were issued a numerical number. If you have items, we're going to call you based on your number. If you have numbers 1 through 10, if you would line up against the green wall here to the left, and we'll call you in the order of your number.
Excuse
when
me.
you,
Sorry.
Mr. Shelby.
Mr. Chairman, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. I am sorry to be able to interrupt, but I've been informed, Ms. Graham, would you just please, if you can, step
Go
to
back
the
to the podium,
microphone?
please.
I believe that...
No, to the podium, to the podium.
To the podium.
Jane, yeah, there you go.
I believe you said that you had other people who you wish to speak.
Right, that's right. We have Charles Gauthier and Drew
Well,
Rourke
this is public comment.
with their,
So
they have speaker
are
waiver
you saying
forms,
that
too.
do they have their own speaker waiver forms?
Yes, they do.
But they haven't received a number, is what you're saying?
Yeah, everybody should have numbers.
Okay.
We're good, Marty.
You don't have one? Oh, one of them doesn't have one.
We'll deal with that after we're finished with the numbers. I'll deal with people.
Thank
who
you
don't
very
have
much.
Thank you.
Okay, so the way this will go is we will call people up in numerical order. So I know a lot of people have never been to council before. We always start with our name first for the record. So you'll start with your name and you'll have 3 minutes to complete. If you have a speaker waiver form, please bring that to our attention and we'll submit that to our attorney and we'll be able to call for additional minutes. Once you are completed speaking, in order to expedite, we have over 100 people signed up for speaking tonight. So once you have completed speaking, if you will go back down to the second floor and take a seat so that we can slowly start emptying this room so we could expeditiously bring the next group up as soon as y'all are done, we would greatly appreciate it. So I see the gentleman in the blue blazer up front with the colorful shirt. What is and if you would leave your number on the podium when you're, I'm sorry, you're right. If you're going to speak on item number 2, hold on to your number when you go downstairs. Hold on 1 second. If you're not going to plan to speak in again for the rest of the evening, please leave your number on the podium. Councilman Carlson.
Just can you remind people they only have to say their name, not their address?
Yeah, that's true. We don't need your address. You just have to state your name for the record so that our clerk has your name for the record when you start. And then you will have 3 minutes. Mr. Shelby.
And if I can, just a reminder that if your address is relevant, you can include that as part of your statement.
Yeah, not required.
You're not being precluded from stating your address. You're just stating that you're not required to. Unless council would ask you, unless that's relevant for the council member. You say you have a speaker waiver form,
Hold on
sir?
1 second, Mr. Shelby. Councilwoman Hurtak.
And I just want to remind all speakers that at the 30-second mark, you'll get a yellow light will come on, and so when it beeps the first time, that doesn't mean you have to stop. So when
Yeah,
people
30 more
are,
seconds.
yeah, but when folks are new, if they haven't been here before, that can make a lot of people stop. So I
Okay.
just want to make sure people know that they can go on until the red light, and then the red light beep does not stop until you do.
Right.
Okay.
And a reminder again, this is just for item 1, the comprehensive plan.
Only
Sergey-
comprehensive plan. If you're only here to speak to comprehensive plan for item 1. Okay, we're gonna start.
Do
So
you have
start
a-
with your name and you have 3 minutes.
Do you have you don't have a speaker waiver for?
No.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Grant Fraley, nice to meet you all. Members of the City Council in attendance here with us today, I am coming to you as the insurance advisor for the Mirasol since the purchase of the current owner. And I want to talk about the delineation between a building that was built in 1926 that hasn't really taken any codes into play with new roofs, new hurricane impact windows, and certain nuances like that. And I think a good example is Hurricane Ian. There were some photos that are quite tragic of newer homes versus older homes. And maybe some of those older homes with newer roofs and newer windows did not get damaged as bad as ones that did not. So in order for that to happen here, there's capital that will need to be injected into this historic building. And I believe the only way that can happen is it becoming a hotel. So better construction leads to more capacity for carriers. So I think the residents of Davis Island should take into account that carriers do segment capacity by geographic regions. They look at loss ratios, output in those geographic areas when making decisions on rates, deploying the capacity. So better construction equals lower losses, equals more competitive rate environments. And the second topic that I want to discuss is just the overall insurance market here in Florida and how depreciation can really affect an insurance buyer. And that was the exact situation here with both the wind claim and also the flood claim. And we all saw some pictures of the basement earlier and how that plays out on a barrier island when you're trying to recoup flood losses and get your elevator shaft working. This property needs money and it needs help. Similar to that, single structure have larger hurricane deductibles because it's based on the percentage of the building at time of loss, not the actual claim. So here, Mirasol had a deductible of over $1 million, right? And when you think of the amount of damage that really has to happen to get to $1 million when you include depreciation as well, that's a substantial amount. And I got the call when this claim occurred, and they sprung into action, but still with depreciation and how our carriers respond, it's a very difficult scenario to assist with as the broker. So in closing, older structures on barrier islands are the most difficult to insure. Sometimes it can be impossible, and actually the way that this property stands today, it doesn't even meet the criteria to be insured by citizens. So you guys can imagine what that really means. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. The next in the numerical order. What number are you holding, by the way? So we are in order. Okay, very good, too. Thank you. Start with your name.
Good evening. My name is Todd Jones. I've lived on the island since 1994. My wife and I drive past this property twice a day, as do many of the folks in the room. In listening to the comments submitted so far, I hear a lot of ifs and possibilities with a lack of definitiveness, which really is going to rely with you folks, assuming any change happens whatsoever. A land use classification is by state law required before a zoning change can be made. It's up to you whether either of these happen. I can tell you that the parking and traffic conditions at the north end of the island aren't really so much to do with the Mirasol as the hospital. We have employees at the hospital who park on Adelia that contribute to that parking congestion at early in the morning during rush hour and around 3:30, 4 o'clock through 5 o'clock in the afternoon. All the employees from TGH are either coming onto the island or exiting the island. That's where the traffic congestion comes from. The fact that there are 58 units now, divide that by 2, and you get 116 hotel units. Most hotel guests on the island are going to be coming from the airport to probably visit loved ones in the hospital or family on the island or maybe in Hyde Park. They're going to be Ubering. The real issue here is, can we get some definitive answers on what the plan really is going to be? Personally, I'm in favor of the land use change, and depending upon the particulars and specifics of the zoning change, the plan for the zoning change, that's where the metal is really going to meet the road. The fact that the Hudson is right across the street and happened to be still used as a hotel back in 1980 when land use became an issue pursuant to the Florida legislature making the requirement. I was involved with some of that down in South Florida at the time. Whatever use was in place at the time was what went onto the plan. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. And if you're leaving, please remember to leave your number at the podium. If you're leaving, leave.
You ready?
Go ahead. Yeah, start with your name, please.
Good evening. My name is Joe Hafner. I live at 83 Daly Avenue. I've lived on this block of Davis Island since 1978. I'm an architect. My firm has been in Hyde Park for over 50 years. When buying a property is bought as is, with the current land uses and zoning, you have an ownership right to use the land to those standards. There's no expectation or legal right to a change in the land use or zoning to benefit you financially. It is not the neighborhood's job or the city council's job to bail you out to increase the value of your property. This appears what you're being asked to do tonight. City council may remember some of these quotes that you made from April 24, 2025 to the Tampa Bay Business Journal. City council opposes intense coastal development to protect lives. Council warns against overdevelopment as hurricane season approaches. Tampa can no longer support the intense development in its coastal neighborhoods. Councilman Clendenin warned staff that any plan to overdevelop the CHHA would be dead on arrival. This property is in a CHHA coastal high hazard area, evacuation zone A and flood zone AE. The Hillsborough County Comprehensive Plan directs future density away from these areas. The Marisol is in the smallest area of land on Davis Island between Hillsborough Bay and the channel, which shows on this picture here, if I got it up right. That's about 300 feet from one body of water to the other. It's going to get storm surge from 2 directions. If changed to a commercial use, they will be allowed to flood-proof the property, much like THGH did, and create a dam effect to push the storm surge down the street to create more floodwater for the residences. There's no need for a hotel rooms on Davis Islands. There are 36 hotel rooms at the Pally House Hotel on Swan, 188 rooms at the Epicurean on Howard, and 48,000 hotel rooms in downtown. That's a total of 48,224 hotel rooms within a mile of the Marisol. In addition, most large homes on Davis Island have more bedrooms than people living in the homes. What is needed exactly is what Marisol is now and has been for the past 75 years. Affordable rental units are always in demand on Davis Island. There are thousands of people with good incomes that work at TGH and would be able to walk to work. This would help traffic all over Tampa, DI, and save Tampa General shuttle buses. With the photos of gridlock in mind that you see every day from between 3 and 4, City Council is going to double the gridlock when this approved building that's under construction in Tampa General opens up. Good luck trying to get a child off the island for a Palmetto Little League game, dance lessons, doctors, or an after-school event. In 1992, after Hurricane Andrew, the state woke up with a new Florida building code.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming out. Have a good night. Next speaker, please. Go ahead. And remember, if you're going to come back for item 2, you can go down and stay downstairs so we can clear out the room for other people. Go ahead. Start with your name.
My name is Leah Perlman, and for a little over a decade now, I have lived on Davis Islands with my spouse and our 3 children. And I'm here this evening to express my strong support for the application to change the land use to allow the Marisol to return to an upscale boutique hotel. As a longtime resident of the islands, it's probably no shock to you that I love living there. It has everything that my family needs. I taught my kids to ride their bikes on their safe streets, watched our dog splash in the waters of its dog beach. I even gave birth to all 3 of my children at its hospital. Like I said, it's got everything we need, except for a hotel. When my son was born at TGH, he was the first grandbaby on my side, and needless to say, my family was on the first flight out. They were crossing the Davis Islands Bridge before I was even discharged. My home could not accommodate all those newly minted aunts and uncles and grandparents. How special would it have been if they could have stayed at the Marisol? They could have walked to TGH to meet their grandson. They could have borrowed our bikes to join us home during those early days in a way that didn't add stress to an already emotional time. I wish there was a hotel on DI then, a sentiment that I relive every time my family descends for holidays, birthdays, and special occasions. A boutique hotel would be a tremendous benefit, not just for residents, but also for families of patients at TGH who desperately need comfortable accommodations nearby. I understand that there are concerns about bringing the Marisol back to its former glory, concerns about increased traffic and parking. I'm not concerned. Putting aside the surveys conducted by expert traffic engineers and the revised plans and research conducted to ensure minimal impact on traffic patterns and residents, I trust the intentions of the family that manages this property. They're Davis Islands residents too. Like me, they drive past this property every day on their ride home after pickup from their schools. Their kids also learn to ride their bikes on these streets. They have a deeply personal stake in preserving the charm, safety, and livability of this neighborhood. What they're proposing is not a disruption, it's a restoration. They are committed to returning the Marisol to its original use, improving its sustainability, addressing long-standing flooding issues, and creating a beautiful, community-oriented space that honors the history and character of the islands. There are so many reasons that I love raising my family on Davis Islands: the sense of the community, the unique texture of the neighborhood, the walkability, the rich history. The plans before you tonight reflect those very values. They will not change the character of the islands, they will enhance it. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I do have one of these waiver forms.
Okay. Okay, so Junior, would you want to call them in?
That's yours. What was your name, sir? The gentleman who just handed this?
Sir, oh. What?
She's right here.
Mr. Shelby, what's the name on the speaker waiver form?
The name on the speaker, there are 2 names, Sarah Spicola and Sheila Spicola. Sarah's here and Sheila's here. That's
Okay.
2 additional minutes for a total of 5.
Very good. Do you have a speaker number? I'm sorry? Do you have a number on you? I don't have a number. Okay, you can go back down and sit. Thank you for coming up. You can go back down and sit on the second floor if you'd like. Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay.
Bye, Mom.
Okay.
5 minutes,
Start
5 minutes total.
Start with your name, please. You have 5 minutes.
Very good, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all. My name is Andrew Spicola. I am a resident of Davis Island. I live on Baltic, which is one of the 2 streets that's going to be affected by the proposed change. I was born in Tampa General Hospital, lived there for 56 years. My mother, who thankfully just left, was born there as well and has been there for 83 years. She would probably kill me if she heard that. My father of 89 years lives on Davis Island. My 3 children, 27, 25, and 23, were all born and raised and live on Davis Island now. My wife has lived there with me for 30 years or so. Safe to say, we like Davis Island. Our family was born and raised there. We like its character. We like the way it is. And unfortunately, over the last several years, we've seen some pretty dramatic changes to the character of Davis Island. Obviously, the number of units of residential space has increased with intensity, and as a result of that, we have increased our traffic, significantly increased our traffic. Each day, I leave Davis Island somewhere between 3:30 and 5 o'clock to go to the YMCA down in South Tampa on Himes. And depending on how early I leave, and depending on the shift change at the hospital, some days it takes me 15 minutes just to get off the island. Other days it takes 25 minutes. And that's simply to leave my home on Baltic, go down Davis, cross the bridge, and loop back onto Bayshore. Imagine, 15 to 25 minutes every day. Now, there's going to be some other folks that come up behind me that have more specifics about traffic patterns and so forth, but one of the numbers that was tossed around at the last meeting was a 4,200% increase in the amount of traffic to visit the Mirasol. So can you imagine the difference that's going to make to all of the folks that live on Davis Island, a 4,000% increase in the traffic? I mean, I would reckon that would probably equate us to some day like Gasparilla, where it takes an hour and a half to get off of Davis Island because of the traffic. And I can confidently say that everybody that I'm here that I just mentioned that I represent do not want that. We don't want our island to be turned into a traffic jam. And one more thing about a hotel, hotels don't close at 7 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night. They're open all night, and the transient traffic is going to keep coming all night long. That is not appropriate for a residential area. Now, you certainly know your duties better than I do in your job, but I can confidently say it's not the city or the residents' job to bail out folks who make a bad investment. And it's also not our job to bail out an insurance company so they can make more money and get better premiums on that investment. This meeting is to simply determine whether or not it's going to have an adverse effect on the residents. And directly next door is RS6, the lowest designation on Davis Island. So I think it's pretty clear that it will. And before I leave, imagine, put yourself in my shoes or my mother's shoes or my wife's shoes. Imagine if somebody came to you and said, you know, we think we're going to build a 114,000 square foot hotel with 118 rooms and 12 condominiums and 2 parking garages and 2 restaurants and who knows how many bars and access from the water to these same spaces. Imagine how you would feel. Imagine if you're the person that lives 10 doors down that has to deal with the parking issue already before increasing the 4,000% attendance of that building. Imagine if you're the person 5 doors down or 2 doors down. Imagine if you're the individual that lives right next door that has to deal with that now. Imagine what that does to their quality of life, to their home, to their values. I don't think there's a single person in this room that can confidently say and honestly say that they're in favor of something like that, if you're in their shoes. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker? Do you have a speaker waiver form?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, okay, you're good. It's 3 minutes. Start with
yes,
your name,
sir.
please.
Good evening, honorable members of City Council. My name is Rose Santabria. I was born at Tampa General Hospital on Davis Islands and have spent much of my life connected to this community. Although my family no longer resides on the island due to the hurricane, my husband and I remain deeply invested as small business owners in the Davis Island Village. My husband is a proud veteran, and together we own L'Atelier Luxury Boutique. We're also proud parents of twin boys who are 11. We're also founding members of DIVA, the Davis Islands Village Association. We created DIVA so business owners could finally have an independent voice, rather than having others speak on our behalf using inaccurate information. I am here today to speak specifically in support of TPCPA 2418, the Comprehensive Plan Amendment. This vote is foundational to preserving the Mirasol. This amendment does not approve a project. It does not approve a building. It simply allows hotel use to be considered for a property that was originally built as a hotel and already exists. Opposition has attempted to prevent this from moving forward by using exaggerated density claims, hypothetical scenarios, and worst-case outcomes that are not part of this request. The CMU 35 designation already exists on Davis Islands, and has not destroyed the character of the island, despite claims to the contrary. What has damaged our community is the spread of misleading information and fear-based tactics. Fear is not factual. They're not facts. Hurricane Helene devastated Davis Islands. Some businesses never returned. Others, including ours, flooded just days before opening our doors, and for the record, zero insurance relief. Many are barely surviving. To deny responsible investment, adaptive reuse, and economic recovery at a time like this, it's not preservation. It is stagnation and destruction. Even more troubling has been the pattern of harassment, bullying, character attacks aimed at those who support this effort. Business owners have had words put in their mouths, and developers have been wrongfully accused by individuals who do not understand truly the hardships facing the Mirasol and its preservation. Fear of change should not result in character attacks or retaliatory conduct against small businesses. We are here because we believe in Davis Islands, not just for today, but for our children and their children. Preservation means allowing historic buildings to adapt so they can survive. This plan exactly allows that. I respectfully urge you to vote yes to TPCPA 2418 based on the facts, sound planning principles, and the long-term health of our community. Thank you for your service and leadership.
Thank you so much. If you have item numbers 20 or below, if you would line up against the wall to the left, and we'll start with the next cycle. Yes, sir. Start with your name.
My name is Adam Harden, and thank you for your time and service as always. And
Keep your voices down, please. Sorry, you can start your name. You can start over again, please. Everybody, keep your voices down. We have a meeting. No talking.
Adam Harden, thanks for your time and service, and for listening to my opinions. I wanted to come down and speak on this. I don't, have any relationship to the project at all, but I did grow up just over the bridge, 713 South Fielding, and spent much of my formative years on the island. Sea Scout at the end of the island. Probably rode by this building 1,000 times as a young kid. One of my best friends to this day grew up on Ladoga, just around the corner from the building. And I do think there's a lot of passion here, and hopefully at the end of the day, whatever tough decision you guys make, that everybody comes together around this. I hope that most everybody agrees that they want to see the building get saved. And so to that point, I think, in my opinion, I would support the land use amendment as the means to do that. I think what you have here is a team and a developer who's made a commitment to restore this building. Some professionals supporting him, including Alfonso Design, that are, the right team to get this project done. I think it's a heavy lift financially to be able to renovate this building, and that it won't be able to be a hotel, and will likely lose it if they don't get this comprehensive land use amendment. There's been a lot of hyperbole tonight, exaggerations, and again, I would like to see the building get saved. For example, the existing zoning, here's what we got after a contentious entitlement process at the corner of DeSoto and Bayshore. So in summary, 70 high-end condos, 172,000 square feet, an average of 2,461 square feet each. So, the idea that the CMU 35 is a significant increase in land use is just factually inaccurate. So it is a change, and, obviously the next item on your agenda includes, I would think you'd need to look under the hood of that and vote no on the second reading of the comp plan if you don't like where it's going. Personally, I don't know how you would take this building and designate it a landmark in advance of having a land use that would allow you to renovate it in a way that's financially viable. But I believe that the conditions I read in the zoning 16 are that they're committing to designate it a landmark. So, hard decision, and I wish you guys luck in your consideration. So I do think you have the right team here to get it done if that's the direction you're going to go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I do have some time.
Hear what you
Sir,
have.
sir, I understand that you have a PowerPoint. Did you submit that ahead of time for presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. State your name, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Charles Gautier.
Okay, and Mr. Shelby, would you please read the names for the speaker waiver form? If you are downstairs and you hear your name, please come up to be acknowledged so that your time can be donated to the next speaker.
And if you could just say your name if you're in the room, please, just loud enough so I can hear it, please. Pam Antonori.
She's back there.
Thank you. Carol Fishman. Thank you. Vera Farman.
Vera Farman, if you're downstairs, please come upstairs.
Bobby O'Brien.
I see Bobby. Hi, Bobby.
Jean Wolf. Thank you. Pat Wolf. Thank you. And John Houghton. Thank you. I believe we're waiting for Vera Farman.
Right there.
Come on in, ma'am. Can you state your name, please?
Thank you.
If you'd like, you can go back downstairs and have a seat and watch it from downstairs. Thank you so much.
There are 7 names for a total of 10 minutes.
Okay.
I'm giving up my seat so someone can come up.
Thank you, Bobby. Thank you. And again, yeah, if anybody wants to do the same, you're welcome when the speaker, they can go downstairs. You can start with your name, and you have, how many minutes was that, Mr. Shelby?
10.
10 minutes, thank you.
Yes, sir. I could use help getting to the PowerPoint.
Do you have the controls?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay.
And the presentation is on, so you should be able to control it. We see the screen with the land use up there.
So good. Thank you.
Okay. Start the timer, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council. It's an honor to appear here. My name is Charles Gautier. I am a planner. I don't quite have 50 years of experience. 48 is plenty enough. I was asked by John and Anna Murray to analyze this comprehensive plan amendment, which I've done. I produced a report which was submitted to you that goes into some detail. Let me quickly touch on my background. I am high mileage. My career has been divided into thirds, roughly. A third in local government, a third in state government, a third in the private sector. I did serve as planning manager for Collier County, zoning administrator for Lee County. I was a senior official at the Department of Community Affairs. For 17 years, I approved 3,000 comprehensive plan amendment packages. So you're probably looking at someone who's approved more development than what you're used to. I've worked on my own the last 12 years. I'm the third professional planner you've heard from this evening, and we all have the same conclusion. This is inconsistent with the city's comprehensive plan. It's simply incompatible. It's too much. It's way too much of a land use category in this setting. And I think that setting is crucial. This image here shows it's all residential surrounding a Miracell site. Single family up and down the waterway. Immediately to the north and across Davis Boulevard, it's more multifamily or townhouse, but it is simply a sea of residential use that the Miracell is within. So that's like a crucial factor in this review. The comprehensive plan amendment would add a massive amount of development potential. And the comprehensive plan is important. If you approve this amendment, you're making a major policy decision saying this level of development is potentially okay with us, subject to zoning. This is a very important decision. What would the change be from R50 to mixed use 35? Well, a 200% increase in commercial floor area. Under the present future land use category, yes, you could have commercial office at a 1.0 FAR. This would bump it to a 2.0 FAR. It would double it. And it would up the uses. It wouldn't be office, it would be general, commercial, and retail. So that's a double intensification. The hotel potential, I estimated that 285 hotel units are potentially possible using the 2.0 floor area ratio. Now that's an estimate. I mean, it's an estimate because the size of hotel rooms could vary. Smaller the room, you might have a bigger number. Bigger rooms, more common area, a less number. But that's the degree of hotel potential that is made available. Residential use, using that floor area ratio method, it would bump up by about 36%. So again, it's a very significant increase, as I said. It's massive. So my conclusion is the type and scale of development under CMU 35 is patently incompatible with adjacent and nearby residential uses. And we see that on the future land use map. The future land use map shows residential. In fact, the current CMU 35 is an aberration. It's like different than what surrounds it. And this would step it up, not one step, but multiple steps in intensity. The amendment specifically conflicts with plan amendment review criteria, I think was cited by the Planning Commission staff and your own staff. There are plan amendment review criteria that says a land use category of similar density or intensity must be located on at least one side of the subject site. Well, that's not the case here. There's nothing similar to this on any side. So Ms. Graham referred to spot zoning. Well, this is sort of spot planning, what is being contemplated here. My conclusion in reviewing this, of course, I'm familiar with looking at this from a state perspective. The amendment's not based on relevant and appropriate data and analysis. This upward development potential was not recognized and assessed. Coastal high hazard. Yes, it's in the coastal high hazard area. It's certainly subject to flood. I mean, the base flood elevation is 11 feet on the subject property. You have policies in your comprehensive plan that say direct population concentrations away, no net increase within. So it conflicts in terms of the residential development potential. And I'll just add, once a future land use map amendment is put in place, I mean, later, presumably, you're going to talk about a zoning change. Well, that's one version of what's possible. There could be other versions that happen somewhere along the way. Just a couple other points. The compatibility. You have a specific policy in your plan that says all proposed general commercial, neighborhood commercial, and residential office uses shall be compatible with existing surrounding development. That's not the case here. You have a definition of compatibility in your plan, and one of the elements of compatibility include scale, mass, and bulk of structures. So we're setting up a scenario where the scale, mass, and bulk of structures could be quite expansive to the point where it's not in harmony with immediately adjacent single-family uses or the general neighborhood. Ms. Graham mentioned affordable housing. Also in my report, I mentioned that. I think that's a very important aspect. Right now, the VeriCell does provide some degree of housing available to middle-income individuals. That would disappear here. But ultimately, what we're talking about is putting intense commercial development in the middle of a residential area. And my conclusion is it's simply inconsistent with your comprehensive plan. And with that, I'll conclude.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much. Thank you. Next speaker, start with your name, please.
I'm just gonna grab a laptop, sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening. I have speaker forms as well, but
Okay.
actually, since we're only talking about land use, I think I can get through it in 3 minutes. So,
Okay, we can hold back on those if you want, or you can issue them if you'd like to keep your time valid, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, so
Okay, start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
my name is Drew Rourke with Alex Rourke Engineering. I am the traffic engineer representing the neighborhood, basically. I've been a traffic engineer and a registered professional engineer in the state of Florida for over 30 years. I've done dozens of traffic studies. I won't go into too much detail, but done quite a bit. So I wanted to primarily clarify, I think there's been a lot of thunder stolen from my point that I'm going to make. I'm just going to make one point. And basically, since we're in the land use amendment section of this analysis or your decision, there's really only one thing from a traffic engineering perspective to look at, and that's potential. Mr. Gautier just talked a lot about potential. And so we're not saying this is what's going to happen. We don't know. You won't know until you go to the next phase. But under the current use at 58 dwelling units, the Mirasol generates approximately, according to IT trip generation, approximately 263 trips a day. Under the proposed land use amendment, what's possible, and the staff mentioned this in their presentation, is a commercial use that could include over 139,000 square feet. So from a trip generation perspective, that would result in about 13,000 trips per day. So going from 263 trips to over 13,000 daily trips is an increase of over 4,900%. Again, this is a potential if you approve this land use amendment for this site under this land use. So with that, I'll stop.
Okay, very good, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Start with your name, please.
Jim Phillips, good evening. I'm here really to speak on behalf of the building, so that may sound a little strange, but just a little background on that. I have lived on Davis Island for 32 years. As a professional, I am a bridge engineer. I do a lot of work on bridge restoration projects. I was the project manager for the historic restoration and preservation of the Platt Street Bridge, just down the street from here, that completed in 2012. So I know a little bit about old structures and things like that. You know, the thing that really brings them to their end very frequently is they just keep deteriorating a little bit at a time, and then they get to a point where it's a tipping point, and it's no longer economically viable to restore them and keep them for a longer period of time. So, and for the past year, I've actually been living at the Mirasol because my house on Davis Island was flooded, and so hopefully I'm going to get it replaced soon. But living there for a year, I can tell you that the structure itself, the core of the building, is pretty good. It's a very well constructed building, but everything else is in a lot of need. Everything from upgrades for ADA and, you know, hurricane-proof windows, all sorts of things, all the way down to flooring and staircases, stair steps, you know, everything, AC, all of that. So it needs a major overhaul, and as somebody pointed out, I was quite surprised when I moved in there. They had a basement, and they had all the equipment in the basement on an island, you know, so I probably need to move that equipment to someplace else. So I believe that restoring the Mirasol to its original use as a hotel provides the only means to make restoration viable financially, and that would be the method that would save this, you know, this beautiful old historic structure, which is a great example of Mediterranean revival architecture, as is the Platt Street Bridge, by the way. So my concern is if the amendment is not approved, the Mirasol will fall into further decline and dilapidation, and like several other buildings of that time period on Davis Island, it'll get to the point where we've lost it forever. It's beyond being restored. So I would urge you to approve this amendment and provide a means to save the Mirasol as a building. Hopefully it gets historic status at that point. And just on closing note, if you want to fix the traffic issues on Davis Island, it's not the Mirasol. You got to return Burrain Street to its former lane configuration. That's what's destroyed getting on and off the island. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Blake Casper. I live on 80 Ladoga on Davis Island. I've been on Davis Island for the last 20 years. I'm here to speak in support of the application and the changes. I know the owners and the current developers and the design team, and I agree with Adam. I think this is the right team to save the Mirasol. So I've restored or adaptive reused 200-year-old buildings, the Hensley Stovall Arcade, which is now the Oxford Exchange, and then I was in front of you 8 years ago to save the Stovall House. And fortunately, this body approved that application. And I think there's a lot of similarities between the Mirasol and the Stovall. They're neighborhoods, lots of concerns about a change in use. And I recognize that. I think, what we've done at the Stovall was we have restored the house and we've locally designated, so it is now protected. So the Stovall house will be protected for indefinitely. And had we not gotten that approval, I too bought the building before, the property before I got it zoned. So I was in the same circumstances, and I would have sold it. I mean, that's whether or not I would have taken a hit or lost money or whatever, that was what I was going to do, and that property would be, at the very least, it would have been redeveloped and cut up, and the house was not protected, and I do believe that house would have gotten torn down, and whether or not a tower got built there or not is debatable, but that property would be different today than it is. And so I think the same thing with the Mirasol. I think if you don't approve this, I think there's a very high chance that the building gets torn down. I think that would be, really unfortunate, given that there's a lot of history that's already been eliminated on the island, and I think this is the team to do it. I really do. So I hope you all will hear it out and vote in favor. So thanks for that.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Christina Lorendi. I'm here not to speak or restate the details of this proposal, but rather to speak about what the Mirasol represents and what would be lost if it is not saved. The Mirasol is more than a building. It is part of Tampa's architectural and cultural story. It reflects a time when Davis Islands was thoughtfully designed as a place to live, gather, and welcome people. Once a structure like this is gone, it cannot be replaced, not with money and not with good intentions. My family and I lived at the Mirasol, and although we loved it and were very comfortable there, we saw firsthand the deterioration that was already present well before Hurricanes Helene and Milton. Aging infrastructure, deferred maintenance, and the challenges that come with keeping a historic building viable in modern conditions. After the hurricanes, that damage worsened. What was once manageable became increasingly difficult to ignore. This is why preservation through adaptive reuse is so critical. Without meaningful investment, buildings like this don't stand still. They decline, and eventually the only option left is demolition. Saving the Mirasol means choosing revitalization over erasure. It means respecting Tampa's past while allowing the building to evolve so it can continue to serve the community rather than become obsolete. Adaptive reuse is one of the most responsible planning tools we have. It protects history, it reduces environmental impact, and keeps neighborhoods rooted in their original character. Cities that thrive do so because they value continuity. They do not tear down meaningful landmarks when there is a thoughtful path forward. They find ways to honor them, maintain them, and allow them to remain part of daily life. The Carrieras have spent years developing a thoughtful, deliberate plan to do exactly that, one that repairs and preserves the Mirasol, while actively listening to and addressing the concerns of Davis Island residents. This decision is about more than a single property. It is about whether we preserve a piece of Tampa's history or allow it to be replaced by something that can never replicate its significance. I urge you to support saving the Mirasol and to support the Carriera family in their endeavor, not just for today, but for future generations who deserve to experience the Tampa that we so love.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is John Lorendi. That was my beautiful wife. I'd like to share our summer experience at the Mirasol, as she alluded to. In July of 2024, my family and I packed up our lives and decided to move here to start fresh in Tampa. Like a lot of moves and builds, ours did not go as planned and undergone some time delay. So when we arrived, only to realize that our home wasn't ready for occupancy, we found ourselves living at the Mirasol for a few weeks, and it was lovely. Every morning, walking through that lobby, and every evening, coming home after exploring the city, we just fell in love with that building. I mean, we felt the history in it, those architectural details, the way the light came in through those windows. It was special. But something else was clear. The grand lobby, the way everything flows, those common spaces, they were all designed to welcome guests. For us staying there temporarily, it was perfect. But you could feel it wasn't built for long-term living. This building wants to be what it was always meant to be, a hotel. And while we're falling in love with the building, we're also seeing the reality of its age. The wear and tear, the deferred maintenance, it was noticeable. And I'm not saying that to be critical of anyone, but I completely understand why the owners want to save it. It's beautiful. It's historic. It's evident it matters to this community. But the reality is, preserving something like this property takes serious resources. It takes a real investment. And after those hurricanes, it's even more obvious that this building needs more than just regular maintenance and upkeep. It needs the kind of comprehensive restoration that can only happen with significant capital behind it. That's why I'm here supporting the plan. Returning the Mirasol to a boutique hotel gives it purpose, the purpose it's designed for, and the resources it needs to survive another 100 years. This isn't just about saving a building, it's about giving Tampa back one of its gems. And honestly, selfishly, when my family comes to town for a visit, I do want them to experience what we did, to stay in this piece of Tampa history and feel what makes this city so special. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Steve Stanley. I live at 20 Adelia. I lived on Davis Island since 1985. I didn't know that we were here on saving the Mirasol. I thought we were here on a land use amendment hearing. So I like the Mirasol, I like the building. But for the land use amendment, I'm against it. You're talking about changing the density of that site such that you might as well be on the corner of Kennedy and West Shore, Columbus and Lois, just high intensity development. And from everything I've heard, I don't believe this is just about saving the Mirasol. Because this is not about financial feasibility of saving the Mirasol. It's about the land use plan amendment. So the Marisol could be saved, just as it is for what it is now, which is a multifamily residential structure. So somebody could put the money in it and do the things it needed to make sure that it's preserved. But it doesn't have to take a land use plan to do that. We're not here to decide whether or not we need to make it financially feasible to do this project. We're here to determine whether we're gonna make that site stick out on Davis Boulevard with like a sore thumb, with the potential to develop the whole site with an intense commercial development of, you've heard a lot of different numbers, 139,000 square feet of mixed-use commercial. You know, you got a marina behind it. So we'll change that marina from just a little sleepy residential marina where I've kept my boat before, not now, into a commercial marina on a canal that is nothing behind but nothing but single-family residential houses. And, you know, you can allow a land use plan amendment that's gonna allow that whole little site to be a enormous noise maker, traffic maker, distraction, instead of what they're saying is this sleepy little boutique property. Because I've seen a peek at what they want to do. They don't just want to save the Marisol, they want to add a bunch of more buildings and structures. So we have to get back to why we're here. And I hope you turn down the land use amendment, because we don't need a major increased potential development site at that property where it is on Davis Island. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. And just for question, how many people are left in the room that have numbers to speak this evening for this item? Okay, so I think what we're gonna do after we're finished with the ones that are lined up for the wall, we're gonna take a short 15-minute break, just so you're planning, so just know we're gonna have a break after we finish these two. Thank you. Start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Will Hall, and I live on Aegean Ave, which is about 2 to 3 blocks from the Marisol. My wife and I moved to that area about 3.5 years ago, and over that time, my neighbors and I have experienced increased street parking issues, mainly due to the hospital, but mind you, I love the hospital and what they do for the community, so that's not why we're here today. I share this Google image with you because, like every family who has kids and dogs, they like to roam around Davis Island because it's so lovely. These are all the streets that I walk by every day that if you don't live on DI, from 7 to 9 a.m. there's a hospital shift change, and employees and other people affiliated or who have to come to the hospital, they come and they descend on Davis Island and they take up all of the free parking on all of these highlighted streets you see here. And I see this every day, so I invite you to my house if you question this at all. I think maybe it's because they're running late for work, maybe, who knows, maybe they want free parking, maybe whatever the reason. This is a parking issue, and that's a hazard. The next thing I'm gonna show you is just our block. So we residents can call TGH Security or Tampa's Parking Division to ask for help, but neither have been really able or willing to come up with a real solution to solve the parking problem in our neighborhood. So me and many of my neighbors have resorted to placing no parking signs in front of our homes, and this typically prevents people from blocking our driveways, but it doesn't prevent people descending from the hospital from taking up our street parking, which, as you can see, is frustrating for a variety of reasons. Your home is blocked all the time, getting in and out of your driveway, it's a challenge. So I share all this with you because I feel strongly that if the city were to approve the Marisol's land use change request, it would have a significantly negative impact on the parking for residences surrounding the area, which, as you now know, is a huge problem from all the residents you've heard from tonight. What I'm gonna do finally is share this photo with my last minute. So this is just a disheartening little experience that happened earlier this week. I was leaving my home Monday morning to take my kids to school, and as I was pulling out of my driveway, my neighbors and I encountered an individual who was removing the peaceful Save Our Neighborhood signs from yards throughout the neighborhood. When we asked who he was and why he was removing the signs, he stated that he had been hired by Frank, the owner of the Marisol, to collect the signs. In my view, it's deeply disappointing that the owners of the Mirasol would resort to such tactics while implying that they're trying to work with our neighbors to improve DI and our neighborhood. I hope you do not approve the land use request change, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. And remember, if you have finished and you're going to leave the building for the night, leave your number. If not, and if you've finished speaking, you can go downstairs to the second floor.
Good evening. My name is Lee Bing Nguyen, and I serve currently as the Vice Chair of the Barrio Latino Commission. So I was a City Council appointed member of the Barrio Latino Commission about 6 years ago, and actually I got renewed about 3 years ago, so I'm about up to my term limits here. So I would like to speak, I'm an architect myself, and I'd like to speak, you've heard from land use planners. As a member of the Barrio Latino, this isn't my jurisdiction in an official capacity, but I'd like to speak to sort of the historical aspect of it. As a member, as overseeing the Ybor City, right, with that, most of the historical preservation, as many people have mentioned, it takes a lot of capital, unfortunately, is a widely known thing with historic preservation. But what we have to do when we kind of consider that as well is we often kind of consider land use amendments that we recommend the City Council whether to approve or deny as well. And in this, unfortunately, I would have to say this should be a denial. It's, as you've heard from the land use planners, it destroys the fabric of the neighborhood in Davis Island. I'm very sympathetic to trying to preserve the Mirasol, but the intensity in which it increases the capacity for commercial use and residential use, as you had the foresight to kind of ask, there's the chance for it to kind of blow up into something like the Ritz-Carlton, right? The amount that it could be developed, the amount of square footage that could be developed on these parcels could very well double from what you kind of see in today. So in that aspect, the Mirasol was nominated to be historically preserved since 1987, as this article kind of serves. Unlike something like the Ybor City, it does not have the guardrails of a historic district to kind of help amplify and preserve the massing scale and all of that within the historic district. This is a standalone property. If it was preserved, it was never put on the registry of any sort of as a landmark designation, so it is not a historic building, so there's nothing to kind of keep it from being developed to its full potential if the land use amendment is approved. And I'd just like to emphasize that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker, please. You have 3 minutes. And then after the speaker, we are going to take a 15-minute break. Start with your name, please.
Am I ready?
Yep, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for hearing us. My name is Jody Thompson. I live on Davis Boulevard. I've lived on Davis Island for 25 years. I moved here to take a job as a professor in the College of Business at the University of Tampa. Specifically, I teach management and entrepreneurship courses. So you're probably not surprised to hear that I'm a big fan of economic development, free enterprise, job creation, and entrepreneurship in general. I like Tampa. I like us to create jobs. I like to see our leaders succeed. I like to see that the companies are growing and the economy is growing. But economic development must be consensual among the stakeholders who are impacted by the development. It's unfair and unreasonable for the developer to earn the profits on this project while the neighbors bear the costs of increased traffic, noise, and inconvenience forever if the land use is changed. I've noticed a pattern tonight. I've listened very carefully to what people have said and where they come from. Maybe you've noticed it too. If you live very near the Mirasol, you are opposed to the land use amendment. If you live farther away from the Mirasol, you're in favor of the land use amendment. I'm not talking about the attorneys. I'm talking about the neighbors who live nearby the property. So based on that pattern that I've noticed tonight, I have a thought experiment for us to consider. Is there any parcel on Davis Island where the nearby neighbors would like to have it converted to a commercial district? Who wants to live near a nightclub or a hotel or a shopping center, maybe only 500 feet away from your residence? Raise of hands. Anybody want to live near a commercial district after you haven't had that nearby? So nobody really wants to have that in their neighborhood. So why should we have that in our neighborhood when we're opposed to it, the people who live nearest this property? So I hope you'll see that this treats us in a way that no one wants to be treated, the people who live nearby, and I hope you vote against the land use amendment tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a short break, 15 minutes, Council will be back at 7:40. Council, I'll call this meeting to order. Please silence in the room. Everybody stop talking. That means everybody. Jane, shush. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco. Hertek.
Here.
I'm sorry, Young. Here. Vieira. Carlson. Here. Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to start back with public comment. If you have a number, if you would please line up against the wall, and we'll start calling you up one at a time. You'll have 3 minutes. Everybody left in the room that has a number, please. Did you say something? There should be less than 10 left in the room, I think. So, just go ahead. Yeah, we won't arm wrestle for it. No, it's good. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Start with your name. 401 East Jackson Street. Thank you. Name again.
I have no involvement.
Hold on 1 second.
Yes.
Start with your name again for me, please.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Taylor Rao, 401 East Jackson Street. Just for the record, I have no involvement in this project whatsoever. And I really understand, this is a very complex situation with the land use amendment. Excuse me, I'm finishing my candy that I got downstairs. It's my habit when I come here. But, sometimes these things get really complicated. People don't really understand how zoning works, how land use works, how the development process works, whether you buy a property or don't buy a property, you historically preserve it, register it, all that. The timelines are different, the certainty is different, and I think we all need to understand that. And what I understand about this team is that they care. They want to do the right thing. They're people of the community, and they want a chance to show you what they plan to do with the project. And this land use change allows you to see what they plan to do with the project. I think it's very complicated, and I think this team's made it very simple. I believe Tyler Hudson when he says that if the land use is approved and the rezoning is not, he will pull the land use change. So it is complicated, but it's very simple. You have the opportunity to bring this project back to its original use from 1926. Guess what? We did not have a land use zoning regulation in 1926. We didn't have any of those rules until 1943. I believe that this team is committed to historically preserving this property, and they're doing it through the use that you need to help them allow, which is CMU 35. It's really easy to use hyperbole and scare tactics and wild estimates of trips and things like that to scare the neighborhood. Again, allowing this vote gives you a chance to look at what they are going to do through a planned development. It's not something that anyone can do anything with. It is a rezoning that they will be restricted based on your guidance, based on their plan, that no one else can do anything else but what is on that planned development project. So again, give them a chance. They have a team that has looked at this from every angle as far as how do you save the building? How can we do it with apartments? How can we do it with other things? I believe them when they say that if this is not allowed, the building potentially will deteriorate further and potentially be knocked down, which is an R50 underlying zoning or land use category that will let you build a Ritz-Carlton residence dense project. Let them show you that they're going to keep the same height of the building, and they're going to preserve this historic building that we have so few. This is a Vinoy moment. The Vinoy is not some traffic congested, nasty place. This is a historic, cared about place.
Thank you.
Give them a chance.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next speaker, please. Good evening. Start with your name.
Hi, my name is Dan Cassis. I live on Davis Island. I want to support the land use change, and I think it's bigger than the building and bigger than that particular lot. It's about improving the island. I think before the hurricanes, there wasn't much to do there except, live there with the family. I think after the hurricanes, you go down the downtown area, everything's shuttered. Most of the businesses, you don't want to take business associates or out-of-town relatives to. You always have to go off the island. I think it'll send a positive signal to, many people that the island's worth investing in. And I think that if it was me, I wouldn't go through the sort of difficult and complex road that these individuals are trying to go through. I go kind of with this clean slate route and approach. I think, like the previous gentleman, that a lot of the numbers that people are presenting, I have a math background, don't make sense. 13,000 trips a day in a 12-hour day, it's 1,000 trips an hour. That's like 16 cars a minute. These numbers, they don't add up. And so I think that when you look at the biggest risk for the island is people don't come in, don't repair things, stay shuttered like that. And I think that there's no guarantees for them that they're going to have full occupancy, that they're going to have good marketability, that they're going to be, people checking in and out every hour of every day, 7 days a week. It doesn't make sort of logistical sense. And so I think the upside to the local businesses, the foot traffic to downtown will help the local economy. Maybe they'll reinvest back into improving the island. And a lot of the other sort of unrelated topics about parking, safety, traffic, the cyclists, they don't have anything to do with this land use change. So I want to thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next speaker, please. Hi there, good evening.
My name is Peggy Besant Davis. I live on Blanca, which is just a small 5-minute walk from Davis Island Towers, what we used to call it. I lived in the Davis Island Towers, which is now the Mirasol, back in '85 when Hurricane Elena came through and flooded the basement before. And the historically preservation owners at the time restored the basement and made it still a functioning apartment building. That being said, I am vehemently opposed to the designation of a land use change at this time. That is precedent setting for along Davis Boulevard. As one of the previous speakers pointed out, it's the narrowest point from water to water. But the contiguous land uses are, keep it R is my point. We have 4 blocks in the downtown village part of Davis Island that are CMU, and that is fine. You can put a hotel there any day. Right now, the Mirasol is using, I believe it's 9 Airbnbs there, so that's a test market for hotel, and they can continue doing that under state law. So be it. But I don't think you should conflate the zoning and the land use. The land use is the key here, and it's too precedent setting, too intense for this use and for this residential neighborhood. You will change the fabric, and you will start a ricochet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good to see you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is Marie Borland. I live at 113 Adelia with my husband, just right down the street from the Mirasol, where anecdotally I moved in 1990 as a young lawyer. I began my career at Hillsborough Henderson, where I still am, and I lived there for 5 years. It's a beautiful building. I love it. It's very, I have a lot of passion for its preservation, which is it's not necessary to preserve the Mirasol, to change the land use designation. But what I really want to focus on that some others haven't focused on, I've been a member of the bar since 1990. I've been a board-certified appellate lawyer for 25 years. I've handled a lot of land use appeals, typically on behalf of developers. So I have nothing against developers. I'm very familiar with the burdens of proof. And as this council knows better than I, the comp plan is like a constitution. It is very difficult, and it is a very uphill battle to change a land use designation. And this hearing sounds like it's a balancing of the scales between a group of investors and their friends who desperately want to pursue this project for profit and financial reasons, and the rest of us that are going to be impacted daily in our daily lives. Our property values are going to be impacted. We already don't have enough parking. We already feel that it's hazardous to try to turn out onto Davis Boulevard from the Mirasol. So I'm not sure why this hearing has sort of devolved into this kind of swearing match between, is it more important to preserve the Mirasol, which is not going to happen with this project. This project will make the Mirasol unrecognizable. And it's not about the fabric of the neighborhood. It's not about whether it's inconsistent with the comp plan, whether it's incompatible. I'm kind of offended by this notion that these are scare tactics. I can tell you that we're the ones, the property owners who are going to be affected, we are the ones who are scared by this. Our neighborhoods are going to change. It won't feel safe. They'll feel completely different. Our property values are going to go down. I quite frankly don't know that I'll keep my house. I built my house in 2016. I moved in, my forever home. I was so happy to be moving down the street from the Mirasol. This is not a necessary project. It has not, that there's a reason why the City Planning Commission or the Planning Commission voted unanimously 7-0, saying it's inconsistent with the comp plan. If I were asked to handle an appeal on behalf of the developers from whatever this decision is, I don't know what I would say legally in favor of this project, because it has been laid out in black and white on the Planning Commission report that it's simply incompatible and inconsistent. It's not necessary to preserve the Mirasol. It will do the opposite, and I would respectfully request that this City Council deny the amendment.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, my name is Amanda Krazakis, and I'm a neighbor of Davis Islands and a parent. What matters most to me is preserving the Mirasol's history and making sure it actually has a future. This is about whether the Mirasol can return to what it was originally built to be, a hotel and a gathering place, by aligning the land use with that purpose. The Mirasol was built as part of a mixed-use vision for Davis Islands. Our community already lives with that vision every day. The village is the heart of the neighborhood. The CMU 35 already exists here and it works. It hasn't damaged the character of the islands, it has helped define it. This amendment doesn't introduce something foreign to the islands, it simply brings the land back into alignment with the building's original intent and with how the community already functions. If we deny that alignment, we don't preserve the Mirasol, we leave it in limbo, and buildings in limbo don't stay standing, they deteriorate or they disappear. As a parent, I think about what we pass on. This amendment keeps preservation possible. It allows a historic landmark to live, not just exist, and it keeps the Mirasol part of the Davis Islands story. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Good evening. Start with your name.
My name is Vanessa Grant. I am actually the property manager at the Mirasol. I care deeply about Davis Island and the legacy we leave for our future generations. The question before you today, is whether the Mirasol should be allowed to include hotel use. At its core, this is a question of preservation, whether we protect a living piece of the island's history or allow it to fade slowly. Davis Island has never been purely residential. From the earliest plannings, it has designated a mixed-use community with commercial activity intentionally woven into the daily life. The village, Davis Boulevard, and the Mirasol itself all reflect that in its original vision. The Mirasol was built as a hotel, and it still functions like one. It is already a highly transient building. Our longest-standing resident moved in during 2020, and there is only one. Most residents stay a few years and then move on, either to larger apartments or into homes. The units are small, and for many people, the Mirasol serves as a first step into downtown living because of its comparatively affordable. The transiency is not accidental. It's a natural result of the building that was never designed for long-term residential use. Its height, scale, and presence already exist. What's at risk here is not overdevelopment, it's irrelevance. Buildings that are not allowed to adapt are not preserved. They are slowly lost. Restricting viable uses increases the likelihood of disinvestment, demolition, and eventual replacement with dense residential development that permanently erases history. Hotel use is not a threat. It is a way to keep the Mirasol active, sustainable, and connect the community it has served for generations. Approving this land use amendment is choosing adaptation over abandonment and preservation over loss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Okay. So this is submitted for the record, is that my understanding? Thank you. Okay, start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
So, hi, I'm Michelle DeJory. I've lived on Davis Islands for 33 years, most recently at 124 Adelia Avenue, adjacent to the Mirasol. The Mirasol is a beautiful property, I sincerely appreciate the historic beauty and architecture, and I fully support preserving it as a residential property. I understand why some Davis Island residents like the idea of a waterfront hotel and restaurant. But residents who live further south on the island, as an earlier speaker had pointed out, are not really neighbors of the Mirasol. Not in the same way that the residents surrounding the Mirasol on this map, not in the same way that it's going to affect them. For instance, someone on Riviera, which is over a mile away, could spend an evening having a good time at the Mirasol Restaurant and Bar, and then go home to their quiet residential street. They would not be greatly impacted by the commercial land use change. We have about 270 residents who have formally opposed this with petitions and/or opposition letters. But these are the neighbors that matter most in this change. The surrounding neighbors of the Mirasol would feel the impacts 7 days a week and 7 evenings a week of a commercial land use and the many potential commercial uses and the magnitude of the possible development. These are the neighbors whose landscape will forever change if the Mirasol is allowed to build new buildings along Adelia and along Baltic.
Can we go to the overhead again, please, and stay on that, please?
Thank you. These are the residents who will be affected. If that goes through, zero setback on what they want to build there. Whether it's a hotel, whatever it is, we know that there are opportunities for a variety of things. These are the neighborhoods whose streets would experience heavier transient traffic, including all of the Ubers. Ubers are traffic, including all of the Ubers, as earlier speakers have mentioned. These are the neighbors whose streets would be parked up and down with Mirasol overflow parking. These are the neighbors whose quiet lifestyle would be affected by noise from patrons and guests of the hotel, restaurant, bar, weddings, outside on the streets, on the hotel balconies, and on the water side. These are the neighbors whose properties would lose value. The rest of the island residents might only have to deal with the increased traffic as they're trying to head off the island. I respectfully request you deny the amendment.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Next speaker, please. Mr. Pressman, reminder, there's only one speaker at a time.
Thank you. If your name is here, please speak out so I can hear you. Catherine Sende, Adelia?
Mr. Pressman, reminder, this is public comments. It's only one speaker at a time.
Jamie DeFreitas? Jamie Garrison? Tracy McDottie, I guess they're downstairs. They're coming in? Okay.
Can you state the names one more time, Mr. Shelby?
Yes, if I can read this, Catherine, and my apologies.
Okay, she's here. She's here.
Okay, Catherine, Jamie DeFreitas, Jamie Garrison, and Tracy McDottie. Thank you. That's 4 minutes additional, plus 3 is 7 minutes.
Okay, you guys can go back downstairs and sit down. Thank you for coming back up.
Thank you.
Okay, start with your name, please. And that was 7 minutes, correct?
Yeah, my name is Frank Selcox. I live at 124 Adelia. I'm in the first house next door to the Mirasol on the canal. I don't know if you guys can see this, but yeah, that's my backyard. The Mirasol, I can, I see it every day, exposed to the entire backside of it and their marina. I'm also an investor in commercial real estate. I've been in the business 30 years. I've done a lot of commercial development, a lot of financing, and actually made an offer on the Mirasol in 2016 with a partner of mine, Hamilton Jones, who actually owns the Palace of Florence and used to own Hudson Manor. We own another property together that was built in 1886, historic property, so I know a little bit about maintaining historic property and the cost of it. Ham couldn't make it here tonight, but he wrote a letter and sent it into council, or into the city council. And he objects the land use amendment as well. We both don't think it's necessary to save the Marisol. We think the Marisol can be saved as apartments, just like our other properties that got flooded. We paid to fix them up, and they're fine. We've saved them that way. I want to talk about the Marisol site. The top photo here, that's an aerial. That's my home right next to it. That's the Marisol Apartments 2025 aerial view. The bottom photo in blue and red separates the original hotel site. The original Marisol Hotel was only on Davis Boulevard. It was about half the size, and it operated on Davis Boulevard, not the wings on the two residential streets. In 1962, when it turned residential apartments, it was expanded then. So the Marisol site is almost double the size of the hotel site because of 5 residential waterfront lots that were added to it. The land use amendment does more than to allow the 100-year-old building to be a restored hotel. It seeks to amend the land use of residential waterfront lots that were never before used as hotel or commercial to CMU 35 as well. We went back and discovered each of the original deeds in the Marisol property, and those expansion lots, the ones in red, they all included deed restrictions that said the land shall only be used for residential purposes. Although 100 years old, these deed restrictions are no longer enforceable. They clearly show the original intent of separating the residential lots from the original Marisol Hotel. And through tonight, it's a century later, the residential expansion portions of the Marisol site have never been used for anything but residential ever before. This land use amendment is not preserving or restoring Marisol history. It would be rewriting it. The original Marisol Hotel had 61 units with no Daly Avenue access, no on-site parking lots, no pool, no boat docks. Those all came decades later as part of its apartment conversion. Under CMU 35, the original hotel could more than double in size, allowing new construction and commercial uses on residential lots that were never intended to be used for anything but residential since the islands were platted. This land use amendment is not an act of preservation. It is a path towards expansion on residential land. It's an expansion inconsistent with Davis Island's history, its surrounding properties, and it is incompatible with the neighborhood. Little history that I found. After it was foreclosed on in 1931, found chancery records that confirm that its $15,000 sale was subject to 5 years of unpaid taxes. There was a big tax appeal lawsuit at the time. And so it may have been a great, it still is. It's an elaborate, beautiful design building, but it faced almost immediate financial distress. And the decades to follow, it changed hands repeatedly, going through foreclosures in the 1950s. As a hotel, the Marisol was never a success. It also never resold for more than 20% of what it cost to build. Its last sale as a hotel was for $150,000. Its original cost was $750,000. The Marisol's true value and success came from the 1960s with its residential waterfront expansion. Since then, it has increased in value and provided stable residential use for nearly twice as long as it ever operated as a hotel. The Marisol is a Davis Island gem with historic and architectural value, but its real value now lies in its 1.62 acre site. The CMU request is not about preserving history, it's about maximizing development potential at the expense of our neighborhood character. The amendment would permanently change 100-year-old residential lands into high-intensity commercial use, paving the way for demolition risk, expansion, and redevelopment of the site out of character with our surrounding neighborhood. In conclusion, commercial land uses do not belong in the middle of a residential neighborhood. I respectfully urge you to recommend denial of this amendment, which would follow the unanimous inconsistent vote of the Planning Board, along with staff reports of the Planning Commission and the City of Tampa.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Have a good night. Next speaker, please. And don't forget, if you finish speaking, if you would go downstairs so we could clear the room for the next set of speakers. Yes, sir. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Dear honourable members of the Tampa City Council, my name is Andrew Davis. My wife and I live at 120 Adelia Avenue, so just 3 properties west of the Marisol. We've been proud home owners and residents of Davis Islands for over 5 years, deeply valuing its unique residential and family environment. Professionally, as the CEO of Cineverse for 5 years and with 2+ decades of prior experience as the CFO of some of the world's largest telcos, including Verizon Wireless and Sprint, I regularly manage complex long-term investment decisions comparable to what we're discussing today. The Marisol is bordered by single-family neighbourhoods with a character that is unique to Davis Islands and Tampa. This land use change will be invasive and incompatible, as you've already heard, with the surrounding neighbourhood, resulting from the combined negative impacts on the character of our neighbourhood, vastly increased traffic, so both water and road, noise, elevation, invasion of privacy, etc. When we moved to the Tampa Bay area, we consciously chose to invest in and live on Davis Islands rather than locations in St. Pete, Clearwater, West Shore, etc., because of its unique village-like character. In doing so, we made the same fundamental assumption that anyone who's responsible for long-term real estate decisions makes. That assumption being that planning regulations and the associated framework are upheld with unimpeachable rigour and discipline and aren't subject to change based on spurious and conflated rationale. And we've had plenty of that tonight. The Marisol has been a residential neighbour for more than 6 decades. There is absolutely no compelling reason to change its land use now in a way that harms its neighbours, and to even contemplate doing so really would open up Pandora's box in potentially unimaginable ways. For these reasons, I'm requesting that you deny these proposals, and we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jason Clapman, and I have not met any of you. I do not know where you live, and I would just like to ask you to take a moment to envision, if you live in a residential area, what it would be like for the possibility of a hotel being built 3 doors down from your house where you and your family live. Because that is the reality that's facing my family. I live on Baltic Circle, 3 houses down from the Marisol. Lived there for 18 years, and it's a wonderful, quiet residential neighborhood that I've been able to raise with my wife, our 2 kids. The idea that the Marisol would be approved for a mixed use and possibility of a hotel would destroy what has been an amazing neighborhood to grow up with my family. We have also the fear that we do live on the water. So the idea of a possibility of a marina where they could have commercial use, they could have boats going in and out, tours, places where my kids fish off the dock, go on the paddle boards, become a safety issue. All these things are very concerning. Right now in the backyard, we do hear a little bit of noise around the pool, but I can't imagine if there was a hotel there, 100 people outside having a party, the amount of noise that would cause for our house and the surrounding houses on the canal. Been here the whole night tonight, and I've not heard one owner of a house on Baltic Circle or Adalia come and talk being for the amendment. That is not a coincidence, and that has been mentioned before. I heard one speaker who was for the amendment who thought it'd be a nice convenience for her family to be able to go visit her in the hospital when she had a baby. Well, that's a nice convenience, but that family can leave after a few days where, as mentioned before, living 3 doors down from Marisol, I'd have to deal with the increased traffic, noise, transientness, 7 days a week, 24/7. That is not what I thought of when I decided to move my family to Davis Island. I talked to other people on Davis Island, and also to my friends when they ask me where I live. I tell them I live on Davis Island, and what I tell them I love most about it is that when I'm coming home, I drive over the bridge, and I just get this calming feeling. If you vote to approve the land use amendment, that feeling will be gone forever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. And for those of you that are downstairs, if you have numbers 34 through 66, if you would make your way to the third floor and wait to be let in, we'd appreciate that. Okay, go ahead, start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Jessie Roeder, and I am at 106 Chesapeake on the island. However, I was a resident at 84 Davis Boulevard in the Marisol for 5 years. You've heard a lot from their friends and family about how much it's great and wonderful and this team is amazing. I can completely contradict that. They're using scare tactics and stating if this land is not used, the building will be torn down. And when they initially purchased this building, they had stated that they wanted to make it a hotel. Their initial purchase was for a hotel. Prior to the hurricane, Marisol was our small community. We had residents, it was beautiful. They say that no one had lived there since 2020. Actually, we had been living there for years. Since the hurricane, there has been a strategic and specific eradication of long-term residents at the Marisol, which is why there's no one there now anymore. We had been there, I was the shortest one there at 5 years. Others had lived there decades. Bing actually, sadly, died there after 19 years. We had a community. I knew people as my grandma. We helped each other's friends. Over this past few years, no, the land use doesn't change, but they changed the Marisol inside to Airbnbs. They are renting out their hotels, well, the rooms already as nightly hotels. We have had parties in the lobbies. We've had trash all over our pool. It is a travesty already, which is why we moved out. It became difficulty with transients. I was unsafe living by myself and my dog. So sadly, I'm here as a past leasee to say no to this. The amount of children I watched in car accidents on Adalia Boulevard and pulled out a 4-year-old from a Tesla after they were T-boned is not what we need with more traffic on this land use. I have watched way too many in my 5 years there. I tracked, it was 3 to 4 accidents every year at the corner of Adalia and Davis Boulevard. This land use would not only add to traffic, but also take away from the small community that we've already had. We lost our community at the Marisol. The 54 of us don't live there anymore, and now there's new residents and just constant Airbnbs. It's already become transient. And their deferred maintenance is their decisions. That deferred maintenance was happening way before the hurricanes. It wasn't because of the hurricanes. It's because of neglect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Good evening. Start with your name.
Matt Sokolowski. Good evening, council members. My name is Matt Sokolowski. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Tampa, and I'm here tonight to express my strong support of the proposed Marisol Comprehensive Plan Amendment. The Marisol is more than a building on Davis Island. It's a community landmark that has been a part of this neighborhood for nearly 100 years. Originally constructed as a hotel in the 1920s, it has served many generations, and what is being proposed here is a thoughtful restoration of the legacy in a way that respects this community's character and history. Over the 2024 hurricane season with Helene and Milton, it became clear just how vulnerable older coastal buildings are. Those storms caused $2.4 billion in damage locally, with storm surge in some parts of Tampa Bay exceeding 8 feet. None of us want to experience that again, but severe weather is a reality of living on Florida's Gulf Coast. What we can do is prepare. Approving the amendment allows the Mirasol to be properly restored with modern structural, electrical, and mechanical systems, so this historic property is equipped to withstand the challenges of the next 100 years. Since first submitting their application, the owners have listened carefully to this community and made meaningful changes despite what we've heard tonight. They've preserved the historic north wing, reduced building height, increased setbacks, reduced total square footage, and redesignated traffic circulation to increase efficiency. The applicant's request to amend the comprehensive plan to CMU 35 is appropriate with the Mirasol, as this designation already exists 500 feet south at the Hudson. The Mirasol also played a key role in the original DI master plan and was always intended to operate as a hotel and as a focal point for the community. This request is not about developing vacant land, but for returning the Mirasol to its original use. The project also supports the broader community, as Tampa General Hospital continues its major 13-story, 565,000 square foot expansion. Davis Islands has very limited lodging options for visiting families and medical staff. Thoughtful redevelopment like the Mirasol helps that supporting and growing need. This is also not a developer from New York or Miami that's just trying to get a quick profit. Frank and Lindsay live here and have raised their kids on Davis Island. They have been a part of this community for a decade. They've built real relationships and they've supported their local businesses. Their desire to reinvest in this property comes from a genuine commitment and the place that they've called home. So what I respectfully ask is for you to consider this. After what we experienced during the 2024 hurricane season, does it not make sense to take a thoughtful step now into preparing to protect one of Tampa's most historic properties for the next 100 years? Approving this plan honors the Mirasol's legacy, strengthens its future, and ensures this landmark continues to serve the Davis Island communities. I've spent my entire career for the last 10 years working in multifamily development, financing, and sales, and I can tell you a future with multifamily does not make sense and there's not a path forward. Hotel and a complete revamp of the existing conditions and repurposing it is the path forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unless you have any more speakers in the room, is there anybody else in the room that has a number that's expecting to speak in the room? If you had already spoken, we need to clear the room of people so that we can make room for everybody else that needs to speak. So if you have already spoken, if you would go down, you can watch the hearing from downstairs. Appreciate it. And if you're planning on leaving the building, please leave your number. But go down to the second floor and we'll call you back up next time. Thank you very much. Appreciate y'all's cooperation. Okay, next speaker. Okay, good evening, Linda. Okay, the attorney is going to read names from the speaker waiver form. If you are in the room, please acknowledge by raising your hand or standing up. If you are downstairs, please come upstairs to the third floor to be acknowledged in City Council chambers. And if you could expedite that process, we'd appreciate it. Mr. Shelby, please read the names.
Harriet Plyler.
Here she is. Come on. Harriet, they just called your name.
Okay,
Wave.
Harriet, there
Are
we
you
go.
Harriet
Wave.
Plyler?
I'm Harriet Plyler.
Hi,
Thank you.
thank you. Sharon Toperi? Did I say that? Tapuni, are you here?
There we
Thank you. Shawnee Wiggs?
Shawnee Wiggs,
Or is that Sean?
or Sean Wiggs. Can she please she come into the chambers, please?
What's the next name?
That's the last name. I have some names crossed out. Lauren Campbell and Kevin Jackson are crossed out. So I have 1, 2, and I'm waiting for a third name to give you a total of 6 minutes.
Was that Shawnee that?
Yes.
Okay.
Where
That's
is
plenty
she?
of time.
She's not out there.
Okay.
Okay. That is 3 and 2 is 5 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Linda Saul-Senna, and I live on Davis Island, 3 blocks from the Mirasol. It's fun to see many familiar faces here tonight, and many people are surprised that I'm here as their longtime neighbor and preservationist, that I am siding with somebody who wants to make a change on the island. But actually, I am here as a passionate preservationist. Little background. I was born at Tampa General Hospital. I was raised on Davis Island, and I now live in a house on the island where we've been for 35 years. My mom started the Davis Island Civic Association, and as a young person, I moved back to Tampa and worked as a planner at the Planning Commission and wrote the Davis Island Plan. I served as a member of Tampa City Council for 20 years and have always supported historic preservation. In March of 2024, I organized the 100-year celebration for Davis Islands because it was created in 1924. And we had 12 buildings. Some of you participated. It was a fabulous tour. We ended up at the Mirasol, and Rodney Kite Powell, the historian who wrote the book, The History of Davis Islands, was our speaker. So I really, really, really care about the Mirasol and about Davis Islands. So let me tell you why I am so supportive of this. Because I believe in beauty, and the Mirasol is one of the most beautiful buildings in our community, and certainly one of the most beautiful ones on Davis Islands. Now, in 1927, Davis Islands won the American Planning Association Award for the best planned community in America, which I think is a big deal. It had a variety of land uses. It had multifamily, single family. It had this hotel, which existed when it was given the award, surrounded by homes and apartments. It's always been a mixture of uses, which to me says urban, vibrant, healthy, and connected. It's very difficult, as you know, as council members, to dictate quality. I tried it. It's really hard. You can talk about a number of things legislatively, but ultimately it comes down to what the aesthetics of the builder or developer has in mind. In this case, we're not dealing with a raw piece of property. If we were, you all would be terrified that it's currently R50 because it could be some huge thing. What we're dealing with is the reality of this beautiful historic building that's there, and the proposed land use, which would that's being requested as a plan amendment. I mean, not a plan amendment. Excuse me, a map amendment would just allow this existing beautiful historic building to return to its original use as a hotel. And I've seen so much change in this on Davis Island specifically since the hurricanes, where we unfortunately have already lost 10% of our historic buildings, and the new buildings that are being built are, to my eye, mostly dreadful. They're using every square inch that's available. They're too big. They're inappropriate. What the character of the island needs to be protected, supported, and whatever that's left that's historic needs to be supported in whatever way we can. Therefore, I respectfully ask you, from the bottom of my heart, to support this map amendment, which will allow for the preservation of this jewel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next speaker? Okay. Yeah, why don't we pause for a second? Do we have more people come in? Let's pause for 1 second, let people come in.
Is this where I'm speaking?
Yeah, hold on 1 second. We're gonna let people
Okay.
filter in, so you get our full undivided attention.
You guys can sit in the front row. You guys can sit in the front. Yeah, please, just sit in the front, please.
Is that it?
No, it doesn't look like it. There's people at the gate.
Okay. Come on in, take a seat. appreciate y'all's patience. You can imagine this is, we have a very limited capacity here, so the logistics is difficult. Welcome. This is just this one.
These two.
Darlene, how many more are out there? Okay. Okay, we'll wait. But we're gonna have to wait now or wait later, so might as well wait now. Anybody want to sing?
Don't let him.
We could do council karaoke right now.
Sam?
But now that Lynn's gone, because she's our ringer. Sam. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Well, thank you for your patience. Start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Lesh, and thank you for listening today. I really appreciate it. I'm here to support the change in the comprehensive plan to allow the Marisol to return to its original state as a hotel. As a student at UT in the 90s, I actually lived in the Marisol, and so I can appreciate the value of the property. I can even remember the first time that me and my roommate went to the condo to look at it, to the apartment and look at it. We walked through the back gates, and we saw the waterfront pool, the shaded terrace, the sailboats were docked there, and I actually had no idea that it looked like that from behind. I had only seen how beautiful it was from the street, and it was gorgeous. And that was really when I fell in love with Tampa, and that feeling has stayed with me. Since then, I've built a life here in South Tampa. I've raised my children, and I've really raised them with an affinity for the island. We go there often. We frequent the coffee shop ever since they were little. And I don't look at Davis Island as a gated community. I enjoy frequenting it. And I believe it's important to raise children who feel connected to the places that they live, and places like the Marisol, I believe, do that. I would love to bring my children to this building. As we've passed and driven by it, I've said, oh, that's where Mommy lived when, I was in college, but they've never gotten to see the inside. And as some of the other people here have described, the inside is pretty magical. It would be a great place for the community to be able to enjoy. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Start with your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Rodney Kite-Powell. My name has actually been mentioned already. I am a historian. I did write the book on Davis Islands. And I am really here to almost be kind of gratifying to hear how much appreciation there is for the history of the island and for this building. But I do want to reiterate some things that you all have heard. I want to also clarify something that one person mentioned about the building itself. I'm going to use this. I apologize, it's on my phone. I didn't know that I was going to be doing anything with this. But
we can see it.
that is what the Mirasol looked like as it was being built. And you can see that it's basically the same building as it is today.
On the top of the wolf, there's a dial if you want to zoom it in.
Oh, yeah.
On the very top.
Oh, yeah, there you
they
go.
got it. Oh,
There we go. Thank you.
People are doing it for you.
Technology is not my friend.
There you go.
But anyway, just to show that the mass of the building as it is today is basically the same as it was. There wasn't any kind of large addition that was done in the 60s when it was converted from use as a hotel to apartments. But again, to reiterate some things that were said, Davis Islands did indeed win a planning award. And so it's interesting that the Planning Commission is not approving this because the original plan, again, was an award-winning plan, and it really is done in such a way that you have the separation from multifamily, commercial, single-family, and Davis Boulevard is a major thoroughfare that supplies those multifamily and commercial uses in a pretty efficient way. Believe it or not, there actually was going to be another hotel on the island at the end of Biscayne at Blanca, and that was right in the middle of the residential area. But Biscayne was made wider to accommodate that, as Davis Boulevard was made wider to accommodate the traffic that was anticipated and that we see along that corridor, that commercial and multifamily residential corridor. Another important factor is that Davis Islands not only had an award-winning plan, there was actually design guidelines that were attached to the island originally. That's why all the original buildings look the same. There are just under 100 buildings that were originally built on the island, the Mirasol being one of them. And as Ms. Alcina mentioned, we've lost 10 recently, but that's after a lot of attrition since the early 2000s. And so there really are 50 to 60 of the historic original buildings left on the island. And so I believe it's imperative to save this building, and this is probably the most practical way in which to do it. It's much better to go through a historic preservation process with a willing owner now than if it were to sell or there'd be some kind of contention with not being able to change the use and then force, or at least attempt to force, preservation on an unwilling participant, which is generally not the best use of anybody's time and generally does not work out very well. So thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Danielle Shoemaker. I go by Danny. I'm a single mother of two and a residential interior designer who has worked on homes on nearly every street on Davis Islands, big and small, old and new. What's truly ironic is that after living on Davis Islands for over 18 years, I've never once stepped into the Mirasol until the recent open house, when the owners invited the community in to experience this beautiful storied structure. I was quite amazed by it, especially as an interior designer. I'm here today to support the passing of the comprehensive plan amendment for the Mirasol. After the hurricane, like many Davis Island residents, I lost my home and was forced to make incredibly fast and difficult decisions about where my children and I would live. I gave myself just 48 hours. I still get emotional when I speak about this. I gave myself 48 hours after Hurricane Helene to decide what the next decade of my family's life was going to look like. Because as a single mother, I had to make these quick decisions. My options were limited and extremely challenging. Rebuilding was not financially possible. Selling would have meant taking a loss. I even considered rezoning my 104-foot wide lot by 103 deep into 2 parcels. But as everyone in this room knows, that process takes years and it requires significant money, neither of which I had. So I did what many residents were forced to do. I used my personal funds to move water mitigation and restoration forward so my children and I could return to our home within a fairly reasonable time, long before any insurance funds would arrive. More than a year later, those funds still have yet to come through. That perspective matters because the Mirasol ownership faced the same pressure, only on a much larger scale. They were responsible not just for themselves, but for more than 56 residential units. Asking residents to vacate long-term was not realistic, so they invested significant personal capital to restore basic electrical, plumbing, roofing, and safety systems so these residents could return to their homes. They did this because they did not want more Davis Island residents displaced with nowhere to live. But temporary fixes are not sustainable. Until the building is fully brought up to code, money will continue to be spent inefficiently and repeatedly. The comprehensive plan amendment is the only viable path to restoring the non-historic but historically significant structure responsibly, while returning the Marisol to its original 1926 hotel use and preserving the character of what we know as Davis Islands. I'm sorry, I know that time is up. I respectfully urge the committee to approve the Marisol Comprehensive Plan so this property can be restored responsibly and continue servicing Davis Island residents for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just, since there's a lot of new people, I just want to remind everybody, this is just the comprehensive land. If you have a number and you are finished and you're going to leave the building after this, if you leave your number, if you're planning on speaking to item 2, you can keep your number and we'll recycle you back through. Thank you very much. Start with your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Deb Brooks. I'm also a resident of Davis Island, and I'm here to speak in support of passing the comprehensive plan amendment for the Marisol. I want to start by saying that I didn't come to this lightly. I attended an informational meeting I saw posted on social media where the team walked through their plans to save the Marisol. What stood out to me was how thoughtful and responsible the approach is and how deeply it respects the character and history of Davis Islands. The Marisol is not just a building, it is part of the identity of this neighborhood and a key piece of the original Davis Islands master plan from the 1920s. It was built as a hotel, intentionally placed along an interior boulevard to serve as an amenity for the surrounding residential community. Allowing it to function as a hotel again honors that original vision rather than changing it. The proposed CMU 35 designation is appropriate for this site. It already exists on the island today, including in the village and along Davis Boulevard. And those areas have not lost their character or harmed nearby neighborhoods. In fact, the village is the heart of Davis Islands, and thoughtful neighborhood-scale commercial uses are part of what makes it thrive. I understand concerns about traffic. The concern is valid, but this project has already been evaluated through a professional traffic study that shows impacts that would be minimal. What cannot be minimized is the loss of this historic landmark if we deny it the flexibility needed to survive. Passing the comprehensive plan amendment is a vote for preservation, stewardship, aligned with both the historic vision and the present needs of Davis Island. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes. You have a speaker waiver form?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Shelby, would you read the names? If you hear your name, please raise your hand.
7 names. Lori Harwell. Thank you. Just speak out if you can, too, as well. That would help me. Jill Randall. Here. Thank you. Linda Tishman. Thank
She's
you. Tammy Crawford.
Here.
Thank you. Karen. Thank you. Steve Harding. Here. Thank you. And Tamara Correa.
Here.
Thank you. That's a total of 7, and 3 make 10 minutes.
Thank you. Start with your name. You have 10 minutes.
Hi, my name is Linda Meisner, and I'm speaking for myself and 7 of my neighbors, and we live, most of us, on Adelia. We're on Adelia. I'm not just saying I live in South Tampa or I live on Davis Island. I live on Adelia. I live houses away from the Marisol. That is my street. I've lived there for 32 years. I've raised my family there, but that's not the only property I own on Davis Island. I own a small, historic, 75-year-old apartment building less than 500 feet away from the Marisol. So I very much understand what they're going through. We flooded, they flooded. It is a challenge owning an older building, but we are doing everything we can to preserve it. And it is also zoned residential. I'm not against saving the Marisol, but I insist that the Marisol stay residential. I am against a commercial development. Davis Island residents do not want or need a large commercial complex on our island. We chose to live on Davis Islands because we like the small town feel, the neighborhood. The land use change to CMU 35 is not in line with that style of living. The city staff and the county planning commission are all in agreement that the zoning change is inconsistent with the neighborhood and increases the density in a coastal high hazard area. I just heard the city staffer explain that this land use change could allow for a massive project on the property. Massive was his word. Nothing on my small residential Davis Island street should be massive or commercial. And if we start to allow for commercial projects and parking garages in the middle of a completely residential area, what is next? Where does the non-conforming and non-consistent development stop? Flooding on Davis Island, even during a regular rainstorm, is bad. All 4 lanes of Davis Boulevard flood just from a summer storm. During Hurricane Helene, the Mirasol, along with all of our properties and our neighbors' properties, significantly flooded with approximately 3 feet of water. My family personally lost vehicles and sustained serious damage to our properties. This is very much due to the overbuilding being allowed on Davis Islands, along with the aging floodwater infrastructure. And it will only get worse without a major flood plan upgrade to all the surrounding streets. Yet there is no plan in the works to even support all the large new residential homes being built on Davis Island. I've heard the Mirasol owners over and over again blame the need for repairs on on Helene. But nearby residents know that they let this building fall into disrepair long before Helene. Helene is just a convenient excuse at this point, and we've all heard the owner mention earlier tonight that their issues are also due to delayed maintenance. Those were his words. They've been delaying maintenance for a really long time. The owners of the Mirasol bought a 100-year-old residential building, and now they don't need to, they want to change it to a commercial complex to maximize their financial gain. This mess falls on them and should not negatively impact all the nearby neighbors and fall on us to help them fix it. And I do not consider anything with 130 units to be a boutique. A boutique, what? I looked up the definition of a boutique hotel, and it's defined as less than 100 units. So let's call this what it is. They want to develop a huge commercial hotel, event center, bar, and restaurant, which with that comes parking garages, loading docks, deliveries from tractor trailers, trash incinerators. Who here wants to live next to such a massive commercial development? The owners don't live on our street. They don't live on the next street. They live on the back of the island. This entire land use change is somewhat ridiculous. It is not to preserve the historic building as they claim. The changes they are requesting won't preserve the building or its history. They have not protected as historic, and there will be nothing to keep the owners now or in the future from knocking the entire thing down and building any commercial CMU 35 structure they want. If they really want to save the Mirasol, I challenge them to do it right and designate it as historically preserved. I heard there's some forms around here they can fill out tonight to do that. With Davis Island being a coastal high hazard area, shouldn't that in itself disqualify major development and increase density and intensity? And this change to commercial zoning? I went to the comprehensive meeting on Davis Island where they came and they explained the comprehensive plan to us. And there was a representative there who stated the plan goal was not to increase the density on the island. Let's not lose sight of that important goal. We do not need, we cannot afford to, our infrastructure cannot support increased density and intensity on Davis Island. We already have significant traffic. You've heard all about the traffic. It is so dangerous to cross Davis Island. My dog and I cross at the crosswalks, and we still have to wait to make sure the vehicles actually stop before we put a foot in a crosswalk because these vehicles aren't stopping. It's not a safe road, and the thought of an additional 13,000 more vehicle trips a day? This is not a land use that we want. And what about the sporting emergency services? The city fire department has continuously spoken out against additional commercial building in South Tampa. Our emergency services cannot handle the continuous overdevelopment. Let's not add to it with this land use change. I live on a small residential street. I also taught my kids to bike ride on this street here. How safe will it be for my neighbors to teach their kids to bike on the street if there's tractor trailer trucks backing into a loading dock? There is nothing safe about that. We do not need valets speeding through the streets to get to the parking garages. We do not need tractor trailers making deliveries. We don't need Ubers waiting for the late night drunks to leave the restaurant and the latest event. We are Davis Islanders. We don't want to be South Tampa's next great addition or Epicurean. We don't need that. I am not here to tear down the Mirasol. I am here to save our neighborhood and keep the Mirasol residential. Please do not support this land use change in our residential neighborhood already plagued with overbuilding, serious flooding, and excessive traffic. The neighbors do not want these disruptive changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Good evening, honorable members of the city or Tampa City Council. My name is Bradley Campbell, and I'm a resident that lives at 112 Baltic Circle, on the canal 5 doors down from the Mirasol. I'm here to voice my strong opposition to the proposed land use change of my neighbor's property from residential to commercial use. Our neighborhood has always been a quiet, safe, and family-oriented community. It's a place where children ride their bikes, families walk their dogs, residents drive their golf carts, and neighbors paddleboard and kayak on the canal. Changing the land use designation of the Mirasol from residential to commercial use would fundamentally alter the character of this area in ways that cannot be undone. First, commercial use brings increased vehicle traffic. That means more cars, more Uber drivers, more trucks, and more delivery vehicles moving throughout our quiet streets. Especially on my street, Baltic Circle, where the majority of the increased traffic would have to flow. This poses a direct safety risk to my children who play outside, people who walk or bike, and all the residents who value the peaceful environment we've built together. As you can imagine, people that reside in the neighborhood drive differently on their own neighborhood streets, using caution and respecting fellow neighbors as they pass by. When you start mixing in commercial vehicles and their drivers who are not used to this neighborhood's curvy roadways, it just creates a more dangerous living situation. My family and I built our dream home at 112 Baltic Circle 8 years ago because of its location. I invested all of my savings into the specific canal front lot due to its quiet location. Specifically because of the wonderful residential feel this location has, because it is off the beaten path from the other busy streets throughout Davis Islands, because it is located away from the commercial district of Davis Islands, because our home is located on the canal and we can sit on the back porch in the evening and enjoy a quiet sunset. Allowing commercial operations that have access to the canal would change its nature from a residential recreational waterway into a commercial passage. Our canal is not designed to accommodate frequent or heavy boat traffic. Increasing usage for business purposes would create congestion, safety concerns, and diminish the enjoyment of those who use it for quiet activities like kayaking, paddleboarding, and fishing. Lastly, we must consider the impact on noise and the atmosphere. Right now, our neighborhood is serene and charming. A shift toward commercial activity brings with it more noise, longer hours of activity, and a disruption to the peace we all value. Once that character is lost, we cannot get it back. I understand the need for business development in our city, as I am a real estate developer myself, but it should be done thoughtfully and in appropriately zoned areas. Our neighborhood is not that place. Our neighborhood is zoned residential. I respectfully urge you to preserve the integrity, safety, and tranquility of our community by denying this zoning change from residential use to commercial use. Let's keep our neighborhood a place for families, not a place for commercial traffic and commercial noise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Don't forget to leave your numbers if you're going to leave the building.
Upside down.
You can hand it to the guards anyway, can't you?
It's backward. No, that way down. Change it. There we go.
Very good.
Is that it?
Good evening. You can start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, yes. My name is Malcolm Klein. I've lived on Davis Island for almost 40 years. For the past 36 years, I've lived at 94 Baltic Circle, immediately adjacent to the Mirasol Apartments. This is the view of the Mirasol, the view of the waterfront view that people rarely get to see. This is an area where proximity amplifies noise, activity, and visual impacts. The vote before you tonight is not about whether hotels, restaurants, or preservation are good ideas. It is about whether CMU 35, an expansive permanent land use designation, belongs at this location. Now, I fully understand that marina operations or other commercial uses would require approval at the rezoning stage. But I want to raise the waterfront issue tonight for a narrower and important reason, to place a foreseeable consequence of this land use framework on the record. For a waterfront hotel, the waterfront itself is the primary amenity. Pool decks, docks, water edges are routinely used for guest gatherings, often involving elevated noise levels, amplified music, particularly in the evenings and weekends when the rest of the neighborhood have gone quiet. In a narrow residential waterway, these sounds are further amplified, intensifying their impact on nearby homes. This is not speculation. In 2024, the Mirasol Marina was used as a staging point for party boat rentals. They were busy setting up jet ski rentals there as well. And the waterfront hosted many private events, including rowdy parties accompanied by amplified music that disrupted neighborhood tranquility. What distinguishes waterfront impacts from landside impacts is the absence of any meaningful buffer. Along the roadway, there are lanes, there are setbacks, there are sidewalks, and you can impose traffic controls. Along the canal, there's no walls. There's no separation and no enforcement boundary that prevents noise, lighting, or event activity from carrying directly into residential homes, especially the ones along this waterfront. If CMU 35 passes and this project moves forward, the marina and the waterfront will become central issues in this rezoning meeting to follow. They are features that sell the hotel, and they warrant close scrutiny and cannot rely on assurances, no matter how sincerely they're offered. Ultimately, it's a question about desirability. It's about the transformation of sought-after waterfront homes like myself into properties that are defined by their adjacency to hotel nightlife, with a constant flow of event traffic, making it materially harder to sell, a place where children can ride their bikes, skateboard, and play basketball without
thank you very much.
balls bounding in the street, without having to dodge cars and crowds.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful evening. Next speaker, please. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stefan Beuge, and I live at 199 Ceylon Avenue in Davis Island. I'm here tonight as a neighbor to respectfully ask you to approve this petition so the Mirasol can be repurposed and reopened as a hotel. And the strongest reason is simple. Davis Island needs a place for visitors to stay overnight. My family has lived this firsthand. When our children were baptized, we wanted to keep our family close by, but our house simply doesn't have enough room to accommodate everyone, and our family had to stay off the island. It's just inconvenient, and it takes away from being able to come together in the place that we call home. A neighborhood scale hotel solves that. It lets families stay close together so people can walk to where they need to be and actually experience Davis Island rather than driving on and off the island. It also makes sense given the Mirasol's proximity to Tampa General. Families come to support loved ones who receive care at the hospital, and having a nearby hotel serves a real community need. And this isn't a new concept that's being imposed on the island. I actually have the original Davis Island's plat hanging in my living room and one in my office here downtown. It's clear that the island was always envisioned as a balanced, mixed-use neighborhood. Single-family homes, multifamily areas, commercial centers, and a hotel. And over time, we have lost that hotel, and it's now time to bring that hotel back to benefit the residents. And this is exactly the limited, appropriate commercial use that helps the neighborhood thrive, supporting residential life, adding vitality, and serving the community without changing its character. So my request is straightforward, that you approve this petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Next speaker. And just for planning purposes, at 9:30, we're going to take another short break, so just FYI. So we got 30 more minutes, so we're going to take another short break.
Thank you. There's one name, Susan Shobe.
Susan, are you in the house?
She sure is, right there. That's 1 additional minute for a total of 4, Mr. Shobe.
Start with your name. You have 4 minutes.
I appreciate the opportunity to address you tonight. I know your jobs are hard and these meetings go long, and I just want you to know thank you. My name is David Shobe. My wife is Susan Spoto Shobe. We moved to Adalia in 1972, and we've lived there now into our 80s for 54 years. It's been a great neighborhood. I moved there on the recommendation of Cody Fowler, who lived at 83 Adalia Avenue, because I got put in the office, actually a file room, that he had next door to him. And Cody, if you haven't heard of him, has a plaque down on the Riverwalk. He was president of the American Bar in the 1950s. Helen Gordon Davis lived on Adalia during my time there. Yeah, I think you've renamed Davis Boulevard. At least you've got a sign there saying it's Helen Gordon Davis Boulevard. It's been a great neighborhood, and I'm here to tell you that it's always been a neighborhood where children played in the streets often, where people knew their neighbors, and where there were neighborhood parties. And it's only recently that the streets have become crowded with people from Tampa General, mainly the employees who, I guess, find it cheaper to park on our street than they do to park in the parking lot at Tampa General. I don't know that for a fact, but there's got to be some reason, because often with construction and the employees from Tampa General, the street turns into a one-lane street. And that's really what worries me today about the land use amendment. I know a lot of people seem to be talking about something other than the land use amendment, but I'm here to talk about the land use amendment. It is an unfortunate circumstance that that traffic generated by this change in land use, at least from the website that the people who are here have set up, might increase the traffic up to as much as 4,900%. Wow, that's a lot. Already we have too much traffic, and the A streets and the B streets are obviously going to be alternate routes for construction trucks for the first 3 years of the project they project. And the problems created by that traffic and then the parking really make the street a very different place than it's been for my 54 years. Kids don't, even though they try now, they don't often get to throw the ball in the street. They don't often get to do basketball games in the street like they used to. And it'll get a lot worse with the streets crowded with parking and with construction going on of the magnitude that this proposal before you generates. There are a number of things in the website under the heading of myths, and I would refer you to those. They're important. We're here to ask you to deny the request of the people who own the property at the Mirasol. It seems to me that the most likely outcome is that the Mirasol will get torn down because they'll sell the property once they get your land use changed.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. Next speaker, please.
Is John McDuffie here? Thank you. Jan Banker? I'm here. Thank you. 2 additional minutes for a total of 5.
Thank you. Start with your name. You have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. Good evening.
My name is John Murray, and I reside at 122 Adelia Avenue, 2 properties west of 84 Davis. My wife and I have been homeowners at this address for 30 years. We chose Davis Islands for its unique family residential character. We particularly value the small-town feel of our neighborhood and its proximity to the exciting developments in downtown Tampa. Professionally, I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for Canaveral Port Authority, a major Florida seaport on the East Coast. For 10 years, I've commuted from my Davis Islands home to the port, a testament to the quality of life here on Davis Islands and our neighborhood. At Port Canaveral, I manage comparable land use issues, overseeing a diverse business portfolio that includes cruise, cargo, aerospace operations, public parks, marinas, restaurants, and over 100 general use tenants spread over 1,100 acres. My staff and I are responsible for executing policies set by our board and a task that requires due diligence and thoughtful decision-making. With respect to tonight's council consideration, on August 11th, the Hillsborough County Planning Commission unanimously voted the 2418 inconsistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Based on their unanimous 7-0 resolution and the staff recommendations alone, the City Council should deny this request. The applicant seeks to change the future land use of the Mirasol property from R50 to CMU 35, which would allow its owners to intensify site development and convert residential property to commercial uses. CMU 35 would also grant them broad future land use entitlements that would remain with the property regardless of ownership. The Mirasol is surrounded by single and multifamily homes, and the intensity and commercial entitlements under CMU 35 are simply incompatible with our residential neighborhood. Specific concerns, briefly, with the CMU 35 designation include intensity and entitlements. The higher intensity allowed under CMU 35 would also add incompatible commercial entitlements to this property that would permanently change its permitted uses for current and subsequent owners. Introduction of transient population. As evidenced with short-term rentals, when people are traveling or on vacation, they are less concerned with noise, alcohol consumption, and inappropriate behavior than residents. Increased intensity in a flood zone. A change in land use would increase in density in a coastal high hazard area that is already prone to significant flooding during storm events. Of course, parking and traffic. The increased entitlements under CMU 35 elevates the potential for much more intense traffic and increased parking requirements. The current traffic and parking at the proposed location is already bad, and a change to CMU 35 would make it worse. Safety. Davis Boulevard, many don't know, lacks dedicated bicycle lanes, and increased traffic would further compromise personal safety for golf carts. We are a golf cart community, and bicyclists that must use vehicular lanes instead of dedicated safety lanes. Building viability. We talked a lot about that tonight. There is a reasonable risk that restoration of the building may not be viable. Without preservation protections, the CMU 35 designation could put the Mirasol building at a higher risk of demolition than it is today, because the value of the land use entitlements would exceed the value of the building structure. Last is the owner's risk. Financial risk detriment is not criteria for land use amendments. The owner's risky business proposal and financial situation do not overrule the city's responsibility to ensure that the land use is compatible with the neighborhood. The owner's financial challenges should not force a radical land use change to the detriment and quality of life of the surrounding neighborhood properties. In conclusion, the land use for this property is unsuitable and unwanted in the heart of our North Davis Islands residential neighborhood, and I ask that you please give full support to city and county planning recommendations and deny this proposal. And just briefly, to show you what we live with today, this is some of the parking issues. This is coming out of Adelia, getting ready to make a left-hand turn at the stop sign onto Davis, going north. You can't see to the right. You have no choice many times but to make a right-hand turn and find somewhere to U-turn back to the North Davis Boulevard because of inappropriate traffic in front of the Mirasol. This is also right in front of the Mirasol. This is their landscape service that just parks there at the stop sign. I could do this all night long, but I promise you I won't. Here is another view of the same vehicle, as you can see, right at the stop sign. And of course, the fire department should be out more often than they are to see where we are with fire hydrants. That's a vehicle on one day. And here's one another day, and just for notice, they're blocking the fire hydrant, but all the vehicles are parked in the wrong direction on the street every day. If I can go out and take pictures like this. Thank you for your time this evening, and please deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Next speaker. I know you have a speaker waiver form. I bet a paycheck on it.
Yes, we're passing them out right now.
7 names: Sandy Sanchez, I see you. Pam Canella, I see you. Michael Probat, thank you. Scott DeFreitas, thank you. Michael McNabb, thank you. Joanne McNabb, thank you. And Anna Leolina, thank you. That's 7 names plus 3 for a total of 10.
Thank you. Start with your name. You have 10 minutes.
My name is Carol Ann Bennett, lifelong resident of South Tampa. I have a PowerPoint, but before I get into it, I want to address some of the things that I've heard said here today. A lot of people think that you are voting on whether or not to save the Marisol. You are not. You cannot. You do not have the power to save the Marisol. That is not in your purview. No matter how you vote tonight, the Marisol might be saved. No matter how you vote tonight, the Marisol might get torn down. You have no control over that. If the goal was really saving the Marisol, why haven't they asked for historical designation? Because that actually will save it. That actually is the only thing that will save it. But the reality is, the practicality of it is, if the Marisol had historic designation, that property would be worth less money. They said themselves the value is in the land. If they get historic preservation on it, they and future owners will be so restricted on what they can do, the value will go down. Yet real estate professionals will tell you all the time, the quickest way to make money on land is to get the land use or the zoning changed. It's an instant increase in profit. By not getting the historical designation, they've kept their flexibility. I would also like to address this whole scare tactics and worst case scenarios. Stephanie and Pointer and I can speak with more authority than anybody about this sort of thing. And around 2005, the owners of the property on Rattlesnake Point came to City Council and said, we want the land use changed. Councilman Harry Cohen was like, oh, I don't know. I got a lot of concerns about this. What can be built, this and that. Gina Grimes, I've watched the video, I've read the transcripts every minute, said, oh, you don't have to worry about that. She basically said the same thing Mr. Hudson said tonight. All those things can be addressed at the rezoning. City Council won't approve all those horrible things you're afraid of. So you don't need to worry. Go ahead and approve this. 15 years later, the rezoning started. And you know what? Gina and Tyler were right. Y'all said no. You said no on the first one, the second one, the third one. You said no, 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 no. Those are bad plans. And guess what? Those were quasi-judicial rulings, which rules are different. And so what did all those property owners do? They all filed lawsuits. They all went to FLUDRA. I spent, I don't even know how many hours, Stephanie Pointer even more than me, at FLUDRA meeting after FLUDRA meeting after FLUDRA meeting. And then what happened? The city caved, gave in to the demands, and even though nobody on city council wanted it, you were overruled, and all those apartments got built on Rattlesnake Point. So this whole theory that, oh, there's a PD, well, first, this whole theory that don't worry about the boogeyman behind the window because those horrible uses aren't going to happen. Not true. They will happen because you'll go from a legislative issue that's at your discretion to a quasi-judicial issue. The other thing is they'd say the PDs will control it. Nothing can be built other than what's on the PD. How many rezonings have you sat in where a rezoning is being rezoned because they changed their mind or it changed hands? All they have to do, this PD that's going to come up before you, you can approve it, and then and they don't have to build it, ever. Someone else can come, it can sit vacant, it can sit, not vacant, but not be done, or someone could rezone it again to something completely different. So the PD does not protect it. Okay, so now I'm ready to get to my presentation and my PowerPoint if they'll bring it up.
It's up.
Planning Commission staff, Land Development Coordination staff, and Planning Department staff all opposed this amendment. The Planning Commission Board found it inconsistent by unanimous vote, which in my 8 years of experience is a very rare occurrence. Staff said it is inconsistent because it will double, I repeat, double the allowable size of anything built on this property. Staff said inconsistent because anything that is allowed in commercial general could be built here. That will allow a lot more new uses. Staff said it could also cause problems with massing, scale, and compatibility, and that violates the comp plan. They said no because this new land use could change the fabric of the existing residential neighborhood. Staff warned there are no guarantees the Marisol will be preserved or even that a hotel will be built. It could become anything in that commercial general allows. They can build a restaurant, cafe, retail, and other amenities today under the current land use. There is nothing stopping those things right now. Staff says the current land use allows many wonderful things that are compatible. CMU 35 will allow an increase in density. That violates the comp plan. No increased density in the CHHA, period. City planning staff cites plan review criteria that says for this to be compatible with the neighborhood, there should be a similar land use adjacent to this property. The criteria also says that because there is R6 adjacent to the property, there should be a transit corridor or transit station within 660 feet. City planning says those criteria have not been met, and since they are not met, you may deny this. City Planning Department objects to this amendment because it could significantly increase the dwelling units in the CHHA, which is inconsistent with the comp plan. Tampa's Land Development Coordination staff objects to this amendment because doubling the FAR, quote, will change the fabric of existing single-family and multifamily residential in the area, and there is no CMU 35 near this development. There are no guarantees. There is no requirement to build the PD if you approve it. The rezoning they want is not worth the paper it's printed on. They do not have to do it. If you approve this amendment, you are approving a massive increase in entitlements that run with the land. You'll create extensive new property rights that you might not even understand. You will create a legal vulnerability that does not exist if you deny this amendment. The plan amendment to change the land use is legislative. It is at your discretion. That is a completely different animal than quasi-judicial. The state does not say landowners have a right to legislative changes in land use. The city has no liability if you deny this legislative change. There is no legal downside to denying this. But the opposite is true if you approve this legislative change. You move into quasi-judicial territory, which has a different requirement. If you think doubling the requirements is okay, if you think changing the fabric of the neighborhood is okay, if you think incompatible massing and scale is okay, if you know every use allowed in this 10 pages of commercial general, if you know what they all are, and you think all of them are okay, if you think significantly increasing the residential density in the CHHA is okay, then you should vote yes. But if even one of those things is not okay, then you must vote no. You must vote no because this is a Pandora's box. If you open it, you better be okay with letting every single thing out of it because you can't put it back in the box. Thank you.
Thank you. No. Any more outbursts like that, I'll ask you to leave the chamber. Next speaker, you have 3 minutes. Start with your name. Yeah, if you're here to speak, if the next 10 members could line up against the wall, please. Oh, we're going to break it 11. I'll say, never mind. 2 or 3 is good, because we're going to break in a few minutes. So. Go ahead, start with your name, 3 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, my name is Lily Zhu. I am from Tampa Bay and currently am a junior at Harvard University studying environmental science and public policy. First, this plan would increase density in a coastal high hazard area. According to page 6 of the staff report, the site is within the coastal high hazard area, evacuation zone A. Coastal Management Objective 1.1 directs future population concentrations away from this coastal high hazard area so as to achieve a no net increase in overall residential density within the coastal high hazard area. However, staff report page 40 states that the proposal could significantly increase the number of dwelling units on the property, hence the staff report conclusion of inconsistency with the comp plan. Additionally, this proposal is inconsistent with Florida Statute 163-3178, number 1, which states that it is the intent of the legislature that local government comprehensive plans restrict development activities where such activities could damage or destroy coastal resources, and that such plans protect human life and limit public expenditures in areas that are subject to destruction by natural disaster. However, this amendment would harm public welfare in an area subject to destruction by natural disaster. Tampa's location in southern Florida and low elevation situates it with both high hurricane probability and high flood susceptibility. According to the Tampa Coastal Area Action Plan, approximately 35.5% of the city's population reside in the hurricane number 1 and number 2 evacuation zones. Global climate models also project that hurricanes will pose greater coastal flood risks, unfortunately, with higher frequency in the North Atlantic. In comment letters, several residents already described the intensity of storms, such as Hurricane Helene, destroying their prior homes and causing them to lodge at the Marisol. Additionally, the Marisol's location, which is the narrow low point with little buffer between the Adalia Baltic Canal terminus to Marjorie Park Marina, would cause flooding impacts to be disproportionately magnified as opposed to other parts of Tampa. In times of evacuation, the potential doubling of intensity on Davis Boulevard will exacerbate public safety concerns. Additionally, the Tampa Future Land Use Draft Policy 7.1.5 already prohibits intensity increases for land identified on the coastal development areas map in the region around the MacDill Air Force Base. Finally, the Marisol is currently a source of affordable housing for many people on Davis Island. From my experiences working at Mass Housing, Boston's affordable homeownership agency, this land use change would have the opposite effect of affordability. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to share why the amendment to change the future land use designation from residential 50 to CMU 35 is a public safety hazard. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Next speaker. Yeah, exactly. Well, we all know your name, but could you start with your name, please?
Debbie Zommerman, 192 Corsica Street. For over 10 years, I have advocated for decisions guided by the Tampa Comprehensive Plan and City of Tampa Land Development Code, which was not always the process in the past. I have not only advocated for Davis Islands, but for many other Tampa neighborhoods. I show up with facts and specific references to the comp plan and the city code. This request is unlike anything I have ever seen on Davis Islands, as there is a strong push to have this decision based on media campaigns, preferences, and other avenues in conflict with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Please do not let this happen. I've reached a point where I need to trust the process, trust that you will hear the facts, and trust that you as a body will vote accordingly. Historically, Davis Island residents have always participated within the process surrounding land development matters. 2 examples. The Davis Island Community Plan, which was in the making, which was years in the making and approved by City Council and is incorporated within the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. Islanders worked for years on that. And number 2, more recently, the fact that close to 100 people showed up at our comp plan town hall this summer. The turnout was huge given the fact that many in attendance, including myself, were still recovering from the 2024 hurricanes. In my experience, Davis Island residents expect the established process to be followed. With my close to 15 years of land use advocacy, I cannot tell you how many times I have been approached by residents that I barely knew, expressing their appreciation that someone is keeping an eye on development matters which may impact our neighborhoods. With a 40-plus year real estate career, including over 30 years focused on complex affordable housing transactions, I know how important it is that decisions are made in compliance with the applicable ordinances, regulations, and guidelines. To depart from this process compromises the integrity of the development framework and creates unintended consequences. I respectfully request denial of this request. It is inconsistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan and incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. This assertion is not my opinion, but has been demonstrated by a finding of inconsistency by unanimous vote of the Hillsborough City County Planning Commission, findings specified within the Planning Commission staff report, and a finding within the City of Tampa Planning Department staff report, which included a subsequent finding of inconsistency by the city's Land Development Coordination Department. Given the preponderance of evidence from multiple levels within the review process, it is difficult to understand a scenario where this request could be found consistent with the Tampa Comprehensive Plan or the city's code. I respectfully request denial of this request, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Debbie. Have a good night. Next speaker, please. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name's DJ Hamilton. I live on Davis Island, have for 15 years. My wife and I have a business on the island there in the Davis Island Village, and I'm the president of the Davis Island Village Association. We sent a letter of support letting you know that obviously this becoming a hotel would very much help us in the village and the businesses that are there, as many business owners have come up tonight and mentioned the stress that we've gone through with, the whole island really, with the storms of a couple of years ago. And a lot of businesses went out of business because of it. And I see, looking at, obviously visiting the Mirasol, the toll it's taken on that, the toll it's taken on the whole island, and I understand people's fears, I really do. Change is tough, but I don't want to see the island that I love, that I've lived on for 15 years, just the crown jewel be destroyed. And when it comes down to it, everything I'm hearing tonight, everything is you're either for CMU 35 or you're for the wrecking ball. And I know people don't want to hear that, and that just seems to be the direction we're going. We have people, residents that live on the island, our neighbors. My kids go to school with them. I buy coffee at the same coffee shop as them on the island. This isn't some nameless, faceless corporation from Flagstaff, Arizona that's trying to move in and destroy this island. These are people that love this island just like I do, just like we all do in here. And it's a contentious evening, that's for sure. But I want to see the Mirasol, and I want to see it stay there for a long time. And we have a family that's willing to invest their resources and keep this thing alive. And I hope you see to it that way. I hope that I can continue to give my family, when they visit town, rides around on the golf cart and say, and this is the Mirasol. This has been here since 1926. I hope you'll consider that with CMU 35. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ. Okay, we have one more speaker. The next speaker, please come to the podium. And then after this speaker, we're going to take a break so you guys can relax a little bit, okay? So start with your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Dorothy Jackman. Thank you and for taking the time and consideration for this proposal. I do not live on Davis Islands. I do reside in another neighborhood with strong community known as Beach Park. Over the last few years, our neighborhood has had at least 4 different developers pursue redevelopment of what once was a single-story office park surrounded by single-family homes. Our home is one of them. These developers wanted to build 8 to 10-story apartments within a few feet of our property lines. The buildings would significantly alter our neighborhood character, impact our daily living experience, change our privacy, and reduce our quality of life. These possibilities would be considered by most neighbors as highly intrusive. Comparatively, the current, allowable future land use for the Marisol allows for the same type of invasive future development that would do the same exact thing to immediate neighbors. A new high-rise residential tower could impact the neighborhood significantly. I have seen it firsthand. The building or buildings would be bigger, higher, and denser, overshadowing the neighbors, more cars, less privacy, and what's worst, not characteristically fit in. All under the current future land use designation. The neighbors aren't discussing that, but if it comes forward, I can promise you they will be. Right now, the Marisol stands as an architectural gem that defines the character of Davis Islands, and it exists today as it existed when every person and neighbor bought their house. Pretending that saving the project by allowing commercial uses will forever alter their neighborhood character to try and stop a project is disingenuous. What would forever alter the neighborhood character is a 120-foot-high big box cookie cutter and modern residential structure, which is the alternative. When reviewing the plans for the Marisol to be brought back to its original intended use, I failed to see how this even remotely represents an intrusive use or structure to the neighborhood. I would recommend I have welcomed a thoughtful, respectable suggestion adding value to our neighborhood and our home if values like this. This seems more like a gift to those not only in the neighborhood, but to the whole Davis Islands community. I commend the care and thought that went into this plan, and I ask that you vote on the submitted plans.
Thank you. It came to my attention, the gentleman in the orange, were you wanting to speak? Did you want to speak in the orange vest? That you may have gotten skipped over, so how about we let you speak for now, and then we'll break after you. So start with your name, you have 3 minutes.
Hello everyone, my name is Wayne Clark, representative of First Class Valet Enterprise. The Marisol Hotel creates jobs, generates consistent tax revenue, and attracts high-value investors. The same strangers, transients that would come into the hotel for 2 days might fall in love with Davis Island or want to invest in Tampa. So you never know. I am a firm believer of don't sweep your problems under the rug. The Marisol is already here. Why build something else and figure out another parking situation or, so my thing is, let's focus on investing in the Marisol. Add a parking lot, parking garage. The hotel might not close at 7, but most residents have to go to work at 7. So it's still transportation moving in and out of the city. So they speak on noise ordinance because of the Marisol. I definitely can ask for a report on how many claims the Marisol has had for noise ordinance. I doubt it hasn't been many. Like one mentioned before, many of you have even lodged at the Marisol during disasters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, so council, we're going to break. It is 9:33. If I could ask council to be back in council chambers at 9:55, please. So 9:55 back in, we'll be back in chambers. And so we are in recess. Thank you. 9:55. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Tampa City Council again.
After dark.
After Tampa City Council After Dark, the real Tampa City Council. If you are in the building downstairs in the overflow room, if you are planning on speaking on item 1, please come to the 3rd floor. We have seats for you. If you are planning on speaking on item 1 and you have not spoken and you have not given your time away, please come to the 3rd floor. I'd like to call this City Council meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Miranda.
Here.
Maniscalco. Hertek. Here. Young. Here. Vieira. Is she here? Yeah. Oh, okay, sorry. Vieira.
With her mouth full.
Carlson. Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. Thank you all for your patience. We'll start on the wall. Next speaker, start with your name, 3 minutes, and yes, if you could remain silent in the room, please. Go ahead.
My name is Todd Morris. I'm a 20-year resident of Davis Island. I'm CEO of technology companies, and I'm here to support this amendment to improve the Marisol. But I'm not going to tell you all the facts and all the conjecture that others have been saying. I want to look at 2 stories and go back to history. First, Villa de Leon is a historic apartment building as you enter Davis Islands. It's a pink palace right as you first enter the island. And Tampa declined its recommendation to raise the building 7 feet to avoid hurricane damage. It was denied, and within months, we had a hurricane, and now it sits boarded up, rat infested, and every day we drive on that, and no one is speaking that that is the future and the destiny of what we face with the Marisol. That's story number 1. I think we can learn from history. Second, I'd like to learn from some other history in our Tampa Bay area. Let's go back to a period of time in 1984 where there was a common question. St. Petersburg had to decide what to do with the Vinoy Hotel. It had been a hotel, fallen on financial hard times, had turned into a boarding house, was closed and deteriorating. The residents around it liked the peaceful neighborhood, but they didn't like the property values that were going to decline because of the transient nature, not of the people who were coming to there, but because of the people who were on the grounds as it wasn't maintained. City leaders and voters chose a different path than to keep it shuttered. They saw history and character as assets, not liabilities, and they chose adaptive reuse. They chose long-term value over short-term caution and fear. And today, the Vinoy is an icon, a major economic engine. It is an advantage for its residential neighbors, and it's proof that their decision was right. You now face a similar choice with the Marisol. Like the Vinoy then, the Marisol is a historic waterfront hotel that has fallen on hard times and is finding its way. There are many voices saying, wait, do nothing, it'll stay the same. But the lesson from the Vinoy is that historic places need flexibility to survive, not stagnation, not inaction. Rezoning is not reckless development, it is about giving a historic property a viable future. Without modernization, historic buildings don't stay frozen in time, they quietly decline, deferred maintenance grows. The Vinoy was saved because leaders understood one thing, that preservation only works when the economics work too. So the Marisol zoning applies to that same lesson. Let's keep it alive, support this rezoning. History teaches us that cities regret the landmarks they lose, not the ones they thoughtfully adapt. So the council has the opportunity to make the right decision where everyone will say that this council got this decision right. Thank you for making that decision and for hearing us tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Start with your name. And don't forget to leave your numbers if you leave the building.
Cool. My name is Wyatt Kraft, and I have been in the hotel capital markets business for 12 years now, worked on a variety of projects around the region, some near and dear to my heart, as you know, the Vinoy, as was just mentioned. I mean, an iconic hotel over in St. Pete, worked on the Grand Hyatt over in West Shore, the Hilton Tampa downtown, the Renaissance over the International Plaza, and this is through financing, through sales over the last 12 years. I've given the hotel update, market update at the West Shore Development Forum the last 3 years. I'm a student of this industry. It's what I've dedicated my career to, and trying to bring some perspective from that background to the case of
this map amendment tonight. The way I think about where this this building is today and what the future may hold for something that's approaching 100 years old, and it's a crown jewel of the island. It's a beautiful building. It's something that should be preserved, and I think the goal is to maintain this building and allow it to be restored after all the damage that the hurricanes brought in 2024. Now, when we think about what it is today or what it was as a multifamily building, to get the rents that you need to allow the owner to viably restore it, it's cost prohibitive. It just doesn't make economic sense. In the current zoning, RM50, that density would allow a much more intense project. As a hotel, given its waterfront nature, its history, that is what guests look for. That's the experiences. When you think about someone traveling to Tampa and wanting to understand what it's like to live here and the history of the city, you're creating that experience, you're creating that memory that allows them to maybe come back, to want to move here someday, to invest in our community. And this is such a special building that when this is restored, is going to create those memories for the next generation. And that's what happened with the Vinoy. It was saved, and now it's one of the most special, iconic properties in Tampa Bay. So why is it only viable if it's a hotel? Well, with the cost to restore, the revenue potential that you can have as a boutique hotel, and there's plenty of comps, and I won't go into detail on what those are, but the performance associated with that hotel once it's renovated makes it viable. Otherwise, it will probably get demolished. If it gets demolished, it's an erasure of a historic piece of our city. You think about the ramifications of that. Rodney Kite-Powell speaking earlier about how this won planning awards. I won't speak to the surrounding neighbors and everything. It's been exhaustive, but I'm in support of this because I think it's important to retain a piece of history, of hospitality, of which the city was really built on in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hey there, everybody. My name is Natasha Torres, and my address is 84 West Davis Boulevard, also known as the Marisol. I've been living there for 3 years with my fiance and I. Kind of feels like forever. When we first entered the Marisol to take a look at the premises for our rental, we were bowled over by the historic nature, the beautiful design of the building, and we went up to the 6th floor, which was overlooking the marina out towards Bayshore and the water. We were blown away, completely blown away. We wanted to sign our lease right then and there. We were very, very happy. And as the days went on, we became acquainted with our neighbors, and we actually, made a family there. And I want to apologize to the neighbors because the pool parties were a little loud. Apologize, but we really had such a great time living there. But sometimes when you see something beautiful, you don't look past that until later on, and it started to lose the luster, and you got to see the things that were going on. Really, it's a 100-year-old building. It needs to be maintained. That hasn't been happening. Okay, termites. Podcast where it was told that there's moisture in the walls. That's what mold. The mosquitoes because the basements flood. I have photos here from 2004. May I? I'm not sure if you can see with the glare on it. Where is it? Okay, so this is parts of the basement. Okay, and this is 2004 where there's issues. Okay, so this is something that is not new. I had gone to a few of the Save the Marisol events, and one of the things that I've asked when I was there, I see what you're doing. They said, beautiful plans, beautiful, but what are you doing now? There was no answer. So when they say we want to preserve the Marisol, I think about my favorite quote from The Princess Bride. You keep on using that word, but I don't think you mean it the way, I don't think you use it the way it's supposed to be meant, okay? So if they're gonna preserve it, they need to do it the right way, and the boutique hotel later on is not going to be the best idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi there, I am Lex Lorenzo. Thank you for having us here tonight. I have heard from some that to be in support of this petition like I am, you must be friends of the owner. I do not know them. I've heard that you must have some kind of financial interest. I have none. I have heard if you're a Davis Island resident and you support this, you must live so far south, it's not gonna even bother you. I'm on the A Street. I live closer than 50% of the residents on Adalia do to the Marisol. I'm a mom on the island. I have 2 young, small children, and we would love to see this first step in getting the Marisol returned into a hotel. Give the island and our residents another amenity, something to bring the community together. And I can completely empathize with the people that live next door, because change is scary. But I advocate not to be scared of this change, but to welcome it. Welcome the urbanity. Welcome the revitalization of the island. Bring it back to where it was supposed to be. The reason we don't see kids playing in the streets is not because of traffic. It's because young families usually can't even afford to get on the island, live on the island. There's minimal amenities. The village has been dying, especially after the hurricanes. There's not families around anymore. Help us bring this island back, because it's dying on the vine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Patrick Murphy. I also live on Davis Island. And sticking just to the land use amendment issue, it's important to look at Davis Island as an enclosed community. And one of the things that, reading through all of the letters and reading through all the applications and filings, seeing that people talk about how it's nice to be on a neighborhood where you can walk to a restaurant, you can walk to this, you can do this with that. It's everything you need on that island, other than maybe an actual grocery store. Having a hotel on the island would fill a niche that is not currently filled. When people come to visit, when family members come to stay for the holidays, when they come in, having a place that they could walk home to after they come have dinner at your house would be great. Looking at the land use as a bigger picture, even in a worst case scenario, if the Marisol wasn't there and this was commercial mixed use zoning, it would still almost certainly be a business targeted to Davis Island residents. Having a waterfront Trader Joe's wouldn't make a lot of sense. It's gonna be a business that targets the community. It's gonna be something that's gonna serve the community. People want Davis Island to be self-sufficient. And while it is not bordering on another mixed use lot, the mixed use lot is, as the staff put it, very far, at 0.3 miles away. It makes sense when they built it as a hotel and when they zoned it as a mixed use before zoning even existed and had it as a hotel. It makes sense to rezone it, to make it a mixed use lot. It's gonna serve that part of the island. It's gonna provide necessary amenities to the residents and to the visitors for, as was mentioned earlier, Tampa General Hospital and the other places around the island. It's important to take a look at the island as a whole entity and to look at it as a complete picture. And I think that the commercial mixed use makes sense to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. You've been patient. You've been trying to get up there to speak for quite a while.
Well, I have number 91.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Richard Blau. I'm here in 2 capacities, really. First, as a lifetime resident of Davis Island. I've lived on the island since I was born at Tampa General Hospital 68 years ago. My family has grown up on Davis Island. And one of the myths that I'd like to dispel is the notion that only people who are living close to the Marisol are opposed to it. My family lives at 545 Ladrone Avenue, which is almost on the other side of the island, and I'm here to oppose the change to the land use plan. I think it would work a material impact, a negative impact on what Davis Island is, which is a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood. I think that it would turn that neighborhood into something much different for a lot of the reasons that you've heard this evening. And I'm not going to repeat what has been said so eloquently by experts, by residents, by developers, by people that I believe all have sincere interests in Davis Island. But what I do want to emphasize is the irrefutable truth that this is a neighborhood, and changing the land use plan to allow for greater development on the island would work a material negative impact on the island. I'm also here in my capacity as the trustee for the Theodore H. Blau and Lily R. Blau trusts that own 211 and 213 East Davis Boulevard, part of the Davis Island Village. You may be surprised that someone who's part of the village is opposed to the land use plan based on some of the comments that you've heard today. But I take, on behalf of the trust and on behalf of the beneficiaries of the trusts, which include me, the position that for the long view and for the sake of the neighborhood that is Davis Island, we should not sacrifice that continuity, that residential nature for unnecessary commercial profit. I'm all for commercial profit, but I think that what is most important is the residential nature of Davis Island. And towards that end, one last thing, I don't think this has been raised by anybody, so it may be new information. It's in my submission. This shows the exact residential nature of Davis Island and why traffic will be a problem. 3 pedestrian crosswalks, 5 major artery intersections, 10 residential outlets. These all come together to make traffic unbearable. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Do you have a speaker waiver form? I do, yes, Mr. Shelby? Back into your box. Somebody unleashed. Yeah, exactly. Who gave him the key to that chain?
I see 4 names. Melanie Valberg, thank you. Christopher Forward, thank you. Grant Chungo, thank you. And Madison Baptista, thank you. 4 + 3 = 7 minutes.
Start with your name. You have 7 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jack Kane. I know it's been a long night for everyone. I'll try not
We're
to
just
take
getting
up.
started. We're just
Mr. Shelby's math skills are still sharp tonight. So look, I love it. So I'm not here for either side. Funny enough, I have no financial interest in either side. I have not been contracted by either side. I'm not paid by either side. What I do bring to this equation is a unique expertise in hotel parking trends. So both sides have conducted traffic studies that, quite frankly, I don't agree with either of them. I actually think they're both missing the boat to the high side. Now, what I've sat here for the last 5 hours, it's my first time coming into a council meeting. I did not expect it to take this long, but what I can tell you is this notion of the 4,900% increase in traffic is not what's actually being proposed for the hotel. I live in Tampa. The company I work for only works with hotels. We work with hotels coast to coast. I've worked with different ownership groups, management companies, and development companies. When I did first speak to the owners of the Marisol, I was a little bit surprised at the reaction. Usually when it comes to this point in this approval stage, everyone's just looking to check a box. And when I brought what I thought needed to be addressed, it was quickly addressed. And I want to actually come with some concrete stats, not hypotheticals on what a redevelopment or a restoration might look like. These are real statistics from Tampa, all within a 5-mile radius of this current proposal. So the statistic I'm going to be using, it's called drive-in rate. It means what percentage of hotel guests bring a vehicle with them. In other words, for every 10 occupied hotel rooms, how many cars, right? So if there are 5 cars for 10 occupied rooms, your drive-in rate would be 50%. In Tampa, the average drive-in rate is 35%. The highest we have seen in the last 7 years in a given month for any hotel is 39%. So if I live in data, so I like to stress test things and to see where things would look like steady state or on the high end. If we suppose that every hotel room is occupied, all 118 keys, if the average drive-in rate holds strictly for the hotel, I know there's been a lot of things brought up about the Davis Boulevard garage versus the North garage. If we were to if this proceeded as planned, and let's just imagine that the property is restored and exactly what's proposed happens, then we cut the development in half. The residential side and the residential parking stay on one side, and we just look at the hotel and the traffic that brings. If every hotel room was occupied, it would have 41 cars. If the statistics from all major hotels in Tampa hold true. The Davis Boulevard garage holds 48 vehicles without jamming any additional cars. We like to call them stacking. I've looked at both sides, both websites, both plans. I give a lot of credit for some of the creativity in a positive way. Tampa doesn't have a lot of vehicle lifts, but they're very common in South Florida and other major cities. That's where essentially you drive a car onto a glorified elevator, lifts it up, and it gives you space to park another vehicle underneath them. Very commonly used in areas where keeping a narrow footprint is paramount. So even under the most stressful of environments, I don't see the hotel generating the vehicle traffic sufficient to be concerned. If we look at strictly the busiest times, right? Average hotel, the busiest time for guests arriving are on Friday between 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. Typically, from our data, in a given hour during that window, the most stressful period will observe 20% of the total day's traffic arriving at within that 1 hour window. What that would mean here, again with the average driving statistics, is about 8 cars during the busiest hour that we would see for the hotel. In other words, that would be 1 car every 7.5 minutes. The other thing I was surprised with was the size of the front driveway. Walking through downtown Tampa, the closest hotel to us, I believe, is the Hyatt. I just paced it off while walking around. The inside curb there is 55 feet. It has 345 hotel rooms. This proposal, the inside curb, is 85 feet for 118 rooms. There is plenty of room that if all of those vehicles arrived at the same time, that in other words, it's a valet's dream. There's so much room to maneuver, to make sure that guests are having a good experience while preventing backups. And then the last thing I want to leave you with, we have a lot of Tampa data, but nationally, we also have data as it relates to hotels within a 2-mile radius of a major medical center. An interesting phenomenon occurs, actually. When you're within 2 miles of a major hospital, drive-in patterns change drastically. They drop by 7 to 10 points. So in that scenario, that average drive-in rate of 35% drops to 28. And the most stressful day, the average day, instead of 41 cars, you have 33 cars. There's not a lot of event space. I'm sitting in here, one of the first speakers mentioned that there's a lot of weddings and a lot of bar mitzvahs and gatherings. We actually run valet for many of the major hotels here in Tampa, most of the ones in St. Pete, Clearwater, Sarasota. This is not a significant meeting space or event space, unless your idea of a major gathering is 10 of your closest friends. So again, I have no affiliation with either side. I've just been monitoring developments. You know,
Hey,
look, it's
no. Now, seriously, if you're disruptive in the proceeding, I will remove you from chamber. Go ahead.
I've been involved in developments. I've spoken against developments before. This one makes sense statistically, and that's all I'm here trying to make a point on. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. So once again, we're going to be respectful for everybody. I would do the same for the other side, okay? Next speaker, 3 minutes, please.
Hi, I'm David Sears. I live at 127 Adelia, directly north of the north parking lot, the Mirasol. I've heard a lot of testimony tonight and different people talking about how I love driving past the property. You know, I do it, I enjoy looking at it. I live next to it day to day. So I see the impacts of what it does right now. So I want to give you a flavor of that. Driving safety-wise, the traffic, I have taught my teenage drivers, they have to take a right turn out of there. It is too dangerous, as it is with the traffic, to go left. I can sit and wait for 10, 15 minutes, mornings, afternoons, to take a left turn. Taking a right turn can even be dangerous because of all the cars that are parked in front of the Mirasol times. I heard another person talk about the hospital parking goes. No, that's not on Adelia, not where I live on Adelia. Maybe up north on it, but where I live, I watch the people get out of their cars with the boats attached to them that are parked in front of the hydrants or whatever, and walk into the Mirasol. They live there, or they're Airbnb. For the safety side, I stopped my daughter. She's now 19. She comes back. She can't walk the dog by herself anymore. The Airbnb people are out smoking cigarettes by the wall, doing whatever. She doesn't feel safe. I'm like, okay, take your brother. He's 17. Or I'll go with you. Or walk west, down where we know the neighbors. Everybody knows their names. I know Frank. I know Anna. I know John. I know Tracy. We all know each other. The Airbnbs have introduced a piece where we do not know our neighbors. Now, if you take that to a hotel, and give you a little background, I did a little over 20 years in the Navy, did it overseas, fought in lots of wars, all sorts of things like that. I'm a generally keep it simple kind of guy, common sense. I'm missing a lot here. I don't have a good comprehension of what's happening, really. I see like the council says they disapprove of it 7-0. The city planners say they disapprove of it. And then we keep talking about this Mirasol. I'm not talking about the Mirasol. I could, whatever. I want to preserve the neighborhood and that neighborhood feel. And I thought that's what a land use was for. When you change this to commercial mixed use, it completely and forever will change the character of that neighborhood. I know I've been called, as a neighbor, somebody there, I've been called exhaustive. I've been called scared of change. I'm not scared of many things at all, except the safety of my family and the kids and the neighborhood and how that remains. That's about all that scares me. And for that, I'd like you to preserve the neighborhood and not change that land use and make me live downtown where I didn't want to move. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Start with your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your patience. My name is Megan Moore, and based on what that nice gentleman said, I'd also like to say I too would like to preserve our neighborhood, and instead of having a big box IKEA apartment complex, because at the end of the day, we've heard every side, but just to be very simplistic, I value our history and the historical building that it is, whether it's deemed historical or not. Everybody can agree that is the gem of the island. And these people are willing to keep it and keep it in the tack that it was preserved and supposed to be. And I know at the end of the day, if this doesn't pass, it's probably going to be bulldozed and another IKEA apartment building. And I've been a member for 20 years of the Davis Island community, and I don't have a job here and I have no affiliation. So I'm just speaking from the heart. I would really love to see it restored and in its historical setting that it's meant to be, because indeed, we all love it. And we want to keep it as a community, as the person before us just talked about, the community that I love. And that's what I'd like to have stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hello. My name is Steve Gianfilippo. I'm up here just to talk a little bit of common sense, and that's what I'm in favor of, and the evolution of our city. To give you a little context on me, I've spent probably the last 10 years of my life owning, operating, restoring, and investing in historical buildings. I've owned or have owned in the past 7 commercial structures. To give you an idea of those structures, Hotel Cabana on Clearwater Beach, 1947, Hotel Cordova, St. Pete, 1921, Station House, St. Pete, 1911, the Lafayette Arcade, which is situated next to the University of Tampa, which ironically used to be a hotel. It's the big black and white building there that sits next to UT. Station House Arcade, 1924, and a few others that are pre-1930. So understand a little bit about that. And it's really just been a passion of mine, right? And I think sometimes we forget about the history, and you know, it comes down to a little bit of common sense and looking at our history and really studying some of the pictures you've been presented with. And some of those things relate to, you know, a very common sense question is, where else would you build a hotel? Where else would we build a hotel, right? So when you look at the pictures of the Mirasol, if you look around it, there is nothing around it because you have to build a hotel to get the people here. And then the houses are built, right? And so I think there's, you know, an importance, and I think there's relevance to looking back at the true history of the building, right? Which is like, it is part of the neighborhood. A hotel in my world equals convenience. It's not just by chance it happens to be next to residential. It's because it's a necessity. It's either a necessity because of the size of the neighborhood already, or it actually builds the neighborhood, which in our case, it was used to build the neighborhoods, right? I mean, if you look at the pictures, they don't lie. The hotels were there first, and the residential was there after that, right? And I'll give you an example of that, right? I'm gonna go down the list, and I think some people before me had mentioned this. So we heard about the Vinoy. Where is it located? It's surrounded by residential, right? The Breakers in Palm Beach, surrounded by residential. Don Cesar, surrounded by residential. The Mirasol, obviously surrounded by residential. University of Tampa used to be a hotel, right? Barefoot Beach Club, which I own, surrounded by residential. Hotel Cabana, surrounded by residential. Poly House in Hyde Park Village, surrounded by residential. Epicurean, surrounded by residential. Last and not least, just to throw this in if I have time, which is, ironically, I did some research. There's probably 130 Airbnbs on Davis Island. They're probably operating illegally. So there's people using Davis Island and staying on Davis Island. There's just no hotel there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everybody. Christian Leon, 2010 East Palm Ave. I'm speaking personally and also on behalf of the Tampa Bay Community Design Center. A lot of our board members have been championing historic preservation for years. And I wouldn't be up here supporting with a clean conscience if they didn't go through everything and go through their analysis and want to support. But what I just want to say is, you know, a lot of you guys know me, but on a personal note, I'm an only child, and I was raised by a mom who had a complete fear of me doing anything. So I'm used to like getting my mom's input that I am not supposed to like order pizza because they might kill me at the door. Like I'm not supposed to go out and ever have fun, even though they've been partying for their lives and they're in their 80s and they still go out to clubs. But I'm not allowed to do anything because it'd be horrible. So I'm kind of used to hearing like the horrible hypotheticals that might happen. And I do understand the residents' concerns, but I do think that some of them are a little bit outlandish. Earlier, we had a traffic engineer said that the traffic would go from 263 trips to 13,000. And I was looking at the plans and I'm like, okay, you have 110 rooms and 10 condos. So if you divide it, it would mean basically that everyone that would be going there would be like in a car with multiple friends in other cars going in loops daily to get to 13,000. So I don't know how that number came up. Also, I've been very privileged as a person. I've been to very high-end boutique hotels, and I have rarely been in a situation in one of those where you can misbehave because it's very quickly called to your attention and you get kicked out. So I'm not really worried about misbehaving. I think that some residents have a fear that, you know, the backyard of the Marisol is going to turn into like the Undertow in St. Pete or something crazy is going to happen. I don't think that they provide that type of, you know, outlet for the guests that are going to be staying there. And I would just encourage you to, of course, you know, preserve a beautiful building. I think that's so important. And I know a lot of you guys are very, really passionately love Tampa's history. I think this is a moment to preserve something that's very special for Tampa. But on top of that, also just think long-term. I think that the fears that a lot of the residents have will subside. I think this is a real nice asset. I think the people and the team that are putting this together are known entities in our community. And I don't think that we have to worry about their credibility if they say they're going to do something. I think they've made every effort to engage the community and make sure to address people's concerns. So I encourage you to support it.
Thank you. We look forward to listening offline about those stories of which you got kicked out of those hotels.
Hi there, I'm Anna Murray. I live at 122 Adelia Avenue. I just want to double check, we're at a land use hearing, correct? Because I keep hearing a lot of rezoning stuff as well. I live 2 doors down from the Marisol. I request that you deny TA CPA 2418. City planning staff recommended denial of the land use change, concluding that it would change the fabric of the existing residential area. This could not be more accurate. We have raised our family, lived here for 31 years, and until the last few years, it was a peaceful coexistence of neighbors with the Marisol. In recent years, the Marisol has evolved from a quiet residential apartment building to residential with an addition of approximately 8 short-term rentals. At one point in time, there was a party boat rental off the dock. With this shift to commercial short-term rental use, we have seen an increased party atmosphere, escalating noise, increased chaotic parking on the street, and increased boat traffic, all creating safety concerns. The small dose of short-term rentals is already incompatible. We can only imagine the exponential impact of a full-scale commercial development on the property, doubling the amount allowed on site today and allowing businesses such as bars, hotels, a commercial marina, and others with incompatible uses that are just too many to name, which is exactly what you will grant the investors of the Marisol with CMU 35. There were 270 petitions. It makes it clear that the people living near the Marisol do not want the land use change. The land use request is not for the lesser NMU 35, which is also deemed incompatible, but a CMU 35 with additional waivers. The density and intensity would overwhelm our neighborhood. Our neighborhood should not bear the burden financially or otherwise for the decision of the investors of the Marisol. They paid $20 million for residential property in hopes of a massive land use change. It would encourage an isolated, intense commercial use in a very uniquely residential Davis Islands. It can be restored with other less intense, dense means. Further, there is a public policy to ensure affordable housing options are maintained. The Marisol Apartments can house over 50 apartments for our community. Many people moved there while their homes were being redone after the hurricanes. Additionally, not everyone moving to Tampa area wants to live in a high-density, mixed-use community. They choose to live on Davis Islands. They want to be close to the work and the nightlife, but not in the fray of the activity. In the last month, on 2 separate occasions, I have met people that told me how thrilled they were to be able to afford to live in our neighborhood. Everyone refers to the Marisol Apartments as the gem of Davis Islands. The true gem of Davis Islands are the people, and the people here tonight in opposition do not want a land use change that would destroy the very fabric of our neighborhood. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you to deny the land use change.
Thank you. Good to see you again. Next speaker.
As far as I know, I'm supposed to be last.
State your full name.
Thank you. I see.
Supposed to be.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names. Chandra Valenzuela? Thank you. Nancy Fosnot? Thank you. Keela McCaskill? Thank you. Tana Bluma? Tara? That's all right. That isn't R. And Allison Hewitt? Thank you. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 3 make 8.
State your name. You have 8 minutes.
Stephanie Pointer. You know, the one thing about legislative stuff is people can come up here and tell a story. Sometimes we tell stories on purpose. Sometimes we tell stories and then we change our minds. Like I had a discussion with somebody yesterday and told them I let Carol Ann write my speech, and then I kind of changed my mind. In my opinion, this is putting the cart before the horse. If you truly want to keep the Marisol safe, this should be a historical designation meeting. I told Liz Salsina that earlier this evening, and she agreed. It should have been done first. You can't save anything if you approve this land use change. You can save nothing. There's absolutely nothing you can do from them taking a bulldozer to the place tomorrow because it's not historically designated. In 2022, SOG was sold a CMU 35, a flue change for a coffee shop. We were sold a bill of goods. But we had concerns. But we supported it because that gentleman got up, he swore up and down 6 ways from Sunday that he was going to build a coffee shop. Well, let me show you where we're at now.
My plan is coffee, ice cream, neighborhood services, because I believe that commercial in neighborhoods make for better neighborhoods, a place for people to go meet after work or after school and get a cup of coffee.
The CMU 35 scares the crap out of us. Now, Michael has told me, and Tyler have told me, that this is not going to be residential, nobody's going to put apartments in, but, you know, we still have that apprehension because of that. And I completely believe that this gentleman is telling me the truth, but if he got hit by a bus on the way home, his wife would be smart to sell the property. So,
I had questions even before Ms. Pointer brought it up about the intensification of the CMU 35. I'm going to vote for this hesitantly because community mixed use 35, this site scares me. So I understand that the PD that's coming could solve that, but it couldn't. So don't make me regret it.
The guarantees of what is planned on this aren't guarantees. So we have to be careful, and as Ms. Hurtak said, don't make me regret this.
And as Tyler mentioned, the PD limits us to this. This is my plan. I have my tenants lined up should this be approved, and within 24 months, hopefully the neighborhood will have walking, golf cart, biking distance to coffee and possibly ice cream. Thank you for your time.
I believe that man was sincere. I believe him. I believe that he was telling us the truth. Okay? But the problem is that's not the only example I can give you. Me personally, in 2005, our former city attorney, Gina Grimes, came up here and told that city council over and over and over again in 2005, we can do this land use change. We can do this land use change. If you have concerns, specifically, Councilman Cohen at the time had big concerns about the residential on Rattlesnake Point. She said, no, it's not the time to say stop. It is not the time to say stop. That's at the rezoning. Well, guess what happened? Every single solitary one of those plan amendments came before this council and asked for a rezoning, and city council told them no, and then they filed suit. I will be damned. They filed suit. This is the time when they cannot file suit. And if you really and truly want to save the Marisol, you give them a pat on the butt, tell them to go to historical preservation like they should have to start with, and get it preserved. They can tear it down tomorrow and do whatever they please with this property if you change the zoning on it. And I personally have seen it more than anybody else in this city. I've been to more fludras than anybody else in this city. Tonight, we are witnessing what happens when you put the cart before the horse. The horse should be the historic preservation, because there's nothing to keep this from happening. Insurability doesn't mean squat. What really gets me is People have gotten up here during public comment to speak on behalf of the applicant and told us the applicant is almost broke. They don't have any money. This place is breaking them off. And then the very next breath, we have these people who are going to talk about how much money they're going to make. Well, first of all, none of that is relevant. If they bought a piece of property, just like if I buy a piece of property and it's a crap piece of property, who's that on? That's on me. What really stands out to me personally is the number of people who were long-term residents in that property and say that they were very happy there for many, many years. And these people have decided that that's not the best place for them. And now that they should all be Airbnbs. So they're already running a hotel. You're not taking any rights away from them by not approving a huge hotel because they're already running a hotel. They're already doing what they're asking to do without a PD change, without putting a historic structure at risk, because there is nobody here that's under oath. They can get up here and tell you anything they want, because there is nothing to hold us to what they're saying to you. Nothing. They made a choice to buy a property. If they've owned it plenty long enough to have the historic designation, why not? If you want to save this historic property, the very first thing you do is go and have it historically registered. But yet here we are with no historic registration. Cab and I have lived through this. The hyperbole that's come in here tonight has been, I don't have any money. We're going to lose money on this deal, but everybody's got T-shirts. They've paid a lot of money for the land use change. They got PR people in here working the crowd, feeding everybody who showed up for their side. It's really kind of interesting to me. And I have to say this, and you guys all know this. Everybody who works for the city knows that I am not a fan of the Planning Commission board. I like the Planning Commission people who work there. But the board, I'm not a fan of. But they unanimously turned this down. They unanimously, not like one or two, but all of them said, this is a really, really bad idea. Those people who embrace development, who talk smack about how, oh, wait, this is in the CHHA, which I don't even have in my notes. Why would we increase density in the coastal high hazard area? Why would we do that? Oh, wait. Everybody has said that they're not supposed to. And we really don't want it with the new comp plan either.
Thank
Thank you very
much.
much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Start with your name, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. My name is Greg Wilkerson. I will try and keep this short in respect for everybody here and the many speakers that we've had in front of us. I'm a 40-year resident of Davis Islands. I grew up 2 doors down from the Marisol. I volunteer on the island in many organizations, coach my kids in softball, volunteered for numerous cleanups. I care deeply about the island. There's nothing that I would do to more for my community and to help out. And I think one thing I just wanted to speak on behalf of is the applicants themselves, because a lot of times as communities, we do not get to have a say as to who the developers are. And I think in this case, we have a family that lives on the island, and we should consider that when we have the opportunity to, because they have so much to lose in this situation. They have done all of the right things, and I think in this situation, what we're seeing is they will execute. They have to execute. They've been telling everybody that they will do the right things, and I truly believe that, as opposed to having somebody coming in from Miami, New York, where maybe they don't consider the best use in the surrounding community. So one of the things that they've mentioned too is, and I heard before, the PD does not matter. Well, in this scenario, if this PD isn't approved at the next hearing, they have been willing to relinquish their comp plan amendment if it is approved. So in short, I just want to say that I do believe in the applicant. I think they have the best interests of the island, and I would hope that all of you can see that and will approve this comp plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the audience that wishes to speak to this item this evening? Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to open the discussion for council questions. Does council have any questions of staff or the applicant before we go to rebuttal? Anyone? Yes, Councilman Vera.
To quote Frank Uvalio, what a night. It's for Mr. Hudson, if I may. I have a question. I don't know how determinative this is or whatnot, but with there have been some comments made about potential events at the hotel and event space, and could you respond to that? Are there known plans for that? Is there a large capacity for that? Or you know what?
Yeah, it's gone plan.
Strike that. It's a late evening. Question withdrawn. You're right. Sorry. Disregard.
I have a question for staff. Because there's been conflicting reinterpretation of what was said. I would like to talk about the current future land use and what that, with or without that building, what could potentially, by right, with the future land use designation, what could be constructed on that site today without us making a change today. And there's been comparisons to the Ritz-Carlton on Bay Shore. Is that an accurate description?
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. So I looked up the Ritz-Carlton on Bay Shore. That is designated as residential 50, so it would allow for the same density that would be allowed today on the site.
So I understand that, and other people, if for some reason this property was demolished, they would not have to come before Tampa City Council to get approval to build to that density on that.
It would need, it may require rezoning.
But I mean, no, I'm just talking about the future land use.
The future land use.
For what we're dealing with right now, item number one, if for some reason this building was destroyed or was demolished, the land, whoever owns that land at that time could come back, could go and use that future land use to build something equivalent to what we see in the Ritz-Carlton on Bay Shore, by right.
That's a zoning question.
Okay.
But as far as
For the future land use.
The future land
for
use.
the density of development.
Yes, the future land use would allow the same density.
Okay. That's why, because I kept hearing the same argument from both sides, and I wanted to make sure, I thought I understood it, but I wanted to make sure I truly understood it, because I kept hearing from the other side it's, you know, so I just want to make sure I had that right. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Did you want your second question?
Sure, go.
So the residential 50 today would allow 80 dwelling units, a maximum of 80 dwelling units for residential.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And the proposal is how many dwelling units?
So the number of dwelling units, if you use the density calculation, would be reduced from 80 to 56 under the CMU 35. However, the CMU 35 allows the utilization of FAR for residential, to calculate residential. So there is approximately 139,372 square feet of residential uses could be considered on the site under the CMU 35.
But doesn't translate directly to units, just to square footage.
Square footage.
Yeah, very, very good. Thank you. Any other questions? We'll just wait if you have questions for staff right now. Okay. Or an applicant, yeah, anybody. And this is your opportunity, because what will happen now, after this question time, the applicant will have an opportunity for rebuttal, and then that will be the end of this particular item, okay? So everybody understands? Okay, very good. Hearing no other questions, applicant, would you like a rebuttal?
Yeah. Good evening, Tyler Hudson, for the record. I'm going to share some of my time with Frank. There's a lot of fatigue tonight. I don't think it's really just the hour either. I think there's a lot of fatigue from the fighting. I think there's a lot of fatigue from what is clearly an acute lack of trust in the city. The city has a real trust problem. We live in a very low trust, high regulation environment, and the built environment around us reflects that. So much of the opposition and some of the support too was really just came down to to conversations about trust. You heard a lot of fear tonight. You heard some hope tonight too. Neither fear nor hope are certain. I don't think you should make your decision tonight based on really fear or hope. I think you need to base it on certainties. So let's talk about some of those certainties. I think the Mirasol building deserves a future. It's made it through 100 years. And the greatest threat it's ever faced, I think, is this lack of trust in this community. That somehow Frank, who's done everything that he has said he would do, along with Lindsay, this entire time, the last 3 years of community outreach, that all of a sudden that's just gonna stop. The Mirasol doesn't have a future without hotel use. The people who know the building the best know that the only way to justify the capital investment into that building is to restore the original hotel use. Another certainty, the current entitlements allow us to put a large residential building on the property. That building has zero legal protection right now, and it needs a lot of help. You could easily put, we've massed out by right, talking about going to get permits, 50 units. Those units could be 4,000 or 5,000 square feet. Do the math. Another certainty, the status quo will not hold. This building will not stand and remain as a apartment complex. I want you to really understand that. There is no solution where this just goes back to normal and we take our licks here and it just goes back to renting units again. That will not happen. So the decision before you tonight is quite a momentous one. Another certainty, if you approve this comp plan amendment, you have complete control and reserve the control on what zoning is. That means what uses are allowed, whether it is a 200,000 square foot shopping center like their traffic study speciously assumed, what the parking looks like, what the setbacks look like. You have control over all of that. So the notion that this is being foisted upon you, this massive sea change in entitlements, to believe that, you gotta believe that you're gonna abdicate your own zoning responsibility, which you all exercise, once, twice a month here? And I've said this earlier, I want to emphasize it again on this withdrawal. We can't condition comprehensive plan amendments. The whole way this works is really messed up because you're forced all to make your decisions based on the worst case scenario. That's what planning staff reviewed, and that's what planning commission reviewed. They're kind of like the early warning sign. That's the worst case scenario, they're saying. You basing your decision based on a worst case scenario, I think, is irresponsible because it abdicates your role as the head of the zoning authority that this city grants. If you advance this comprehensive plan amendment tonight to a second reading and our zoning is denied, we will withdraw the comprehensive plan amendment. So that's another certainty. There is zero risk that this comp plan amendment gets approved without an accompanying zoning because we'll withdraw it. So with that, I'm gonna have Frank close us out. Thanks.
Oh, no, sorry.
Start with your name again.
Good evening again, Frank Carriera. A lot has been said tonight, obviously. This is my first experience. As you guys know, I'm not a developer. I'm a resident of Davis Island. And I'll try to make this really brief. I have, I could spend a lot of time here. I have 5 or 6 pages of rebuttals to everything that everybody has said. The one thing that I think is incredibly important is that we realize let me step back for a second. I have a day job. My day job is in capital markets. I mentioned that I've been doing it for 20 years. There's no viable solution and financeable solution unless we have the additional entitlements. So what I ask you tonight is to allow our team in this next step to present what we are proposing. And I think a lot of the questions and the uncertainties and the fear will be squashed because it has been a very, very well thought out plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, can,
Motion to close?
hold on, wait, Councilwoman Young.
So one of the questions that I have is, and I've been, just hearing a lot about the purpose, one of the purposes of wanting to do this is to preserve the Marisol. And so my question is, is there a reason why you did not do the historic preservation before I'm sorry, what time is it? The comp plan, yeah.
Tyler Hudson, I'll take the first crack at it, and Frank might want to add something. It's about certainty. I said that earlier, about certainty. We're willing to seek a landmark. We can't make it a landmark ourselves. The Historic Preservation Commission has to do that. All we can do is make the application, and Frank and Lindsay are willing to make that application once it's been fixed and improved. If we don't do that, if we just were to landmark it now, you guys good? If we just landmark it now without having any improvements, all of those improvements would have to go before another board that decides whether they're approvable or not. We'd have to get from a body like this that would have the opportunity for a lot of folks to weigh in on their opinions about how every intricacy of the design would look. And that's simply a risk that we can't take. It might be done earlier, depending on whether historic preservation tax credits are used, but that's the reason. But Frank, if you want to add anything else?
No, I think you covered it.
Okay, any other questions?
If the Marisol, you say, it's about 100 years old, and if the significance of this space, assuming that those who you're going before to get the historic designation would know that, right? So it would not necessarily be this fight as to what should or should not or how it should look. If we know that the building is it's 100 years old, and the people who give the historic designations know that they know of the historic spaces in Tampa, are you saying that if you were to go that route, you may or may not get the historic designation? I'm just, because I've been hearing a lot about preserving. And so if that is the main focus, why not go that route first? I'm trying to figure out why go this route instead of the historic preservation route first, and then if there are other changes.
Sure. So there's two steps. There's the first would be obtaining a landmark designation from the HPC, the Historic Preservation Commission, who you don't hear about as much. If they granted that, then any changes to the building would have to go before the Architectural Review Commission. And that's a risk that gets denied, that the process you sort of saw unfold today could mean that those design improvements are never approved because you're going 3, 4, 5, 6 times perpetually before an Architectural Review Commission, and that is a huge uncertainty. And so we don't feel like we can commit to seeking that until we have the certainty that we can do the hotel. That's the honest answer. We don't have certainty whether we can do a hotel. That's why we're here.
Okay.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
So what you're saying is you would want to fix the hotel up and then apply for historic preservation?
Exactly.
So you wouldn't actually have to do any of the work to make it historic? To preserve its actual historicness?
We'd have to obtain it before getting a CO. We would do the work. As a condition to getting a certificate of occupancy.
But you wouldn't do it according to the ARC is what you're saying. You don't want to have to go through the hoops of doing it to actually restore it historically.
Well, it would have to meet interior standards to be a landmark. So we do have standards to meet, of course. I mean, to keep it as a landmark.
But you're not willing to do that through the ARC?
No.
Okay.
So, Mr. Hudson, if what I hear you, which I think I'm missing, do I understand this correctly? If you were to seek historical preservation, the owner would end up having a property. If you were not able to get this reclassified, that would not be financially viable to repair to that historical standard. Is that what I'm hearing? So in other words, if you sought historical preservation now, and we still denied a hotel application, the owner would be with a property that he could not financially viably renovate or maintain in that stance, correct? Is that what I'm hearing correctly?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay.
But before we restrict, I mean, making a property a landmark is a huge restriction. I mean, it means you have to get permissions to tear it down. That's not something that we can afford to do unless we have the certainty that we can do the hotel
Yeah, I think that was
use.
missing in the rebuttal,
And
is
I think
what that part.
that's the key part, is right now we can't do a hotel. Only the hotel use justifies the investment. That's, I think we've been.
But the financial thing's not our problem.
Well, Miranda first, and then
Yeah,
Councilman
no,
Miranda,
I
then.
just wanted to say that.
Councilman
Just a
Miranda.
couple of questions that I have to clear out, because I kept hearing Tampa General, Tampa General. Tampa General had nothing to do with the zoning. Tampa General, when they had the rezoning to build, came here and they had no one speak. You know why? Tampa General has no neighbors on that side. Not one neighbor is on that northern side where the building is going up. Let me clear that, and I'm not speaking for Tampa General, just what I know and heard. The second one is, when you look at historical preservation, I remember doing some historical stuff here years back in Hyde Park. And when something came that was out of line to put that structure back to historical, it had to be put back just like it was. Not 1 inch greater, and if it did have a porte-cochere, and the photograph showed a porte-cochere, then you had to build the porte-cochere before you applied for the certification. So I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. When I look at this, I tell myself, what am I doing? One side says existing use residential, RS50 residential, CMU residential, and then when you get to the other parts, it says residential units, 58 residential units, 80, and CMU, 109. Then I get to the floor ratio, 57,025 square feet, 7,567 feet, and 141,134 feet. I don't quite understand the presentation. I don't quite understand what's happening here. I don't believe that the historical preservation will be done no matter what I do, after hearing all the comments. That's just me, from hearing. And I'm not an analyst, but I can tell you about less than 3% of the time that I've been here in 31 years, does the Planning Commission, the city, both in the same thing for rejection, not approval. Maybe 40%, one or the other, and the other percentage, both together. And this is one that they're both together on. I'm not here to cast any stars or say anything about anybody or do what they got to do. Each one that makes an investment, I don't care what it is, an automobile, a car, in fact, should understand what the ramifications are when they make an error. Maybe this was an error. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying maybe. So I'm not responsible for either side, what either side wants or doesn't want. My responsibility is to make my choice on what I see on black and white.
We're at questions now, so if you have any further questions, we can pontificate after we
Yeah,
close.
thank you.
Okay. Is there any further questions? Councilman Bureau.
Thank you. Yes, so Councilman Miranda brought up a good point, which is, Mr. Hudson, you know, how with the Planning Commission and their finding, I guess, I mean, you've responded throughout numerous remarks, but succinctly and narrowly tailored to that issue of the Planning Commission's decision. How would you respond to that in terms of convincing us that that's not to be weighed?
Sure, I think it should be weighed. I'm not saying you should ignore it. You shouldn't ignore the neighbors either. You all have a really unique role. You're the legislative branch of the city of Tampa. So you have the opportunity, the obligation under the charter to set policy. And when you get a lot of different opinions from staff and from neighbors, staff, when it comes to the comp plan, the Planning Commission and your planning staff analyzes things based on the maximum scenario, in the eyes of the opponents, the worst case scenario. But it is simply not true that if you vote yes on this item, that 200,000 square feet of development are automatically approved on the site. That is not true. It is also not true that all CG uses are allowed like that. Also not true. This site is RM35. If you approve this, nothing changes in terms of what you can do on the site. And so I think you should take it into consideration. like everything that you heard. But it's really important to bear in mind that the structure of the system when it comes to comp plan is only presenting the maximum, as if you all have no role at all in determining how those potential rights are used. It's a menu, it's not an order. And there's a really big difference between those things, and it's really critical that you all bear that in mind in your vote.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to close? We have a motion to close, Councilman Hurtak, second from Councilman Beer. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Anybody who'd like to discuss this? Councilwoman Hurtak.
This was a long night, and this is very interesting. I really wish that our approval of this would save this building, but I don't think it will. Because I think somebody said something earlier tonight that really hit home for me, is that we don't control saving this building. We just don't do it. You can tear it down tomorrow. You could tear it down after the CMU. There's nothing that protects it. If you had gotten the historic designation, different story. But you didn't. So I can't approve this because I don't know what will happen. And I'm very concerned about that. And to me, the historic preservation part is, I would venture to guess, we all want to restore this. But there is no historic designation. This can be torn down tomorrow. And nothing we do here tonight will change that.
Councilman Carlson?
First of all, I want to say I love the building. I remember this building in like the 80s or 90s when everybody wanted to live in it, and the people that lived in it, they would live there for years, and when a better unit would come open, they would move around inside the building. I don't know if everybody remembers that, but everybody loves the building. The view from the back, we got to see the view from the houses just now, but the view from the back is one of the most beautiful views in Tampa. It's where you can show off Tampa about how really beautiful it is. This is a legislative matter, and I think it's the duty of the applicant to win over the public. The comprehensive plan is a process that takes years. We're going through updating it right now. It's taken 2 or 3 years already. Lots and lots of public meetings, thousands of people come out. The Planning Commission goes to great lengths to listen to the public, try to negotiate, try to find compromise and everything. And so when somebody wants to change the comprehensive plan, we have to keep in mind that it's not just some simple document that's standing in the way of a developer. It's something that was built over years of planning by the Planning Commission, and ultimately Council and Planning Commission have to vote on it, but with lots and lots of community input from developers, interested parties, and neighborhoods and others. And so it's a really important document, kind of a sacred document that we should not just easily change. And if we're going to change it, then it's up to the applicant to get the public to support it. I'm really offended by the comment that the lack of trust is on the city. The lack of trust is not on the city, it's on the applicant. They don't trust the applicant, it's not the city. And I'm not blaming the people that own it. Somehow your team failed. If you know that you have hundreds of emails coming in, you guys see the quasi box. If you guys have hundreds of emails, stop the process, back up, talk to the public about it, try to get public approval. That's what developers do. This council approves 99% of projects that go through. The few that we don't approve, we don't like not approving them, and we get criticized as if we turn down a lot of things, but we really don't. The Business Journal has criticized in the past when we go against the staff's recommendation, or if we go against the Planning Commission's recommendation. The Planning Commission is very, very pro-development. I'm shocked that they voted against this. The staff argued against it. So now we'll probably get criticized if we vote against it. We'll get criticized if we voted with the staff and with the Planning Commission's recommendation. But there's so many big developments, important developments that we approve with these comprehensive plan changes, because the team that the the owner hired did a great job of winning over the public. It's not our duty to win over the public. This is not our request. We're not asking to change years of negotiation with the public. The applicant is doing that. Somebody mentioned the Vinoy. As I recall, early 90s, there was a huge investment. I think Indonesian investors, others were involved. The next owner, which I think was, maybe somebody here remembers, but it was the general manager of the hotel and others. There was a big delta between the original investment and the next investment. Investing in historic preservation is expensive, and a lot of times the first investor loses money. There are a lot of examples of it. You have to have deep pockets and a long horizon. I love this building. I would love to vote for this. I think that the owners in earnest are trying to do something right. On a legislative matter, I don't understand why the consultants didn't stop and say the public is against us, and why don't we just stop and talk to the public and find out what they want? When a developer says, we don't care what the public thinks, we're just going, let's just roll forward, that's the wrong attitude.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Thank you very much. I wish that the Mirasol just would have stayed a hotel since the beginning, because it would have just been a simple hotel restoration, but it didn't. It became residential, and then when the zoning classifications came in, it was residential, so we are where we are at today. Someone asked the question, how would you feel if you lived next to this? Me, I'd be walking to the coffee shop every day. I would enjoy it. However, you have something that I didn't expect. I thought it was going to be one or two neighbors that would have objected to this, but it is such a large amount of individuals. It's not just the people that live next door or the surround. I mean, it is. I wasn't expecting 6 hours of public comment, number one. In regards to taking it from the R50 to the CMU 35, the intensity is significant. It's not just a simple hotel restoration. There's a lot more to it. There's a lot more that you can do with that because it allows you to. And then the fact that it was a unanimous denial from the Planning Commission. Unanimous. Not even one vote going the other way. That is concerning because it can be a flexible board. But unanimous is one thing. Then the city. I mean, there's too many things here that I can't bring myself to a yes on this. Thanks.
Councilman Miranda, did you want to speak?
No, no question, no more.
Councilman Vera?
Yeah. I want to throw some things out because, again, I'm thinking through this through my head to council members. And I know we have 3 people who have so far potentially said no to this, but just some things to throw out because, again, I'm working this through, so to speak, which is, so right now, correct me if I'm wrong, they have the right to do 80 dwelling units on this, correct?
It's closed.
In other words, that is state that is my understanding. So with this comp plan amendment, how do y'all feel about the presentation or the idea that this is a way in which we have some movement or some discretion on the preservation of the hotel? That is, we're not locked in. We're between first and second reading. We have a rezoning after this where we would have some discretion. I'm working this stuff in my head.
In my pontification, I'll respond to that.
Okay, because I'm putting that out there because, again, I'm working through this, just thinking about that, which is, this is a way in which we can balance out having a lot of limitations, restrictions, et cetera, potentially. Again, I'm trying to, and by the way, a lot of good points. I asked Mr. Hudson the issue on the Planning Commission for a reason, right? Because that's certainly something that weighs on me as well. These are other points that, again, I want to bring up to discuss. Chairman, I don't know if you want to discuss or whoever.
No,
Thank you.
We're going to go the rounds, and then if we need to have discussion. Councilwoman Young, did you want to speak?
Yes. So I'm still kind of wrapping my head around this too. But just a couple of things I just kind of wanted to point out. And I think one of us already said it. I definitely think there is something to be said that our planning commission, our land development staff, and our planning department voted against this. I truly believe that we all have our expertise and we play our parts in making sure that the city is run smoothly and planned smoothly. And so to hear that those, who we have either, appointed or whose expertise have said no, I think that is something that we should definitely take into consideration. Also, again, we've been hearing tonight a lot about we need to preserve this, piece of history, this 100-year-old space. And yet, as I'm listening, to me, I'm not sure if that, the will or the want to do the work to make this a historic designation is there. Even just, asking the question, it seemed as though that process would be too much. But if you're wanting to go the extra route to preserve something, and that it has a cultural significance, going through that process would not necessarily be something like a, end all be all. It's like, well, we need to preserve this, so we're going to do what we have to do. And I don't feel like that's there. And then also to hear from someone that lives there that the upgrades right now are not being done. You have people that are living there now. So if the interest is to preserve the space, why is that not happening? And I think also, again, there are no protections. It could be torn down tomorrow. We don't know that. So I'm not saying a yes or a no, but it's just my kind of like initial thoughts that I'm having just based off of conversation and comments.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. It's interesting that 7 people can listen to arguments and hear different things. Because I heard so many different things. I kept hearing. I heard Councilman Carlson and someone else just talked about the public, but I heard kind of a split crowd. I heard a 50-50. I did not hear an overwhelming public outcry one way or the other. There was heartfelt sentiments, especially from people that lived in close proximity. Obviously, there was a loud, objection to the people that were on those 2 streets. But then I heard an awful lot, and I know my inbox is filled with yeses and nos as well as this. So I don't know if that was a compelling argument. I will say that we've heard a lot about the Vinoy, and we've heard a lot about these properties that are saved, but I think we also have to talk about the properties that weren't saved. For those of you that are old enough, in downtown St. Petersburg, we had the Serena Hotel in 1992 that was demolished. We have the Moss Brothers building in downtown Tampa that was demolished through neglect and decay. Because, and I think in a very similar type of situation we're talking about today, it wasn't that building couldn't be saved, but the economics of that building prevented it from being saved because they didn't have a champion to go in there and do that. So we lost the Moss Brothers, the Likes Brothers building across the way right here, we've lost. So we've lost all these amazing historical structures that is the worst case scenario, that if this council ignores the fact that the economic viability is economic viability. You can either make it work. In reference to the question about historic preservation, they're not. It's not at any cost. You can't expect a homeowner a property owner to just throw buckets and buckets of money at something. So if they found a hook to be able to save this and still make it economically viable, which from what I'm hearing from the applicant is the hotel application, the hotel use, that gives them the economic viability to save this property. So, I think what we've heard, and we didn't hear anything refuting this, is that it is not, I don't think anybody argued that this is not economically viable as an apartment building. If it's not economically viable as an apartment building, it is going to be torn down. That is, that was very clear in all of the testimony we heard tonight. Nobody opposed that from both sides. So the sacrifice that we're going to see in the city, and I think it would be a sad day in the city of Tampa if this council allowed that to happen. But I look around the country, and it was pointed out, the proximity of neighborhood hotels. But you look in Beverly Hills, beautiful hotel, Palm Beach, the Grove Park Inn in Asheville. These beautiful hotels are right smack in the middle of neighborhoods. I think it was Linda Salcena talked about this little urban oasis. The Davis Island is this really eclectic, funky. I love Davis Island. So, I stare at it every morning. I look across the way. I don't live on the island, but I'm right there, walking distance from it. I love the fact that you've got all of these really funky mixed-use kind of uses on this island and as part of what the charm is. If it was all residential and you didn't have any commercial, nobody'd want to live there. My God, you guys are going to get flooded every 10 years, right? Nobody's going to want to live there if it was all residential. You've got all of these other things to do, which makes it really an attractive and very unique and very distinctive Tampa place to be. And of course, very distinctive in Tampa, nobody can look at this building and not look at this building architecturally and say, instantly identify that that's a Tampa building. I mean, it yearns of what Tampa is and what it was during the Florida land boom, and running the risk, I think the risk of losing this architectural gem and the economic benefit, that's something we've missed as well. We also are not going to turn Tampa, I'm a big neighborhood advocate. Hey, I ran on a platform, South Tampa's full. But I also do not believe that this proposal is going to increase density. We're not adding people to schools. That's my biggest thing in South Tampa. Our schools are full. They're full. We can't have any more people. We saw the other competent evidences about the driving issue. I think that gentleman, I don't know who it was or what his background was, but I found his testimony to, of course, we all like to reconfirm what our notions are or what our anecdotal feelings were, but I felt like what he said reconfirmed what I thought already about the driving patterns of these types of developments. But the economic impact, we can't turn Tampa into a 100% residential city. We have to have jobs. We have to have people that work. We have to have paychecks. And I will tell you right now, hotels, that is big business for the city of Tampa. Hotel taxes pay for a lot of crap that you guys don't want to pay property taxes for. I'm just saying right now. So we can't forget that. And it really is a relatively clean industry. And I know Charlie talked about the hospital not talking, but I also know from my experience that hospitals need hotels. I know we've all had family members where we've had to travel, where we've had patients in critical condition, or my grandmother and I had to go. You have to stay in a hospital. You want a hospital close to a hotel close to a hospital. I think it's important. So I love living in a mixed city. I live in Hyde Park. I love being able to walk to things. I wouldn't live anywhere else because I can walk out of my house and turn right and go to someplace interesting. I can turn left and grab a cup of coffee. I can walk down the street and go to a movie theater. When my family comes to town and I don't like them, I can put them up in a hotel. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Put me in the hotel. I know. I got it. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Thank you. Just want to remind you, it's the comp plan amendment. This is not us trying to save somebody from doing stuff. So to answer Mr. Vieira's question, going to CMU 35 to see what could happen, it is not our job to go to the next step to see what could be. Our job is to look and see, is CMU 35 appropriate for this location? Like, is it right? And I happen to disagree with you. I know we had a very mixed, but I truly think that you owe a little bit more to the neighbors who are actually going to be affected by this. And so, I mean, the fact that you got so many people that just don't see the added density as a bonus. And then I agree a lot with what Councilman Maniscalco said. The sad part of this is that it failed as a hotel after like 3 years. But it succeeded as an apartment complex for 75. So it is residential. It is not a hotel. It might have been built as a hotel, but it's not a hotel. You're creating a whole new use. And I mean, I'm sorry that the land boom or the bust happened, but that is not the way this was developed. And even though the island may have been developed a certain way, that's not how it was built. Look at Harbor Island. It was built to be super high density. That didn't pan out either because of another bust. I mean, I just, I appreciate what you're trying to do, but that's not what we're doing here. And I'm not asking for a response because no, I'm just, we are not in the business of saving people from what they've bought. I'm sorry, if they bought it, they need to maintain it. If they didn't want to maintain it, if they didn't want to go under, it was all, if you don't want to go for historic preservation because it's too expensive to maintain, then, you know, I don't know how you're going to do as a hotel. I mean, this is just too much. It's not quite, I think I would be, no, it's too intense for this area because of what it could be. And you're right, they could tear it down tomorrow. And they could build a whole Ritz-Carlton. That's totally true. But if we give it this CMU 35, they could tear it down and build something twice that size.
No.
Yeah, they could.
No,
I'm not making a question for you, and I know Mr. Carlson's next, but I'm just saying that yes, they can build.
Well, I'm not responding, but I'm going to anyway. You're not asking, but I'm going to anyway. I'll say I'm surprised because you and I are usually so simpatico on these things. And we're talking about an urban village, and we're talking about walkability, and we're talking about mixed use. I mean, this should like ring so true to you and your values. So
it should, but it's not the right thing. And when the Planning Commission agrees that it's not the right thing, it is not the right thing. It is not the right density for this part of a residential community.
So now we like the Planning Commission. No. So it's one of those interesting things that this is such an urban environment, and you can't separate the Davis Islands from the urban nature of the area. I mean, it's part of our core. Love you. And it's funny, I've got so many friends that are on both sides. I've got so many friends that are on both sides of this argument.
This is surrounded by the least dense land use we have in the city.
And catty-cornered to this is the exact same land use, like 4 blocks away, 4
But
lots
it's
away.
one thing versus all of this R6.
And a major regional hospital. I mean, major regional hospital on the point with high-intensity development. But again, this is, I think that the exaggeration of what could be built, and again, I think you cannot lose sight of this council-controlled zoning. And with the zoning, and I think it was very generous that the applicant came through and said, if we pass this through this time, we'll control what gets built here on zoning. We'll have that bite of the apple. We're going to get a second bite of the apple of this. And if it doesn't happen, he's already committed on the record, sworn testimony that they will rescind this approval.
But it doesn't matter. That's happened before.
No.
That's happened before, and they'll go to Fludra. I've been.
No, he would rescind it tonight.
It would, no, you can't do that. I would not, this is why I don't like land use and comp plan on the same night. Rezonings and comp plans do not deserve to be on the same night because comp plans really need to be debated and discussed.
That's part of what I was going to say too.
Councilman Carlson.
We should not know that this is going to be a hotel. We should not know what the plans are for it. Because if you just looked at CMU 35 by itself and looked at what they can do with that, and there's no historic preservation on it, so that means they could tear down the building. If we just looked at that by itself without knowing what they were going to apply for, we probably wouldn't approve this. And also there's a different test. This is legislative, that is quasi-judicial in code. And when we're doing quasi-judicial, changing the code, it's a different thing, and it doesn't matter if 1,000 people show up for or against something. You don't have to count heads, but with so many emails and so many people out here, what it means is that the applicant did not engage the public in an effective way. The first thing that you should do is go meet with whatever your project is, go meet with the people around and talk to them and find out what their concerns are and try to work out. Can we have them removed, please?
If anybody else does, I will. No more talking. I don't care which side you're on. I don't care. Even if you agree with me and think I'm the best chair in the world, I don't want to hear it. Okay. Go.
I mean, it's disrespectful to the public for the applicants, consultants to do that, frankly.
It's everybody. It's not just one side.
No, I mean, if your team did not engage the public correctly, you're going to blame us for voting the way we think we need to vote. If you all had gone door to door and talked to the public and asked them what they want, the people that laugh like that are the developers who don't care at all about what the public thinks. And that's why you end up in trouble. That's why you're going to end up either losing money or having to come back here. And it's not our responsibility, it's not the public's responsibility to do that. If you guys cared about historic preservation, you would have asked for it already. You would have applied for that, and we wouldn't be having concerns about it. I don't know what the return time is if we turn this down tonight, but what the developer should do now is stand up and say, go ahead and vote. They can't talk now. But after we vote, whatever the answer is, if it's no, what the developer should say is, look, I'm committed to go work with the public for however long it takes and come back and have a different answer. Because if you work in, there are projects that should have been very, very controversial in our community that had no controversy because the developer didn't have an attitude like that.
Councilman Miranda?
I'm just gonna go back to my original numbers. From the existing to the R50, it's about, what's that, 70? And then from 70 to 141 is double. From R50 to CMU 35, it doubles the square footage. So what am I to think? I'm left with nothing.
No. Okay. Any other discussion? Councilwoman Hurtak.
If nobody else wants to, I'll just make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion denying TACPA 24-18. Based on the based on the competent and substantial evidence of the denial of the Planning Commission staff, the unanimous denial of Planning Commission staff, and the both Planning Commission and city staff reports.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. We have a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call vote, please.
Vieira. You said no. I'm sorry. Okay. Carlson. Yes. Miranda.
Yes.
Maniscalco. Yes. Hurtak.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Clendenin.
Nay.
Okay. Motion carried with Vieira and Clendenin voting no.
That's gonna be a sad day. That's gonna be a sad day. Yeah, we're gonna have a 10-minute break. It is 11:34. Actually, let's come back at 11:55. So roll call, please.
Miranda. Maniscalco. Hurtek. Young. Vieira. Carlson. Clendenin.
Here.
We have a physical quorum.
Thank you. And it is not morning yet. We still have 4 minutes of evening, so it's still good evening. Mr. Chris, would you like to speak?
Good evening, City Council. For the record, Christopher DeMonch with Development Coordination. Getting back to our agenda here, relating to agenda item number 2, no further action is needed on this particular item pursuant to section 27-150, letter D of the Land Development Regulations. The title of item D is withdrawal of zoning application when related to comprehensive plan amendment application. A rezoning application that is contingent on a request to amend the comprehensive plan shall be deemed withdrawn and no further effect where the requested amendment to the comprehensive plan is denied by City Council. No further proceeding of action by council shall be required.
Can I get a motion to withdraw item 2? We have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Very good. Staff, item number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I would say you're right. We're going to a public hearing, so why don't we do the swearing-ins? If you're here tonight to testify on any of the left remaining business, stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, for the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 3 is REZ 2590. This is a request to rezone 2539 West Cherry Street from planned development to planned development for residential single-family semi-detached uses. I'll turn it now over to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Good evening. Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our first rezoning case tonight is within the Central Tampa Planning District, and specifically it's in the West Tampa Urban Village. It is in Evacuation Zone E. This is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding properties. As you can see, the surrounding area is predominantly residential with single-family and semi-detached homes in the surrounding area. This is West Tampa Elementary School for reference, and it is about a block west of North Armenia Avenue. Subject site is designated as residential 20. That surrounds the subject site on all properties. This here is the public, semi-public designation. Again, West Tampa Elementary. We do have CC 35 along North Armenia Avenue. Excuse me. Planning Commission staff reviewed the application, found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood, which is primarily composed of single-family, semi-detached residents with a few single-family detached residents to the north and west of the site. The applicant has entered into a bonus provision agreement for 1 additional unit. The request is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 20 designation, which is 20 dwelling units per acre. The site is located within the West Tampa Urban Village, which encourages pedestrian-oriented design and densities that support transit use. The design meets these policies. The unit entrances are oriented towards the public sidewalk. Overall, the Planning Commission staff found the request consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Tampa Comprehensive Plan. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Yes, sir.
Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. With this particular rezoning request, we'll start with an aerial of the subject site. The subject property is outlined in red. It is located on the north side of West Cherry Street. It is located on a block that is to the east of North Tampania Avenue and west of North Armenia Avenue. Zoning surrounding the site to the north, south, east, and west is RM16. There is a mix of uses in terms of the fact that there is single-family, detached, and semi-detached uses to the north, east, and west of the subject site. South of the subject site is a parking lot that is associated with the West Tampa Elementary School, which is located southwest of the subject site. Property is also located in the West Tampa overlay. It has been reviewed for compliance with the West Tampa overlay district development design standards. Also, council, this site may look familiar to you as it was before you in 2024, requesting PD rezoning with a bonus provision agreement. It is back before you this evening as the applicant is proposing structural dwelling redesign, which is resulting in a reduction to the rear and side yard setbacks. It also still requires a bonus provision agreement to allow for 2 units. We do have a site plan. To show you. The site plan here shows the site that is approximately 4,769 square feet in area, where the applicant is proposing the construction of single-family semi-detached dwelling units. The PD plan proposes a 2-unit, 3-story structure. Each unit provides a 2-car garage, providing rear entry access off the 14-foot alleyway. There is a covered entryway for each unit with 3-foot wide sidewalks entering out onto an existing sidewalk that runs east to west on West Cherry Street. The setback reductions proposed through this plan development rezoning application include a reduction to the rear yard from the previously approved 37 feet, now proposed to be 15 feet, as well as a reduction in the side yards on the east and west sides of the property from the approved 6 feet to 5 feet. Given the size of the site at 4,769 square feet, a maximum of 1 unit is allowed by right, or a total of 2 units are permitted with the bonus provision agreement. Next, we have the aerials. Well, not aerials, I'm sorry, elevations. These elevations depict a single structure with 3-story units. There is one waiver requested with this application to allow a minimum roof pitch of 312 in lieu of the required roof pitch of 412. Next, we have some photos. This is the photo of the subject site. This is the view from West Cherry Street. Next photo is the subject site. This is looking south from the alleyway that is to the north of the subject site. This is the view looking east on that alleyway that is north of the subject site. North of the subject site, we have single-family detached. Looking south, we have the parking lot associated with the West Tampa Elementary School. East of the subject site, west of the subject site, and then, of course, looking southwest, you can see the school there. Development Coordination Compliance staff has reviewed this application. We do find the request consistent with the land development regulations. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve this application, modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second readings, and I'm available for any questions.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none, applicant.
Good morning, council. My name is Alex Rios with Rios Architecture. I am presenting on behalf of the petitioner for RAZ 25-90. This request is to rezone from PD to PD. The previously approved PD allows for 2 semi-detached townhomes, and what is being presented today is very limited in scope with 3 specific modifications. First is the rear setback. This proposed PD does reduce the rear setback compared to the prior approved PD, but still maintains the 15-foot required setback required by the West Tampa overlay. Secondly, the garage dimensions. We are reducing the side setback from 6 feet to 5 feet, but that also allows for a more functional garage. And then lastly is the roof pitch. That is the only waiver on the application. If I may here, just present on the, all right. So actually, let me go to the elevations. We have tried really hard to try to maintain, a roof pitch at all because being a three-story structure. You can see here on the elevations, we are basically at 9 feet and less than 9 feet on the first floor with shallow floor trusses. A 312 pitch does take up 5 feet in total height, and we are trying to still maintain the 35-foot height requirement. If it be the pleasure of council, we do not mind maintaining the presentation as shown. Again, we do have less than 9 foot height. We are maintaining the 35 feet. But if it be the pleasure of council, we would be open to going with a 412 pitch, and as long as we can get the added height to account for it, which we would request 38 feet to do so. And we did make some minor tweaks to the front elevation. Where is the? This is just the latest rendering that we have of the front. With that, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
So I have questions. So when I first, can you put the new proposed elevation that you had on the front? The picture, because I'm gonna hold you to a picture.
Sure.
Because I'll be honest with you, when I first, because generally, when you come up before us, I'm a big fan of your projects, and I almost could approve things with my eyes closed. And whenever you present, the quality of stuff, those first elevations, I was questioning. Okay, so the porch on this one looks more substantial than your sketch drawings, because I felt that you were missing the West Tampa overlay intent with the front porch on your original drawings. I'm a little bit more comfortable with how you have that depicted on this particular drawing. I do have a question. The second floor balconies, is that just a design element, or because you're losing square footage there? What was your thoughts there?
Well, because they are a rear access garage, because there's a rear access garage, there is limited green space, so we're making up for that by having a front balcony on the second level.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, I don't know what the rest of the council feels, but I would be willing to entertain the variance in the height to be able to get the roof pitch in line with the West Tampa overlay. Like I said, I don't know what the sentiment of everybody else is, but I would rather see the roof pitch and not have that waiver on this. But I would prefer that, again, if this is your intent to build this, I'm much more comfortable with this than I was the first go around, because this is good. This is better. Councilwoman Hurtado.
It's a waiver one way or the other.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's
Yeah, but I mean, at least it's in line with the
Yeah,
overlay
no.
district.
I mean, I just wanted to point out the fact that it's a waiver one way or the other.
You're right.
I agree. I think the West Tampa overlay, I think being able to approve that would be more important.
Chris, yeah.
If the applicant proceeds with a 412 roof pitch, it would not involve a waiver.
It would not.
They only need the waiver if they pursue the 312.
They don't need the height restriction waiver? Because they go 35 to 38.
Well, they would set their height through the PD.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So between first and second reading on the PD, they would do that?
We would just need to update the revision sheet to where they would update the elevations with the height, strike the waiver language from the site plan, and then update the new height under the site data table.
Okay.
So 3 very minor changes. If the applicant is fine with that, they can, if it's the pleasure of council, we're happy to proceed.
Is that good for you?
It would be our preference as well. We came into the zoning trying to stay within the 35 feet, and we're definitely would be gracious for the 38.
Understood.
But definitely our preference.
And we've done this recently, and again, we really appreciate you always bring excellent designs, but we have started asking if you would be willing to commit to building this exact
Facade.
Thank you. I'm sorry, it's 12 o'clock. So yeah, that facade, would it look like this?
Mm-hmm. But
Okay.
it is, yeah. On behalf of the petitioner, I would say yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so with the modifications, is there anybody in the public, anything else you wanted to add to this? Anybody in the public wishes to speak to this item? We have a motion to close from Councilman Morales, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Who would like to make a motion with the amendments?
The only difference is the E.
Okay, yeah, please.
We're still there.
Okay, yeah, so we'll just replace this, and we can talk tomorrow.
So I have an ordinance rezoning the property at the general vicinity of 2539 West Cherry Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD, plan development to PD, plan development residential, single-family, semi-detached, providing an effective date with the revision.
With the height revision and the site and the stipulation to build to the facade.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, we have a motion for Councilman Maniscalco, a second for Councilwoman Hurtak.
Do you need that written, or do you need that stated more clearly, Mr. Dimash?
Nope, I think the three things we mentioned, which would be updated elevations, updated site data table, and striking of the waiver on the site plan.
And the facade, or no?
Yes, and
Yeah,
And we would use the elevations, the applicant, we replace the elevations with the ones shown tonight, showing the revised building height of 38 feet.
Perfect.
And if that can be incorporated as part of the motion, please.
Yes, I accept what the gentleman just said and incorporate that into my motion.
Okay, we have a motion, Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, second from Councilwoman Hurtak.
I know we look alike.
Yeah, you do, but, yeah.
I'm gonna chew my tongue for first time in history. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, the ayes have it, thank you.
Do we have a note? I know, it is.
It is late, or it's early. It's actually, no, it's not late, it's early.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 5th, 2026 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
And now we get 2.0.
Exactly. For the record, Christopher Demach, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 4 is REZ 2591. This is a request to rezone 2704 West Palmetto Street from Planned Development to Planned Development for residential single-family semi-detached uses. I'll turn it over now to Planning Commission.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our next rezoning case is located in the Central Tampa Planning District, specifically West Tampa Urban Village. It's an evacuation zone E.
I'm either having a stroke or that's not in focus.
I don't think all 7 of us.
Is that better?
There we go.
There we go. This site is actually just to the northwest of it, of the previous amendment, or I'm sorry, the previous rezoning, just across the street from North Tampania Avenue. Again, this is West Tampa Elementary School to the south, and it is just about a block off of Armenia, which is out of the frame here. Subject site is designated as residential 20. That designation surrounds the subject site on all sides. Again, we have PSP to the south. We have R10 one block to the west, and then CC 35 along Armenia Avenue here. Planning Commission staff reviewed the application, found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. Again, the surrounding area is predominantly single residential in character. There has been a modification to the previous bonus provision agreement, including this application, and staff finds the request comparable and compatible with the development along this portion of West Palmetto Street. The site is located in West Tampa Urban Village, which encourages pedestrian-oriented design and densities that support transit use. The proposed design orients both units towards the public sidewalk, which is consistent with LU Policy 9.2.6 regarding the orientation of front doors for attached units. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Council have any questions for the planning staff? Hearing none.
For the record, Christopher Demach, Development Coordination. We'll start with an aerial of the subject site. Outlined in red is the subject property. It is located on the south side of West Palmetto Street. The subject block is located east of North Havana Avenue and west of North Tampania Avenue. To the north, south, east, and west of the subject site, We have RS50 zoning. The surrounding uses are single-family detached dwelling units. Just further east of the subject site, across North Tampana Avenue, the zoning changes over to RM16. The property is located in the West Tampa overlay, and it has been reviewed for compliance with the West Tampa Overlay District Development Design Standards. Much like the application you just heard before this one, this was before you in 2024, and the applicant, due to proposed structural dwelling redesign, is seeking a reduction in the rear yard and side yard setbacks, and there is also still a need for a bonus provision agreement. I will also note, before jumping into the site plan, that the application we just heard is located southeast from the application that is under consideration now. So they're basically in the same neighborhood. Next, we have the proposed site plan. Subject property is approximately 4,769 square feet in area. The applicant's proposing the construction of single-family semi-detached units. The site plan shows a single structure containing 2 units. Each unit has a 2-car garage, providing rear entry to each unit from the 14-foot alleyway that is located to the south of the proposed structures. There is a covered entryway for each unit, and a 3-foot sidewalk from each unit leading out to the existing 5-foot concrete sidewalk. Front doors are oriented to West Palmetto Street. The specific setback reductions proposed through this PD application include a rear yard setback reduction from 28 feet to 15, and a reduction in the side yard setbacks on the east and west side from 6 feet to 5 feet. Given the size of the site at 4,769 square feet, a maximum of 1 dwelling unit is permitted by right, or 2 are permitted with a bonus provision agreement. The proposed elevations show what was provided with this application, but much like the last application, I'm sure the applicant will talk about the elevations and any changes that he may seek at this hearing. I'm also going to read into the record the waiver requested through this application, but much like the last one, the applicant will talk about changing the roof pitch. So there is one waiver requested with this application to allow a minimum roof pitch of 312 in lieu of the required roof pitch of 412. Next, we have photos. This is a photo of the subject site from West Palmetto Street. Looking north across West Palmetto Street. Immediately south of the subject site, we have the 14-foot alleyway. Further south of the subject site on West Cherry Street, you can see single-family detached dwelling units. East of the subject site and west of the subject site. Development Coordination and Compliance staff has reviewed this application. We find the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Regulations. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve this application, modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading, and I'm available for any questions.
Does council have any questions? Councilman Miranda.
I'm looking at this, and it leaves me a little perplexed about 3 stories high in West Tampa. There's no neighborhood like that in West Tampa, none. And I don't particularly care for it. I'm going to vote for this one, but I will not be supporting any future ones.
Okay. Any other questions? Hearing none. Applicant.
Good evening, Council. Alex Rios with Rios Architecture, presenting on the behalf of the petitioner for RZ 2591. This presentation is an exactly like the prior presentation. The same 3 changes are being made. If anything, the only minor change, which is only a site constraint, is that the built-to line in the West Tampa overlay is a little bit more restrictive here, so the overall building footprint happens to be a little bit smaller compared to the prior presentation. But the presentation is the same. The requested changes would be the same. If it be the pleasure of council, we'd like to continue with that 412 pitch and go with the additional height.
And build the same facade.
Yes, that's fine. We can make all those, add those to the correction sheet.
Okay. So any other questions from council? Hearing none, can I get a motion to close? Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this item? It's early as lag. Anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this item? Hearing none. Motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Villa, I saw your light on. Would you like to read this one?
Sure, I would. I'll move an ordinance presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property, general vicinity of 2704 West Palmetto Street, City of Tampa, Florida, and particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development to PD plan development residential single-family semi-detached, providing an effective date.
I think we have a motion from Councilman Villa.
Is there a revision sheet on this one, by the way?
There will be, so we'll need to make the same exact changes to this one. I'm happy to state it in the record.
Why don't we?
So we will be making changes. The applicant will be providing revised elevations between first and second reading. We will strike the waiver request that's also on the site plan, and there will be an update to the site data table reflecting a revised building height using the 412 roof pitch. So same exact items that we discussed with REZ 2590.
We have a motion from Councilman Vieira, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it.
Okay. Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 5th, 2026 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairman and Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. Item 5 is REZ 2599. It's for the property located at 5250 and 5242 East Broadway Avenue. The request is to rezone the property. It's currently zoned PD, approved in 2021 under REZ 2199. It allows for residential multifamily, strip, shopping center, and all CI uses. And the request is to rezone the PD plan development to allow for all commercial intensive uses. I'll turn it over to Planning Commission.
Danny Collins with your Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our next rezoning case is in the Central Tampa Planning District. It's in Evacuation Zone D. This is an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding property. Subject site is just has frontage along East Broadway Avenue and is just south of East 14th Street. This area is interesting. There's generally south of Broadway, we have some industrial uses as shown here on the aerial. And then to the north and west of the subject site, we have some single-family homes, and then we also have a park just north of 14th Street. Here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site has 2 future land use designations. The southern portion of the site along Broadway is designated as TU 24, transitional use 24. That category allows a range of uses, anything from light industrial to residential. The northern portion of the subject site is designated as residential 20, and that residential 20 is to the north, west and east of the subject site. South of Broadway, as we get off the corridor, we have light industrial. The applicant is utilizing LU policy 5.1.6 to blend entitlements across the entire site. This policy allows floor area ratio to be calculated across the entire site and permits uses from the applicable land use categories to be located anywhere on the site through an approved PD, and that is what the applicant is seeking today. The proposed intensity can be considered, and the CI uses can be considered anywhere on the subject site. The Planning Commission staff found the request and found it comparable and compatible with the surrounding area, which includes a diverse mix of uses as mentioned, residential, commercial, industrial, and public and quasi-public uses. The proposed eastern building is set back approximately 87 feet, and the proposed western building is approximately 145 feet from single-family homes to the north. Additional setbacks are provided to the east and west, with building setbacks approximately 94 feet from single-family homes across North 54th Street, and 96 feet from single-family attached sites to the west. An 8-foot solid vinyl fence and landscape buffers are proposed along the northern, eastern, and western property lines to further screen nearby residential uses. Staff has determined that the request is sensitive to the surrounding area. The project also enhances pedestrian connectivity by providing tree-lined sidewalks along East Broadway Avenue, North 54th Street, and East 14th Avenue, as well as the sidewalk connection from the building entrances on East Broadway Avenue. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and that concludes my presentation.
I have a question.
Yes.
You leave that up there for a second. Because as it just seems odd that they find this, because you see the consistency of the future land use as it sits, and understanding that all these parcels around here are single family, detached, and a park. I mean, obviously along Broadway, you know, you can see where that would have a higher intensive usage. But so what was the Planning Commission's discussion when they found consistency to encroach into this single family neighborhood?
So as I mentioned, they're utilizing the blending provision, LU policy 5.1.6, which allows the blending of, in this case, the CI uses onto the residential 20. As far as compatibility, they provide an ample setbacks to those residential homes. They've also are meeting their buffering and landscaping requirements. And they located, for the most part, the buildings close to Broadway as far as the entrance, so the access would be from Broadway. So that is what factored into our finding. Also, TU-24 category is a category, like I said, that allows a range of uses, and it should be, development should be, the comprehensive plan has policy that says the category has, the ability to create development that is not necessarily compatible with the surrounding area. That's language for the TU-24 category. So that the development needs to trend to what the development is in the surrounding area. In this case, there is that industrial to the south of the subject site, and you also have residential.
Because this looks like what we're doing, if we approve this, we're claiming usage in an area that doesn't currently exist. In other words, we're kind of redefining what the usage would be. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Well, like I said, we found that they did provide adequate setbacks. They're meeting their landscaping and buffering screening requirements.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Council. LaShawn, Development Coordination. In this rezoning request, which is REZ 2599, it would allow for commercial development of 60,000 square feet. There are 2 buildings proposed on the site at a maximum building height of 35 feet. You'll see this subject property that's located here on Broadway. It's outlined in red. For orientation, this is 56th Street, this is 54th Street. And you can see along Broadway Avenue to the west, you have the IG zoning along Broadway. To the east, just along the boundary of the site, and then further east, you have the CI commercial intensive zoning. And you have those uses along Broadway, which are consistent with the zoning, the open storage, the vehicle repair uses along Broadway. And then as you head further north, you have your residential, the RM16 zoning, and and a spot of RM18 there to the northeast. I have pictures of the surrounding uses, so I'll show you some of those uses that are surrounding, which are like the single family semi-detached the residential that exists
Okay.
to the north and the west. But the site has 473 feet of frontage on Broadway and 466 feet along North 54th Street. There are 12 parking spaces required and 23 parking spaces are provided. And this is the site plan provided. Try to fit it all on. The site is fairly large. It's a little over 7 acres. The site contains 314,672 square feet. Let me zoom out just a little more. So this is 54th Street. This is Broadway. This is 14th Avenue. So the two buildings proposed are in red. They're each 30,000 square feet. These buildings are identical. So Building 1 and Building 2, both buildings have vehicular access from the south along Broadway. So there's a point of ingress and egress, 2 points here for Building 1, and then for Building 2, the same, there are 2 points. The site has surface parking that's located in the front and on the side of each building. And then there's a space that's dedicated if there is open storage on the site. It is near the rear of the site on both of these, for both buildings on site. And as I mentioned, I'll show you pictures of the surrounding uses with the property. So both buildings are the same, so I'll just show you one set of elevations. At the top, you have the east elevation. At the bottom is the west. And then you have the north elevation at the top, and then this is the south elevation. And there are photos of the site. I'll try to keep it quickly. I understand the hour. So this is if you're looking west on Broadway. So the subject site is on the right. This is the southwest boundary of the site, so we'll just start at Broadway west, head east. This is another view of the site. Now we're on 54th Street, the east boundary. You can see the site is vacant. There's more pictures of the eastern boundary. This is north, the north portion of the site. Now we're at the surrounding uses. This is west of the site. This is at the corner of 52nd and Broadway. On 52nd, this is a view if you're looking north on 52nd. This is some of the uses, the single-family semi-detached along the west. Those are the uses that are bordering the site. This is the park, which is located north of the site. That's on 14th Avenue. This is north of the site. That is the residential single-family detached. This is also north of the site, semi-detached. This is east of the site at the corner, 14th and 54th. This is east, and then we swing back around. That's the commercial that is east of the site. There are 5 waivers with this request. There's one waiver to 27-282, and that is a request to install a solid vinyl fence in lieu of the required 6-foot masonry wall on 14th Avenue and 54th Street. There are 4 natural resources waivers. There's one to remove 2 non-hazardous grand live oaks. There's one request to reduce the required 50% tree retention on a non-wooded lot over an acre to 21%. There's a request to install a solid vinyl fence in lieu of the 6-foot masonry wall on the west boundary of the property. And then the final waiver is to plant type 3 trees in the 15-foot use landscape buffer from the required type 1 or type 2 trees. And this is where overhead wires are located. So with that, the DRC staff found the request inconsistent. If you would see the findings in the staff report from Natural Resources and Development Coordination, site plan changes are required to be made between first and second reading. And Erin is gonna go over just quickly her comments and her finding. I'm available if there are any questions.
Before you go down, I do have a question.
Yes.
Councilman
Yes.
Hartsock, member first.
Yes.
Yes.
First of all, are we missing a light somewhere? because
I think so.
the shadow is really, really awful.
There's no light up here, but I
Oh,
don't
normally
know.
there's some light somewhere.
Must have a light.
Yeah, there must be a lamp that's out, so hopefully T and I can fix it.
There. Is that better?
Oh,
And the Lord said.
wow, you fixed everything. Thank you, I'm so glad I said something, but, so that's first of all, thanks. So that's number one. Number two, for the life of me, I do not understand why this is a previously approved PD and they get to keep the previously approved waivers if we're going for a new PD. Like, is that what we're doing here, or the previously approved waivers don't apply?
Since actually LaShawn Development Coordination, since they're coming through with this new use, those waivers do not apply. So this is
Okay.
their new waivers requested.
Just making
So
sure.
what I read into the record are the new waivers.
Okay, so
yes.
the previously approved waivers are actually not applicable.
Like that parking previously
yeah.
approved was from 235 to 222, that's
Okay.
not their
I
request.
just
They
wanted
don't
to
need
double
it.
check on that.
Correct.
And then, yes, I have questions about the trees, but I'll wait for Ms. McCann.
Oh,
Well, I have questions before we get to the
Yeah.
trees. The existing use of this is residential. It was a mobile home park, is that right? It was residential?
that is what it started as, and that's what you see in the aerial
And
here,
then,
that
and then the previously
imagery.
approved PD was also residential?
Well, then it went to a PD, and then this is the current PD. I get it off on the site. And that allows for the residential.
Residential.
Along with the commercial. So the way the site was designed, you had your residential buildings here, and then your commercial was here along Broadway.
Which makes sense.
Commercial down here,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay, thank you.
You-
Any other questions for LaShawn before we go to,
I don't have questions, I just have comments.
okay, we can hold that for a second. Okay,
Okay, thank you, Council.
let's talk trees. Let's talk a tree.
All right. Aaron Mayer, Development Coordination. I'm just going to speak on natural resources finding of inconsistency. So there were, as we talked about, a couple waivers that are requested, and on this site here, there are 4 preservation quality grand live oaks on the site. The green circles are the 2 grand trees that are being preserved that are preservation quality, and the 2 red are the waivers that are being requested to remove these 2 preservation quality grand live oaks. So as we talked about, the site is just over 7 acres. In addition to removing the grand trees, the 2 grand trees, requiring waivers, they do need a waiver for the tree retention down to 21%. So there's 38 trees that count towards the tree retention, and 8 of those are to be retained on the site. So just in comparison, the prior rezoning, that is, the certified site plan, had a waiver which allowed the tree retention to go down to 30%. And I'm just gonna show you here, this is the landscape plan, and this is also grand tree number 70, which is located between the 2 buildings, like between these 2 drive aisles. And it's tree number 70, it is a 58-inch diameter live oak, rated C4, and it's worth 23 mitigation trees. This tree was actually preserved in REZ 2199. That's just a bigger photo of it. It's just, it has a really nice high canopy, really good attachments for these codominant trunks, and it would have been with a more thoughtful design, pavement could have gone around this in some manner. And this is just showing that site plan before. This was tree 70 here, and it was preserved in the prior rezoning. But that said, I do just want to speak that the applicant has worked with natural resources, then they can provide all the code required trees on the site. They have also provided the landscape buffers, so they have 15 feet to the west and an 8-foot high PVC fence. They have the 5-foot landscape buffer to the north across the right of way from the single family homes. And they can provide an 8-foot VUA landscape buffer to the east. the site requires 98 trees, and the applicant is proposing to plant 3/4 of them as type 1 shade trees. So, but given the waivers for the grand tree and tree retention, we found the application inconsistent.
Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, applicant?
Good evening, Rob Rosner, Florida Design Consultants, for the petitioner. Janu Savanason is online, so if we could bring her up and swear her in.
Okay.
Is
she online?
She is online.
You need to turn your camera on and unmute yourself.
I did both.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can. Hello there.
Oh, that was me.
We need to swear you in, please. Can you raise your right hand and be sworn in?
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, council. I appreciate your time to consider this application. The owner has purchased this property recently. The previous site plan, the developer prior to her was not able to get that to work with the residential and the commercial the way it was, just wasn't viable, couldn't make it work. And so she bought it, and she has done work in the area for similar kind of property for doing commercial intensive in this case, where this will be a delivery type place where, like, if you were how should I say, an equipment rental place. And you come and pull your semi through, load the equipment on, and use it on your site, return it, however long it's supposed to be done. It could be equipment, could be whatever materials, whatever that they're selling. But her intention was to have two buildings to rent two different tenants, and the idea of the driveways was to preserve the existing driveways and use those so there'd be two buildings operating two rental spaces. Similar, obviously they're the same building footprint, but the intention is to take heavy deliveries, those kinds of things, and have to make movements in a counterclockwise manner to get in through the building, load, unload, go on through. And they were talking about that being the primary use of these commercial buildings. We don't know which tenants she'll get, but the example of like a Sunbelt rental would be something like that, to give you just a general sense of what kind of business would be there. The question you had earlier regarding the two blended uses, the reason we asked for the blending was because the transitional use was only about 90 feet deep, which is barely enough to even get a 60-foot parking lot and a 30-foot wide building. On strip retail, that works, but retail doesn't work in that area. As you can see, there's mostly commercial intensive going on across the street. And so when we approached it with that perspective, the intention was to bring those buildings as far forward as we could and still make the movements work with the trucks that we're intended to serve in these buildings. So with that, wanted to address by just going over some of the highlights. So it's two commercial buildings with multiple pull-through bays, and the idea is that they could either rent those as separate bays, or a tenant could take all 6 bays in each building. And the site configurations would be rented for 2 different tenants or multiple, and to be able to take deliveries and as a pulling through. Now, we are all expecting the largest semis here because we're expecting heavier equipment. And then the proposed use is consistent with the other uses along Broadway, which is very similar, mostly auto-centric. And the applicant's willing to make most of these changes that were brought up in the staff report, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions of trying to make it work for the circulation. And open to any other questions you have.
Does council have any questions? Okay. I have one more I have a question for staff, though. If you could leave that up, please.
Sure.
The properties to the east, west, and north, could you identify which ones are residential?
Yes, absolutely. Just a second. I'll put up the aerial map. And then I can show you pictures if you want me to access the pictures. So these to the west, this is your single-family semi-detached.
And those butt up right against the property.
That's adjacent to the property.
Okay.
Along Broadway, it starts commercial, then it goes to the residential. The park is here. And then there's a couple of residential, single-family detached, along with semi-detached to the north. And then to the east, this portion of the block is residential.
Which,
It's detached now.
am I assessing this correctly? The areas that are residential align with the future land use designation?
Yes, currently, as
okay.
it currently exists, yes.
Okay, very good, okay. So, that's good. And does council have any other further questions? So
I have a clarification.
This will be question time, and if you just want to have statements, you can do that.
Could I add anything at all, or let me know when it's appropriate?
Yes, if you'd like to add something, the owner? I don't know how to say your
Yeah,
name, otherwise.
I've done a lot of diligence and work on this, so just to give you the benefit.
Yes, start with your name. Start with your name again, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, my name is John Usivanason.
Thank you. Okay, start again.
This property, I think somebody asked the question earlier, what the history of this was. Was it a mobile home park? It was a mobile home park over 30 years ago, and it went into bankruptcy and has been vacant since. So, and it continues to be vacant today and has been for the entire period. The prior owner went through a lot of trouble to get this PD that exists today. That's the blended use of the CI and the residential, and ultimately did not develop it because it was not economically viable to make the residential use work there. And so we really had to roll up our sleeves and figure out what the best use is and how to best use this piece of land. And having done a lot of diligence on the market, the need, this idea of warehouse space that's either able to use by a national company or even a regional company. We've had anywhere from swimming pool, manufacturers like that need storage, salespeople that need a lot of space in order to store their equipment and store their items, to a regional landscaper, to any whole number of uses. It's an incredibly growing market, and it's particularly attractive in Tampa, and particularly in this area because it's kind of an industrial corridor in large parts of it. And so that's sort of why it's today we think this makes sense, and why it hasn't been developed up to now. And it actually presents a pretty large problem for the community locally, undeveloped. It attracts homeless people. I know anecdotally some of the neighbors are happy to see something happen to it because the vacancy has really attracted not the right element for everybody to enjoy the community well. So we're excited about bringing that to something that's been dormant for decades. And then in terms of just specifying a little bit more clarity on some of the surrounding uses, on the western side, one portion is commercial, and then towards the back, it's duplexes that are there. But there's a creek. It's actually a drainage ditch, but it's fairly wide that separates those properties from this development. And we would additionally have the buffer as well, the 15-foot buffer there. And then on the northern side, there would be a road that separates from the other homes there. And then to the east, there's a portion that's commercial, and then towards the back, there's a portion that's residential.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay.
I have an extensive line of questions.
Okay. Anything else for your presentation?
Just on the west side, the creek she is mentioning is actually a regulated ditch that the city manages, and we've made commitments to provide the additional easement space that they requested during this process. And it's well over 25 feet wide, so there's that plus our distance. So to the nearest house from the edge of our buffer is 40 feet. So, and between that, we're putting our stormwater system on that side too. So you're not going to be directly having materials and that kind of stuff up against that western side of the residential. So,
is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to this item? Can we get a motion to close? A motion to close, Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. Councilwoman Young, you had said. Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor of closing, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Young.
So I would just, understanding that there are, a mix of uses in the space, but also recognizing that there is some residential and there is a park nearby. I just would have liked to see a different activation of the space. It's so much space and there's so much opportunity there. I think it would have just been, and I don't know exactly what that would look like, but just something, to really activate that space and for the community and the residents that are in the area that, kind of serves, both purposes. And then also, there's been a lot of discussion around trees, and even though if it's one tree or two trees, it's still a tree. And I think with a thoughtful design, we could have found a way to continue to preserve that tree. So that's my comments.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I'm agreeing with you on this. I don't think it's just the right use for this piece of property. I'm particularly concerned with 5 waivers on a 7-acre parcel that only has 2 buildings. I just don't think that's appropriate. There's a lot of room to have fixed what needed to be fixed. I also believe that if we were to approve this, I would not want to approve the waivers of the fences, because I believe that, really having the residential next to 3 sides should be a masonry wall, especially with the heavy-duty type of intensity that they're looking for. I don't think this is appropriate. I can't vote for it, but if council's inclined to, I would just say not to approve the waivers. So, or at least quite a few of no, there's none of the waivers that I like here.
Yeah, I wanted to get to yes on this. I really did, because I get the economic, viability argument, but the problem is housing is a big issue in the city of Tampa, and so much of this parcel is the future land use is anticipated. This is 2/3 of this, just as shooting from my hip, should be redeveloped as housing. Of course, the Broadway portion would be different. But I don't see using that blending option to sacrifice what is a strategic goal for the city of Tampa, and that is the construction of missing middle and workforce housing, and missing that opportunity with our land use code to be able to facilitate that goal. I'm also uncomfortable. This gets into the difference, with the cases we heard earlier in South Tampa versus when we get to these areas where people do not show up because they may not be as informed or not as activated, but there's still people living in this neighborhood that are impacted by this. And just because they're not here, I feel like as an elected official, I have to be their voice and speak on their defense of how this impacts their neighborhood. The one tree, yeah, I think more thoughtful design, we could have saved that tree. I'm not the biggest tree lover in the world, but man, that's a nice tree. So it's that's a tough one. And the hearing's closed, FYI. So does anybody else, council, have anything to say to this? Who would like to take a shot at this one?
If I can.
Mr. Shelby.
Just a reminder, council, Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. This is a request for a plan development. And as you know, I have given out in the past, and you have it before you now, and if you don't, I'll give you a copy. The criteria for a plan development is in section 27-130, 27-136 is the purpose. And there are 7 criteria there for which you can judge the evidence against. And with regard, as Councilwoman Hurtak mentioned, the waivers, the following criteria for consideration of a waiver are listed on that sheet under 27-139. So my request is, again, you base your decision on the competent and substantial evidence, and you apply the facts as you find them to be to the criteria in the code, and please cite the sections and the subsections when you base your decision. I thank you. If you feel the need to make a record.
Who's going for it?
Okay. I move to deny REZ 25-99 for the property located at 5250 and 5242 East Broadway Avenue due to the failure of the applicant to meet its burden of proof to provide competent and substantial evidence that the development, as conditioned and shown on the site plan, is consistent with the comprehensive plan and city code, and the applicant's failure to meet its burden of proof with respect to the requested waivers. Excuse me. I do feel that, gosh, I apologize. Section 27-136, the purpose does not promote and encourage development where appropriate in location, character, and compatibility with the surrounding impacted neighborhood, built environment, and existing geography. It does not promote the efficient and sustainable use of land, subsection 1, promote the efficient and sustainable use of land and infrastructure with careful consideration of potential adverse impacts to on-site natural elements, surrounding impacted neighborhoods, and cultural resources. Furthermore, that the waivers are voluminous and, quite frankly, based on the design of the PD, should not be as voluminous as they are. Basically, there's a lot of room for fixing those, so there wouldn't need to be waivers.
If I may, Mr.
Second.
Chairman, just with regard to 27-139, that's what you're making reference to with the waivers?
136.
136.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, for the waivers, yes. I'm sorry, for the waivers, section 27-139, subsection 4.
Subsection 4.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak. We have a second from
I think-
Councilman Maniscalco.
Second, and then in regards to the waivers, the ones that I have issues with are 27-282.12A2 and 27-284.3.3A regarding the solid vinyl fence in lieu of the 6-foot masonry wall. It was already mentioned as to why a masonry wall would be more appropriate, but also in regards to the trees, specifically section 27-284.2.5 F1, specifically on tree number 70, 58-inch diameter. I think that's the one that you had mentioned, that the real big tree, you know, with more creativity, it could have been reconfigured and protected. That, to me, it would be a shame to lose that, so.
I accept
Second.
your amendment.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Roll call, please.
Carlson? Miranda?
Yes.
Maniscalco? Hurtak? Young? Vieira? Clendenin?
Yes.
Okay, motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Okay, very good. Item number 6, please.
Good morning. Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 6 is REZ 25-100, request to rezone 2707 North Armenia Avenue and 2334 West St. Louis Street from RS50 and CI to PD for storefront residential, commercial office, and all CG uses. I'll turn it over to Planning Commission.
Danny Collins, with your Planning Commission staff, I was sworn in. Our next item is in the Central Tampa Planning District, specifically in the West Tampa Urban Village. It's in Evacuation Zone D. It is located at the southeast corner of North Armenia Avenue and West St. Louis Street. North Armenia Avenue is a transit emphasis corridor, so the plan identifies transit emphasis corridors as areas for suitable for redevelopment intensification. The subject site is designated as CC 35 and residential 35 to the east. North Armenia Avenue is CC 35, and then you transition to the R 35 as you move east. We have North Howard Avenue. This is one block to the east is CMU 35. The request would provide infill development and on an underutilized site, as most of the parcel remains underdeveloped. And the existing development consists of small single-story auto sales buildings that does not fully utilize the site's development potential. The comprehensive plan encourages new housing on vacant and underutilized land to meet the needs of Tampa's current and future population. And this request would add housing in an old West Tampa neighborhood. It is also consistent with the city's growth strategy, which directs the greatest share of growth to the urban villages. Planning Commission staff found the request consistent with the overall design policies of the mixed-use centers and corridors. If approved, staff request that the applicant provide a pedestrian connection between the commercial entrance and the elevator, such as a painted crosswalk, and correct the density and intensity calculations in the site data table. The applicant should also revise the site acreage to reflect a total site area of 0.45 acres, with 0.11 acres designated as residential 35 between first and second readings. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Council, have any questions for planning staff? Hearing none. Next.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. I'll start with an aerial view of the subject site. You can see the subject site outlined in red on the southeast corner of North Armenia Avenue and West St. Louis. The development pattern in the immediate area of the subject site is comprised of single-family detached units in RS50 zoning on this portion on the north, east, and south. And then on this portion on the northwest and south is Zone CI and includes commercial uses that go along North Armenia Avenue. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
We all feel it.
Next, I'll put up the site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant proposes a single structure containing 6 residential units, which you can see here, and 2,970 square feet of commercial use there along Armenia, and those residential units have a frontage here along West St. Louis Street. Front door orientation with ground floor residential units are proposed along West St. Louis Street, and the commercial portion proposes entry from North Armenia through the alley here into the parking area, which is underneath the commercial portion of that. Each unit proposes a 1-car garage here and also 1 surface parking spot. Vehicular access to the site is proposed from the 14-foot platted alley on the south for each residential unit and for parking for the commercial portion. Sidewalks are proposed along West St. Louis Street, and there are existing sidewalks along North Armenia Avenue. There are pedestrian connections proposed internally, and a bicycle parking shelter is proposed right here. And the proposed maximum height is 35 feet. The site is located in the West Tampa Urban Village. And I can show you the elevations. There's the west elevation and the north elevation. And then the east elevation and the south elevation. And then I have some photos to show you. Here's a photo of the subject site. Here's another photo of the subject site on West St. Louis. This is east of the subject site on West St. Louis. This is again east of the subject site on St. Louis. Again, east of the subject site on St. Louis. This is the west end of the site on Armenia. This is west of the subject site, the southwest corner of Armenia and St. Louis. That's showing you some of that commercial. West of the site, looking west on West St. Louis across from Armenia. This is north of the site, again showing you some more of that commercial. North of the site, a little bit more of the residential. Northeast of the subject site. Some more of that commercial north of the site, and then south of the site. Development coordination and compliance staff review the application and find the request to be inconsistent with the land development code due to transportation's findings. There are 3 waivers as part of this request, no waivers to the overlay. The waivers are section 27-283.7 to reduce the required parking from 18 to 14, which is a 22% reduction. 27-284.3.3C, request to reduce the required 15-foot wide use landscape buffer and 6-foot masonry wall to 10-foot wide use landscape buffer and 6-foot masonry wall to the east. 27-284.3.3D, request to reduce the required 8-foot VUA landscape buffer abutting the alley to the south to 0 feet. If City Council approves the application, the modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. I'm available for any questions.
Is this property in the overlay district?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So porches,
I'm sorry.
are porches not required in this type of development?
This is because of the mixed use. Let me see here. I think it's because of the commercial. Sorry, I'm looking through their,
I think we have reinforcements coming in.
the storefront residential.
Yes, LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination, they are proposing storefront residential use. And so if it was strictly residential use, the porches would be incorporated within the design. So there are certain standards within the overlay that are required for the commercial use, like the transparency, the embellishments on the building, that would apply.
So what
And that's been
percentage-
reviewed for
What
compliance.
percentage of this property is considered commercial versus the residential? Do you know?
Well, on the site plan, if she'll put up the site plan, we can show you on the site plan, I think maybe a third of the property is commercial. It's more of the property that is toward Armenia that has the commercial component. The rest of these are the residential units. So it really falls in line when you look at the existing uses that are on Armenia, and when you're looking at St. Louis Street, north of the subject site, where the residential starts is where the residential starts with the proposed use on the proposed property.
And what's the setback on what's St. Louis?
On St. Louis, so on the north, the setback is 10 feet.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
No, thank you.
Very good. Any other questions? Okay, applicant?
Good morning, Sam Aref. I'm representing the property owner for this project, and I want to put this up. This is what's out there. Before, a few months ago, the building has been demolished through permitting, but this is what was out there. And the reason for the rezoning is this area right here, which is zoned residential. It's about 41 feet wide. And to incorporate it into the storefront residential project, we had to rezone it to PD. Was mentioned earlier that we have to provide a sidewalk connection from a public street. It is showing right here. This is the existing sidewalk along Armenia, and we're providing the connection. As far as the correction on the site data sheet, this 0.46 acres, I don't know if you can see that. That was taken based on the survey area, but we can certainly correct the site data sheet as we see fit or as requested. It was mentioned earlier that we're going to use the alleyway. This alleyway currently is, you cannot drive on it. It's heavily vegetated on each side, so the property owner is going to improve it for the length of the project. There will be no traffic parked on the alleyway, so everyone will be in the driveway. Even though currently this business right here, they use it for parking, but hopefully we can convince them not to do that. I want to admit something. This is my ever first public hearing for rezoning. I thought when I came up here, all those people that were here were going to object to this project. So the 6-7 hours I sat there, I calmed down because I realized they were not here for me. So with that, she did a good job presenting the project for me, and I'm here to open for any question.
Any questions? Councilwoman Hurtak.
I feel very seen because there's covered bike parking.
I knew that's what you were going to say.
And I appreciate that.
How much you want to bet that was intentional to be seen by you?
I know, but that's very impressive. This is your first time, and you did enough research to know I like covered bike parking. But I tend to agree with you. I mean, if there could be little overhangs for the residential, would be nice.
Yeah, I get it, what you're trying to do, and I think it's interesting, what you've tried to accomplish here. The only thing that's missing here that really gets me to a yes is that interface on St. Louis with the pedestrian, with the porches or some kind of overhang or so, to be able to, LaShawn, did you want to comment on this?
Yes, thank you, Council. LaShawn, Dock Development Coordination. For the West Tampa overlay for residential development, a porch is not a requirement.
No?
No. The setback and the orientation of the front door maybe is what you may be thinking of, but the porch is not required. I just wanted to clear the record for that
Okay,
component.
so I'm pontificating about something that I can't require. Very good. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Okay.
you. That's it.
Any other questions? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to this item? Oh my gosh, they're all coming up to the front now.
Okay.
James Lascara, Poseidon 25 Development. So I don't know the applicant, I don't really know the project. We're building two houses about 2 blocks away from here, and we would be really excited to see a project like this go in, just for improving the area overall, and I think bringing a sense of what West Tampa really needs along Armenia. I know one of his waivers also is parking. His site lies within the West Tampa National Historic District map, which carries a reduced parking requirement for each residential unit. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, nobody else? We have a motion to close for Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. Did I hear that? Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Councilman Carlson.
Thanks, Ray.
Affirmative.
I'd like to move number 6, file number REZ 25-100, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 2334 West St. Louis Street and 2707 North Armenia Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS 50 residential single family and CI commercial intensive to PD plan development storefront residential office commercial all CG uses, providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say,
Was there, excuse me, staff, if there was a revision sheet on that, did I miss that? There is, including the revision sheet, please.
Including revision
Yeah, we have a motion from Councilman Carlson, second from Councilman Maniscalco, including the revision sheet. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, question. I need like a short, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 5th, 2026 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. I need like a 10-minute break. I can hand the gavel to Councilman Hurtak if nobody else needs a break. Does anybody want a break? Here. Okay, hearing none, then I am going to hand the gavel to Councilwoman Hurtak for a moment. You want to do 5 minutes? Okay, I'll make an executive decision. We're going to take a 5-minute break. 22.
I just gotta walk around.
Good stuff, yeah, thank you.
Morning again. Welcome to Tampa City Council. Roll call, please.
Miranda, Maniscalco, Hurtek, Young, Vieira, Carlson, Clendenin.
I'm awake.
We have a we have a physical quorum.
Thank you. Item number 7, Stephanie Pope, staff extraordinaire.
Good morning, Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 7 is REZ 25107, request to rezone 3208 and 3210 North Tampa Street from RS50 to PD for residential single-family attached. I'll turn it over to Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
Megan McCarthy, sworn in with your Planning Commission staff. Our next case is REZ 25107. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District, the Tampa Heights Urban Village, and the Tampa Heights neighborhood. The subject site is located within Evacuation Zone E. Subject site is located within the R20 designation, with R10 to the west and further to the east, the CC35 designation. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. This rezoning will allow for enhanced utilization of the land consistent with the density anticipated under the R20 future land use designation. This PD proposes a density of 17.64 units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 20 future land use designation. The comprehensive plan recognizes the importance of single-family neighborhoods, seeking to promote compatible redevelopment of neighborhoods to ensure economic health, and that an adequate amount of land is planned for the city's growing population. Given the single-family character of the surrounding area, Planning Commission staff concludes that the request will maintain the neighborhood's character and align well with the residential character along North Tampa Street and West 26th Avenue. If the rezoning is approved, the subject site has the potential to provide additional infill housing on an underutilized parcel within the Tampa Heights Urban Village, consistent with the plan. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the comprehensive plan, and I am available for any questions.
Council have any question for Planning Commission? Hearing none. Ms. Pope?
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. For the record, I have a revised staff report that has changes on page 1 and page 5. Staff findings are consistent, however, the report states on page 1, notwithstanding staff's finding of inconsistency, this was a typing mistake and should not have been included as staff's findings were consistent. The correction on page 5 is to the green space calculations provided. It has been revised to show 2,813 square feet required and 5,028 square feet provided.
Thank you.
Here's an aerial view of the subject site and the surrounding area. You can see the subject site outlined in red. On the west side of North Tampa Street, just south of West 26th Street. Let's see, here is Tampa, here's 26th. The development pattern in the immediate area of the subject site is comprised of single-family detached units with RS50 zoning to the west, south, and east, which you can see here. And there is a PD approved in 1997 for office uses to the north, right here. And then commercial neighborhood just north of that. And for those commercial uses along Tampa, further north is zoned RM16 and RM18. And as you move further south, there have been some recent PDs that were approved. Here's the site plan provided by the applicant. And I can zoom in here. Here you have West 26th and Tampa Street there. The applicant proposes a single structure containing 6 residential units with front door orientation along Tampa Street here. Vehicle access is through a 2-way drive aisle with access off of 26th Avenue. 6-foot sidewalks are proposed adjacent to West 26th Street, and an existing 5-foot sidewalk is along North Tampa Street. You can see those sidewalks here. There are 2-car garages, and there are also 2 guest parking spaces. The subject site is located in the Tampa Heights overlay, and I will show you some elevations. Here is the west and north elevation, and then the east and south elevation. Next, I'll show you some photos of the site. Here's the site looking north down Tampa Street. This is the site looking south down Tampa Street. This is internal to the site looking west. This is looking east across Tampa Street, and then this is also looking east across Tampa Street. This is looking at that PD across West 26th Avenue. And this is looking south at a site across at the site from across West 26th Street. This is looking south down North Tampa Street. And then this is just another view of that. Development coordination and compliance staff review the application and find the request to be consistent with the Land Development Code. There is one waiver as part of this request. The waiver is to section 27284.3.3, request to reduce the required 8-foot VUA landscape buffer to 0 foot abutting the alley to the south. I am available for any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant?
Good evening, Council. James Lascara, Poseidon 25 Developments. We've received resoundingly positive feedback from neighbors. I'm going to show you a map just of our site marked in black dot, and the neighbors that engaged with us that expressed support. I think all except one wrote in letters of support, but those are marked in green. You can see it with the captions there. So a lot of support from neighbors. This request supports thoughtful growth near our urban core, leading straight into downtown. Excited to hear the finding of consistency. The alley, the waiver for the alley is platted as 10 foot, so it's not usable. It's not in use. So those are some photos I took actually today of the alley. Should it be the pleasure of council to approve this request between first and second reading, I am requesting to change the height from 35 foot to 40 foot. I would like to keep the roof pitch as part of the design. I think the most considered way to do that is to go up to 40 foot in height. I'm available for any questions.
Councilman Maniscalco.
Oh, were you first? I see like a white vinyl fence. Has that been removed from the property?
It was removed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually stolen throughout the course of several months somehow. So
Did you have issues on that property with vagrants and people?
we did. Yes, sir. We had to do a trespassing notice with the police prior to us acquiring the property. The previous owner had about 60 vehicles parked there. Had a code violation for about 13 years. So we had to resolve all that after.
And you have the property obviously all the way to, is there an abandoned home behind there, a boarded up home behind there off on 26? Is that home occupied or is it vacant?
No, it's the entire property is vacant, sir. It's there's a primary home and there's kind of like a detached garage and ADU.
Okay.
That's part of it. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Young?
Besides the, what you just showed us, do you have like any renderings or example of what you plan to put?
I do have a conceptual rendering. That would be the view from North Tampa Street.
Did you ever consider porches?
There are porches.
Let me see.
It didn't reflect on the other one, but they show on that one.
Oh, okay.
I believe they're 6-foot projections.
Okay. I mean, I don't live the elevations, but I know my favorite designs are the ones by Lee's Grocery, so I always kind of look and see how we can kind of make it fit into the neighborhood, but, okay.
Councilwoman Hurtak?
Yeah, I'll have to agree. I mean, the pitch of the roof is weird. It just looks weird. I can't,
Really?
yeah,
I think it's because it's black.
maybe. Yeah.
Or it could just be weird. Or it could just be that it's almost.
I think
2
it's
o'clock
in
the morning.
relation to the lines and.
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
Excuse me, may I ask a question, Mr. Chairman? I'm sorry.
Mr. Shelby, you may.
Martin Shelby, City Council Attorney. Does this picture reflect what changes you are requesting that bring
Is
it to
that the
40?
pitch that you're requesting?
Yes, sir. So there is not a pitch requirement in the Tampa Heights overlay. I would prefer, I think the most thoughtful design for this is to have a pitched roof. And to do that most effectively, that would be the request for the change to 40 foot in height.
Yes, I think that's okay.
I tend to agree because at least it's not flat.
Exactly.
That's, yeah,
No,
so.
that's exactly it. Now, I have a question, and,
Yes, sir.
and this is not a criticism, but let's go back to the alley. Well, I'm glad that you're actually doing, because on the other site plan, it didn't look like you were at porches, so I was gonna bring that as an issue, but now that you presented this, and if you're committed to design a porch element, I'm happy with that. Because I was curious why you weren't utilizing the alley, like you could do a one-way street, push these units back a little bit, get you more space on the front to do a porch, is what I was thinking you would have to do. But why aren't you incorporating, I know it's 10 feet, but why aren't you improving that alley?
Yes, sir, that's a great question. So we met with FDOT, North Tampa Street is an FDOT roadway, and their request was that the minimum vehicle traffic that unloaded into North Tampa Street would be the preferred way. I also met with the Tampa Heights Civic Association, they share that sentiment. I will say, pulling out of that site today, I almost got rear-ended by someone doing about 50 down North Tampa Street, and I pulled out from the alley. So the neighborhood sentiment is that vehicle ingress and egress through 26th Ave is the safest and most conforming to the neighborhood from what I've heard from neighbors.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Tampa Street is gonna be an important street for transit. And so I appreciate the fact that you're bringing some density here. I like the forward-facing units that you're kind of incorporating everything else. I think as you beef this up with some porch element, I know this is your conceptual idea, but hopefully when you come back on the second time around, we'll see something that's more accurate that you're gonna build. I would appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Councilwoman Young, did you want to say add something else? I saw you reaching for the microphone.
I could also, I appreciate the windows as well. It's very, and I also like the front facing, because I drive past this area all the time. So thank you for putting windows.
Yeah, this is one of those ones that I'm trying to, as prepping for this, I was kind of like a 50-50 on this one.
Yeah.
So I was like, but I mean, I get what you're trying to do, and I appreciate again the porches, and I understand the alleys, because I was concerned about the alleys. So. Yeah. Okay. Anything else? Hearing nothing, is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to this item? Stephanie, you have something to add? We have something to. Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that you wanted to, between first and second reading, he's going to change the elevation to 40 feet, and he's going to submit this.
Well, I understand this is very conceptual, that you're,
Yes.
but something I would appreciate you bringing back something to second reading that is in light of having a activated front porch. And I would look towards Rios's stuff that's being built just south of there, and his facades as inspiration, because I think that the porch type of inspiration that he's bringing is very thoughtful. But that's my thoughts. But I'm not here to design your project. But just if you want a smile and 2 thumbs up, that's what I'm looking for.
We have no problem with it. We'll bring that to second reading.
Okay.
Sir. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're okay with that, the porch and the height increase and the elevation?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a new rendering with a more pronounced front porch.
Okay,
Yeah.
as long as you're okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But, yeah, we still have public comments. Ricky, you had something to add?
Thank you, Council. Ricky Pederica, 308 East 7th Avenue. I've been sworn. A couple of years ago, I completed an alley audit in Tampa Heights, just to know and have a sense of the quality of our alleys. And I'd agree that this is a challenging one from popping in and out of several of these alleys off of Tampa and Florida. But I'd ask in other cases where, especially in Tampa Heights, where an alley may be a design element, an urban form driver, that you provide or ask extra scrutiny on how we could improve the alleys to the neighborhood. Because I think they're a great asset, and both from architecturally and from a tree perspective, they unlock possibilities for shade where we want it versus maybe stuffing it in the back. So not here, fine, but.
So you did this for your firm? An
No,
assessment?
I did it for the neighborhood, actually.
Did you? Okay. Oh, yeah, okay, very good. Okay, interesting.
I've got a map if you want to see it of
I
all
do.
the alleys.
I
graded.
do, so
Okay.
Sam, if you're listening, make sure we get that, please.
Will do.
Yeah.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, you are not gonna close off that end, correct? So if somebody else develops an adjacent and they wanna use that alley, it still could eventually sometime in the future be utilized?
So what I'll tell you is off-site of our property, a neighbor has put up a fence. Prior to me acquiring the property, there was a fence right here.
Those fences can come down.
Sorry, what's that?
They can come down if they're built in an alley. Yeah.
On the other side of the block, which is Highland, that alley is in use. And then about 3 houses as you work your way east, there's a lot of overgrowth. So no intention on our end to close off the alley. There are obstructions and things that neighbors have put in. I believe the prior owner to us acquiring it had blocked it off and kept out, I think, what some neighbors don't want, like some people passing in the night in the alley. And so I think that's the reason why there's now stuff in the alley. One neighbor, this neighbor in particular, the one that lives here, wrote a letter of support encouraging our project, but she hoped that blocking off the alley would be something that could be done. I don't have the power to do that, but
Well, I sit next to somebody that likes to walk through alleys, so.
right.
Yeah, okay, very good, thank you. Any other questions? Nobody else from the public that wishes to speak to this item? Can I get a motion to close? We have a motion to close, Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, ayes have it. Councilman, did you read one yet here? I think you already did one. Councilman Miranda, you haven't read one yet? Oh, you wanna read it? You wanna read it? Go ahead, knock yourself out. It's your area? Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
File number REZ 25-7, ordinance being, oh my gosh. Sorry. File number REZ 25-107, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, an ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 3208 and 3210 North Tampa Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD plan development residential single family attached, providing an effective date, including the revision sheet.
Perfect. We have a motion from Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. Councilwoman Hurtak.
And including the 40-foot change, height,
Well, that would be
height
under-
change. I don't know that, but that's not on the revision sheet. He just asked for that. So,
Okay.
yeah.
And with the understanding, we're gonna come back with another rendering.
Yeah.
Very good. Okay, we have the motion for Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye, opposed, the ayes have it.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 5th, 2026 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Very good. Ocho.
Good morning. Again, for the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 8 is REZ 25110. This is a request to rezone 3219 West Arch Street from RS 50 to planned development for residential single-family detached uses. I'll turn it over now to Planning Commission staff.
Megan McCarthy with Planning Commission staff. This is REZ 25110. This is located in the Central Tampa Planning District and the Midtown Tampa neighborhood. The subject site is located within Evacuation Zone E. This portion of West Arch Street surrounding the subject site between North Lincoln Avenue and North Matanzas Avenue is primarily developed with single-family detached dwelling units. Immediately north of the subject site is Interstate 275. The subject site is located within the R10 future land use designation, and that pretty much completely surrounds the subject site. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The rezoning will allow for enhanced utilization of the land consistent with the density anticipated under the R10 future land use designation. The PD proposes a density of just over 9 units per acre, which is consistent with the density anticipated under the residential 10 future land use designation. The comprehensive plan recognizes the importance of single-family neighborhoods, seeking to promote compatible redevelopment of neighborhoods to ensure economic health and that an adequate amount of land is planned for the city's growing population. Given the single-family character of the surrounding area, Planning Commission staff concludes that the request will maintain the neighborhood's character and align well with the residential character along West Arch Street. If the rezoning is approved, the subject site has the potential to provide additional infill housing on an underutilized parcel consistent with the plan. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the comprehensive plan. And this concludes my presentation.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Next.
Again, for the record, Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Before you is an aerial of the subject site. Subject site is outlined in red. It is located on the north side of West Arch Street. It's located east of North Lincoln Avenue, and it is located east of North Matanzas Avenue. The site is currently developed with a single-family detached dwelling unit. The applicant proposes the creation of 2 lots for the construction of 2 single-family detached dwelling units. The immediate surrounding properties are comprised of single-family detached dwelling units, all zoned RS 50 to the north, south, east, and west. We have a site plan from the applicant. Subject site is approximately 9,800 square feet in area. The applicant is proposing, as I mentioned, 2 separate lots. On each lot, they are proposing a single-family detached dwelling unit. Each dwelling unit provides a 2-car garage with ingress-egress along West Arch Street. Additionally, the front doors for each unit are oriented to West Arch Street. Next, we have proposed elevations. These are for parcel A. There's a proposed height of 31 feet for these elevations. Next, we have parcel B. Proposed height here is 29 feet. There are no waivers with this application. I do have some photos to show. We have the subject site. North of the subject site. South. One additional photo for the south. East of the subject site. West. This is looking east on West Arch Street. And lastly, looking west on Arch Street. And Development Review and Compliance staff has reviewed this application. We find the request consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Regulations. Should it be the pleasure of City Council to approve the application, further modification to the site plan must be completed between first and second readings of the ordinance as stated on the revision sheet. and I am available for any questions.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Any applicant?
Morning, council.
Good morning.
Good morning. Fred Henry, Domain Homes, 3104 North Armenia Avenue, Suite 2, Tampa, Florida, 33607. And I've been sworn. It's great working with staff. They've been wonderful, and I'm here for any questions you may have. And I appreciate your time and consideration.
Hearing none. Is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak to this item? Can I get a motion to close? We have a motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Okay, Councilman
Council.
Miranda, do you want to read this one?
Yes, sir. Item number 8, file number REZ 25-110.
That
For
microphone.
first reading consideration.
Got it. They did it for you.
An ordinance rezoning property in general vicinity of 3219 West Arch Street in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50, residential single family to PD development, residential single family detached, providing an effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second
Along with
from?
any other revision sheets.
Okay. We have a motion from Councilman Miranda, second from? Second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 5th, 2026 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
We're cooking now. I just want to say, where in the world did you guys come from to walk in here at 2 o'clock in the morning? Are you here for tomorrow morning's meeting? Let's go.
Thank
Go
you
ahead.
again for the record. Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. Our next item is agenda item number 9. This is REZ 25111. This is a request to rezone 802 and 804 East Floribraska Avenue and 3003 North Mitchell Avenue from RS50 to Commercial General. I'll turn it over now to Planning Commission staff.
Megan McCarthy, Planning Commission staff. Our next case is REZ 25111. This is located within the Central Tampa Planning District, the East Tampa Urban Village, and the VM Eborn neighborhood. The subject site is located within Evacuation Zone E. This portion of East Floribraska Avenue between North Nebraska Avenue and North Taliaferro Avenue includes a mixture of light commercial, single-family, and two-family uses. Commercial uses are concentrated to the east along North Nebraska Avenue, with some public, quasi-public uses to the northwest along North Taliaferro Avenue. Directly to the west is Interstate 275. The subject site is located within the CMU 35 designation. You can see that to the northwest and northeast is the residential 20 designation. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the application and found no adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. This rezoning will allow for enhanced utilization of the land consistent with the CMU 35 future land use designation. The comprehensive plan future land use category community mixed use 35 supports residential, retail, and service commercial development. Due to the mixture of residential uses and light commercial along Floribraska Avenue and North Nebraska Avenue, Planning Commission staff has determined that the CG zoning district supports development that is both comparable and compatible to the surrounding area. If this rezoning is approved, the subject site has the potential to facilitate development of an underutilized parcel within the East Tampa Urban Village, consistent with the plan. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff find the request consistent with the comprehensive plan. And that concludes my presentation.
Council have any questions for Planning Commission? Hearing none. Next.
Christopher DeMonch, Development Coordination. We'll start with an aerial of the subject site. We have 3 parcels. They are outlined in red. The subject site is located on the north side of East Floribraska Avenue. It is also located on the east side of North Mitchell Avenue. And it is located west of North Nebraska Avenue. Looking at the site overall, the site is undeveloped. To the north, we have single-family detached dwellings zoned RS50. To the east of the subject site, we have commercial general zoning along North Nebraska Avenue. South, we have CG zoning comprised of single-family detached dwelling units, and we have CG zoning to the west on the west side of North Mitchell Avenue. We have multiple family dwelling units here, and I did forget to mention that this property to the east of the subject site is a drive-through restaurant, Checkers.
Checkers.
It is.
Best French fries in town.
The site is also located in the East Tampa overlay. Next, I have a survey. Subject site outlined in yellow has approximately 118 feet of street frontage along East Floribraska Avenue and 118 feet of street frontage along North Mitchell Avenue. Given the surrounding uses, the requested use of CG zoning is appropriate in location and does provide an appropriate transition with surrounding parcels. We do have photos of the subject site and surrounding areas. We'll start off first with a view of the subject property. This is the view from East Floribraska Avenue. We have an additional photo of the subject site. This is looking from North Mitchell Avenue. Immediately north of the subject site. South of the subject site, looking across East Floribraska. There's the Checkers for the chairman.
There you go.
To the east.
My car automatically drives into that drive-through. I try to stop it, but it overrides me.
West of the subject site, we have the multiple family. One additional view, this is across North Mitchell, looking at that multiple family site. And this is looking north on North Mitchell, south on North Mitchell, and then of course this is southwest of the subject site. This site is zoned RM24, and then I just had one additional photo kind of showing the neighborhood back north of the subject site. This is northwest of the subject site itself. Since this is a Euclidean rezoning, there are no site plans or elevations to show you. And Development Coordination Compliance staff has reviewed this application. We find it consistent with the City of Tampa Land Development Regulations, and I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Hearing none. Next.
Good evening, council. Catherine.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I'm really out of practice being up this late. Catherine Coyle.
Remember when this wasn't late?
Yeah, I do. Boggs Engineering, 607 South Alexander Street, Plant City. I am here representing the property owner, and I'll be as brief as possible because I know it's late or early. The staff went through the comp plan and the map, future land use map. What I highlighted here, it's a 13,924 square foot lot. The CMU 35, that is an error on my thing. CMU 35 allows 30 units per acre and a 1.0 FAR by standard, by right, not with any bonus or anything. And this is Euclidean CG. So that's 9 units maximum on the site. Specifically in the CG, just as a reminder, if the applicant wanted to do residential in the future under CG, it's still a special use 1. They'll have to go and get an administrative approval. Much like with the drive-through next door, in order to do a drive-through restaurant, it's an S2, it would come back before you anyway. And the CMU 35 allows the 1.0 FAR in this particular area as the standard rate. That would be 13,924 square feet. I did want to highlight the consistency matrix in the code. Section 27-21. This is actually in the code, and what it does is it tells you which zoning districts are actually consistent with which categories. It tells you what you can actually ask for. In the CMU 35, you can see that CG is consistent with the X, and just for reference, there's a dot here for RS50, the current zoning district, and when you read the actual footnote for that, it discourages that zoning district in this category. It actually says right here, rezonings to this classification are discouraged. It's not that it's incompatible, but it's not one that's desirable, essentially, for CMU 35. The historical use of the site, and I promised her I would mention it, our old friend Gloria Moretta grew up in this building. This was her family homestead. She lived upstairs, and there was a business downstairs. This building was built a long time ago, a very, very long time ago. It was originally storefront residential is what we would call it today. It did have a fire, and it was torn down. This is the street view from 2021 in Google Street View. It was torn down by order, actually, in February 2022, about a year after this. The surrounding uses were mentioned, just to highlight the buildings immediately next door to the west of those 3 apartment buildings, and there are actually 4 units in each. So there's 12 units on that site, and the site is approximately just a hair bigger. It's 15,000 square feet, and the buildings combined are a little over 9,300 square feet. There is 1 single-family home to the north. There are 2 down here. This one here, if you have to go through the property appraiser records, this one is actually listed as a triplex with 3 units in it, and it actually has 3 mailboxes on it as well. And then the drive-through next door. And the pictures were shown, so I won't show them again. Just briefly, as a Euclidean district, obviously no site plan, obviously no waivers, not asking for any special provisions, not asking for any special allowances, no bonus provisions being requested. The site does lie within the East Tampa overlay, so the property, when it goes through, will have to meet those enhanced standards as well. The historical use of the site was mixed use, and any future development must comply with the code and the East Tampa overlay, and we respectfully request your approval.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none, is there anybody in the public who wishes to speak this item? Yes, sir. Yes, as soon as she clears the podium, and start with your name.
Hi, I'm Adadayo Banwell. Thank you guys for your service today. I don't mean that to be patronizing, but I've been here all day, so I know what a journey it's been. I live in the one house to the, I guess, right, butts this property. It's been in my family for 50 years. It was first my grandmother's house, and now I live there with my mother. We've seen the transition in the neighborhood. I remember when there were 2 houses immediately next door, which were since demolished and held by developers. It's very hard to develop that land because those single-family homes are on sort of small plots. So we always knew it was going to be a challenge given the type of development that was occurring in the neighborhood. And sure enough, I guess we would call it like a halfway house, the original, the large building that was next to the Checkers, was always sort of, I think, quasi-commercial, but it's those 2 sort of residential lots that I can't sort of support rezoning those commercial and combining all of those properties into one big lot. It's quite a big piece of land, and I feel like if you rezone all of that commercial, the potential type of development, without knowing what's going to go there, I think it sort of opens up. I think the area needs more single-family homes, and there's enough land there without those 2 lots to support a development. That apartment complex across the street has been there. I mean, you know, my aunt had raised children in that apartment complex. It's been there at least 30 years. We just had a single-family home built across the street. And so I think the compatibility, the height scale, without knowing what's going to be there, you can understand from my position, living right next door, we're already dealing with the Checkers. I have the unfortunate to live next to the Checkers. And so you can imagine, our anxiety about another potential large commercial development. There's a lot of commercial properties on Floribraska that are abandoned, undeveloped. There's a big lot right on Floribraska in Nebraska that's been for sale for years. There's vacant storefronts. There's plenty of commercial land that's not being developed. So I don't see how this would sort of be a spur for development when there's plenty of vacant, empty lots being developed. I'm for good development. The development that was just mentioned on Heights, the gentleman mentioned how he's been consulting with the neighbors. Again, there's no plans here, but we've heard 0 from the owners of this land and no contact, and we live right next door. So I think that's my time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Well, that was actually going to be my question. Do you have any idea what's going to be here? Oh, wow.
Thank you, Catherine. I think they're number 10.
I know, I'm just like, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, sorry.
Catherine Coyle for the record. Actually, no, not right now. What their intent, I believe, is from what I've
my conversations with them is some small neighborhood serving use. I know he said assembling a large parcel. This actually, by legal description, is the original platted lot. It's lot 2 of that block, block 3. It's really assembling the original lot that was platted. And as far as the size, this is just over what's actually allowed for CG. It's 118 by 118. For a commercial property, that's actually not very large. Once you put a building on there, although it would allow 13,000 square feet, when you back in the parking alone, just for 9 spaces with the drive aisle, takes up 6,048 square feet alone. Adjacent to a single-family home, you are required to do a 15-foot buffer with a 6-foot masonry wall. So there will be a buffer, a very large buffer actually, in the back, and a masonry wall, because there's no waivers requested. He has to meet code. That's about all I can say. It's not going to be a drive-through. That market wouldn't allow 2 drive-throughs in that particular area. There's no intent for a drive-through, from what I understand. The last thing I saw in discussing with him, he was looking at maybe some type of little neighborhood restaurant is what he was looking at.
So I would just recommend to make sure that if this passes, that you can, well, either way, make
Yeah,
sure
absolutely.
that, get his contact information so that.
We did have one phone call. It was from the guy across the street with one of the houses in the middle that also had a fire. And he was happy to see it come, but that was the only call we got.
Okay, well then, just.
I'll be happy to speak to him though.
That's all I would request. Thank you.
Any other questions? Anybody else in the public that wishes to speak to this item?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. I'll speak to that for the gentleman that had the concern. The problem is we look at these land development codes, and it's like, as developing that property, the land, it kind of makes sense to go in this direction for that particular parcel. And I think that we do have enough safety measures built into the system when we get into zoning and for special use permissions on these things. And obviously she's committed to talk to you about that as well. Maybe she can fill you in on those gaps. So we have a motion, and we have a motion to a second. Who wants to read this one? I'm sorry. Do we approve closing? I don't remember. All those in favor of closing say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Maniscalco.
I'll read. I have an ordinance being presented for first reading consideration, ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 802 and 804 East Floribraska Avenue and 3003 North Mitchell Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, and more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification RS50, residential single family to CG commercial general, providing an effective date. And was there a revision sheet with this one?
No, this is included.
No? Oh, yeah.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Clerk.
Okay. Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 5th, 2026 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. 10.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. Agenda item number 10 is REZ 25117, request to rezone 4202 West Spruce Street from RS50 and PD to PD for residential multifamily uses. I'll turn it over to Planning Commission.
Danny Collins with the Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. This rezoning is located within the West Shore Planning District. It's within the West Shore Business Center and the Carver City Lincoln Gardens neighborhood. The subject site is in the evacuation zone C. Here's an aerial map of the subject site and the surrounding property. So it's, as you can see, it's at the southwest corner of West Spruce Street and North Lois Avenue. As you can see, this area is rather urban in character. There is a multifamily building here, which is 5 stories. This is a hotel here, which I believe is 5 stories as well. We have a condominiums to the north. There is immediate transition off the corridor to single family to the south. And here is the adopted future land use map. The subject site is recognized under the RMU 100 designation, so this is the second most intensive mixed-use category in the city, second to the central business district. It allows up to 100 dwelling units per acre, up to a 3.5 FAR. That is the predominant land use pattern along West Spruce Street and North Lois, north of West Green Street. Directly to the south, we do have an immediate transition to the residential 10. The Planning Commission staff reviewed the request and found it consistent with a number of policies in the comprehensive plan. The site is surrounded by a mix of office, retail, multifamily uses along West Spruce Street, all within the RMU 100 designation. To the south, the RMU 100 designation transitions to the R10, which contains single-family homes. To ensure sensitivity to these homes, the proposed multifamily building steps down from 7 stories along West Spruce Street to 5 stories along the southern facade. The height is comparable with the adjacent building to the west at 4210 West Spruce Street, which is 5 stories, and that was approved under REZ 12-23. Additionally, a 35-foot setback along with a 6-foot concrete wall and a 15-foot landscape buffer is provided between the multifamily building and the single-family homes to the south. The comprehensive plan supports transitions in building heights within mixed-use centers and corridors between high and low-intensity areas. This is an example of a transition that would be supported. The request supports comprehensive plan policies for height transitions and incorporates pedestrian-oriented design through sidewalks. Sidewalks are along West Spruce Street and North Lois Avenue, and walk-up units are provided. A proposed HART bus pad and shelter along North Lois Avenue will encourage future transit use, specifically within the West Shore Business Center. Finally, the request supports the city's planning and housing strategies by providing high-density development in the West Shore Business Center, which is supported by the plan. Based on those considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa Comprehensive Plan, and that concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Pope.
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. I'll first provide a brief background. The subject property previously requested a rezoning per REZ 2478 from residential single-family RS50 and plan development to allow for the construction of 313 residential multifamily dwelling units on April 10th of 2025. Tampa City Council denied the application with a roll call vote of 4-2. REZ 2478 requested 6 waivers. On August 4th, 2025, the applicant filed a request with the zoning administrator for consideration to waive the 12-month requirement for the refiling of a rezoning application with submittal of a new site plan. The zoning administrator reviewed the request and approved the waiver of the 12-month period for submittal of a new application for rezoning based upon the applicant redesigning the project to comply with the land development code and removing all requests for any waivers. Now I'll start with an aerial view of the subject site. You can see the subject site outlined here in red, and that is on the southwest corner of West Spruce and North Lois. There's Lois and Spruce. The subject property is surrounded by multifamily and office to the north, multifamily to the east and west, and single-family detached homes to the south. And those are shown down here. And as you can see, there are multiple PDs in the area, and there are several large-scale multifamily developments in the area as well. Next, I'll show you the site plan provided by the applicant. The applicant is requesting to develop the property with a single mid-rise multifamily development consisting of 345 dwelling units. The proposed massing transitions in height from north to south. And just to orient us, this is West Spruce here, and this is Lois. The proposed massing transitions in height from north to south along Spruce Street. The building reaches a maximum height of 80 feet or 7 stories, while the southern portion that is adjacent to the single-family homes is set back 65 feet from the property line and limited to a maximum height of 50 feet or 4 stories. Ground floor walk-up units are proposed along both street frontages, here and here. Vehicular access to the structure garage is located on West Spruce Street. There are 2 building entrances on West Spruce and a building entrance on Lois Avenue with pedestrian connections from each entrance to the proposed 8-foot sidewalks along West Spruce Street and Lois Avenue. A Hart bus shelter is proposed on North Lois, and then a small 400-foot public open space is proposed at the intersection of Lois Avenue and West Spruce Street. The property is located within the West Shore overlay and has been reviewed for compliance. There are no waivers being requested to the overlay standards. Next, I'll show the elevations provided by the applicant. This is the north elevation and the east elevation. And this shows you that step down in height there. And then this is the south elevation and the west elevation, which also shows you that step down. Excuse me, in height. Next, I'll show you some photos of the site. This is looking east down West Spruce towards Lois Avenue. This is the corner of Spruce and Lois, oh my goodness, I'm sorry. Looking northeast at the intersection of Lois and Spruce. Looking south down Lois, and the site is where the Concord sign is. This is looking north down Lois towards Spruce. This is looking at that property line right there at the west, those single-family detached. And this is just another view there. This is looking northwest internal to the site from Lois. This is internal to the site, the western portion. This is looking northeast internal to the site. This is looking at the west end of the site. And then that's another picture of the site on the end. Development coordination and compliance staff review the application and find the request to be consistent with the land development code. There are no waivers as part of this request. If city council approves the applications, the modifications to the site plan as shown on the submitted revision sheet must be completed between first and second reading. I'm available for any questions.
Council have any questions? Hearing none. Applicant? Morning. Hey, you've been able to sleep for the last 6 hours or so.
Some of our team has, not all of us.
Yeah, actually, we did have people come in that probably have not been sworn in, so why don't we take care of that now? If you are planning on speaking in any case for the rest of the evening, please stand, raise your right hand. If you haven't been sworn in already, and be sworn in.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Alex Shaler, 400 North Ashley Drive. Stephanie kind of summarized this really well, but I wanted to start out with a bit of a background. As staff mentioned, this rezoning was brought before you in April of last year. We did receive a denial. So we went back to the drawing board, sharpened our pencils. The feedback that we heard in that first reading that we had back in April was that this was just a little bit too much. So we went back and kind of made some changes to the design. And in that process, we were able to remove all 6 requested waivers. But more importantly, I think we were able to make this even more compatible with the single-family residential to the south, which was a talking point during the last hearing. Summary of the previously proposed waivers: we had a standard loading waiver, we had that bosque elm tree waiver that's prevalent in the overlay, we were removing a grand tree, and then we had some overlay and buffering waivers. This was the site plan associated with 2478, so this was the site plan that you all saw Last time we were before you with this project, the red arrows are delineating prior waivers that we had. Again, the loading burst, you can see that grand tree down in the corner by the drive aisle. We were proposing to remove that. And then kind of the biggest point here are these next two. We were requesting a setback reduction adjacent to the single family based on the building height. So this has the ratios where you step back and set back for additional height. So we had a 5-story building before proposed there along that setback line. We were stepping down from 7 to 5. We were also proposing an internal drive aisle there just south of the building, which in full transparency we thought would serve as additional buffering from the building to the residents. But that was met with some opposition, and that was, we were, point taken, and there was concerns about some noise there. And that was also a waiver because that is something in the overlay that you cannot have BUA less than 25 feet from residential. So moving on, I'll switch back and forth between these plans to kind of show you. From a bird's eye view, I mean, the building looks relatively similar, right? But I think that the significance here is in the details, most notably being that building step down. So we are now proposing to go from 7 stories down to 4 stories. Again, that was feedback that we received at the last hearing. And on account of lowering the height there at that line, we are in full compliance with that setback. So the code required setback based on the building height at 4 stories there is 100% compliant with code. We're preserving the grand tree that I had mentioned before that was originally proposed for removal. And another point, this wasn't waiver related, but in the prior plan, we had an access point off of Lois, and we also had an access point off Spruce. It continually came up, traffic was a hot button with the neighborhood, and there were specific concerns about that Lois access point being so far south of the site near the single-family residential homes. So both of the access points are now proposed along Spruce. The one on the far left of the screen, that is service only, so it's loading and trash. The other one that I've circled in green is the entrance and exit from the parking garage for the residents. We also shifted the pool in the courtyard area over here further away from the residences. Again, that wasn't associated with the waiver. That was just another design change that was made. This is a summary of the changes I just discussed, again, highlighting that additional building step down, no more setback reduction waivers. Another point that I wanted to note was that where we removed that drive aisle that was along the southern portion, we have committed to replacing that with what we're calling walkable, widened green space there. So that'll be a nice enhanced buffer there, preserving the grand tree, and I already noted the pool relocation. I wanted to note some other project highlights. This information hasn't changed, but some of it's been, carried on through the original design. Danny mentioned this, but I wanted to hit on this point again. This parcel is designated RMU 100, which you all know is the densest future land use category outside of the CBD. There's obviously some inherent compatibility concerns with the immediate adjacency to R10, and that's why we believe that this design is compatible with the constraints that we've provided on this site plan. We're proposing a 2.69 FAR, so we're below the 3.0 non-bonus ceiling in RMU 100. We are proposing activated streetscapes in accordance with the West Shore Overlay Code. Those are 8-foot wide sidewalks on both Spruce and Lois. We're providing walk-up units along Spruce Street as well. And I distributed at the beginning of the hearing some support letters from the West Shore Alliance. So we're happy to have their support on this version of the plan that speaks to some of the changes that we made, as well as, like I said, compliance with the Overlay Code. We are proposing type 1 trees along the southern boundary. That was something that we had committed to in the prior rezoning, carrying that through here. So those will be the largest type 1 shade trees there for additional buffering. And this was mentioned as well in staff summary, but we are providing a Hart bus stop and shelter located along Lois, and there are direct sidewalk connections from the building and building entrances to Lois to access that as well. This was fully consistent from staff's review. So with that, I'll conclude the presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to speak to this item? Yes, sir? If there's more than one, if you just line up on the wall over here, we'll call them one at a time. How this works is you start with your name and you have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. My name's Ari Ravi. Thank you for letting me speak today. Born and raised in the Tampa area and worked in West Shore for the better part of a decade. A big part of my job is hiring, training, and developing young or new people into the industry I'm in. And West Shore has been great. It's the largest business district there is, but I do think this would be a benefit to the area because there's a lack of housing. And a lot of the people I hire and train are young. They live in apartment buildings. Of my team members, they have to drive anywhere from 20 to 45 minutes every day. So having more options, especially for young people in communities like this, would be beneficial. My one team member that did live in West Shore, his lease came up, couldn't find another place to live in West Shore, had to move, and now he's like 25 minutes away. I think having more residential like this here will allow and give opportunities to young people or new people in the area working in West Shore. Walkability as opposed to driving every day. It's live, work, and play, which having been born and raised here, seeing the evolution has been great, and I hope you guys support this and pass it because I think there's a lot of benefits.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Start with your name.
Hey, good morning. Appreciate your time. My name is Nathan Timmons. I just wanted to come here today and speak on behalf in support of this. 5 years ago, much like a lot of other people, I moved to the Tampa Bay area, graduating college as a young professional. So I was excited to move down here. Naturally, in the professional office space, the two main places that you would be able to work out of, either downtown here or the West Shore Business District. So my initial job was in downtown. One thing that I really enjoyed about that was the ability for that live, work, play aspect. Being able to work, walk around, go to Lightning games. As someone who had never really been to Tampa, it was a great way to really get enriched in the culture of what Tampa had to offer. And don't think if I didn't have that ability to live, work, and play in that, I would have been able to get acclimated as quickly as I was able to. Couple years went by and ended up joining a new firm and ended up being in West Shore Business District, which I also enjoy and love, but obviously different aspects to that. Trying to find a place to live nearby my office in the West Shore Business District was very difficult. Fortunately, about a year and a half ago, found a place that I was renting from, and then at the end of last year, similar to the previous gentleman that just spoke, my lease came due and was unable to renew. So I looked and looked trying to find a place to live and unfortunately couldn't, so ended up having to move away. Now my drive is about 20, 25 minutes in, so not the end of the world. But the one thing that I did enjoy about being downtown was being able to walk around and having that very tight culture within a 10, 15-minute walk of where I lived, including where I was working. And like I said, I know 20, 25 minutes isn't too bad, but I also have other people in my office that are making 45 minutes to an hour drive. And I know if they had the opportunity, they would like the ability to live closer to the West Shore Business District and continue working. So not only am I here speaking on behalf of myself, but my coworkers and my fellow colleagues, but then also I think it's important for the young professionals moving to the city and even professionals in general that want to be able to dive in and become acclimated to Tampa and feel like they grew up here like I have. So appreciate your time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Good morning.
Greetings. My name is Christopher Forward, and I am a Tampa native and also a recent graduate of Morehouse College in Atlanta, Georgia. After completing my studies in May of 2025, I made the intentional decision to move back here to Tampa, Florida, which is my home. Moving back, I faced a lot of challenges within the job market being scarce, but also living being scarce as well. This transition, however, has not been easy. While I am grateful that I was able to move back home with my parents, I understand that a lot of people may not have that luxury and opportunity. I support the Spruce Apartments on 4202 West Spruce Street because it offers meaningful relief for young professionals like myself. The proposed locations further strengthens the value of this development. With direct access to employment opportunities, transportation, and major destinations, this site offers an ideal balance of convenience and connectivity. Expanding housing availability in a strategically located area like West Shore supports responsible growth and helps ease the pressures created by Tampa's ongoing housing challenges. Thank you for your time, your thoughtful consideration, and your continued commitment to responsible, community-centered developments across the city. I respectfully urge you to approve this development, recognizing the positive and lasting impacts it may have on individuals trying to build their life and legacy here in the city of Tampa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, City Council members. My name is Melody Valberg, and I live in Ybor City here in Tampa. I'm here tonight to express my support for the proposed residential development at 4202 West Spruce Street. Tampa is experiencing real and growing pressure on its housing supply. Projects that meaningfully increase housing availability and affordability play an important role in keeping the city livable, accessible, and economically resilient. I moved to Tampa in 2021 to pursue my degree. During my first month, I decided Tampa is where I wanted to build my life post-grad, and when I graduated in December of 2024, my mind hadn't changed. At the time, I was finishing my lease in my half-bedroom apartment, working at a coffee shop, completing freelance art and graphic design projects, and living paycheck to paycheck while trying to secure my first career-related job and figure out where I could afford to live next. 2025 brought one of the most challenging job markets in recent years, with job seekers outnumbering available positions. I had to search for housing with a very limited income in mind, fully supporting myself without financial help from my parents. I did not meet income requirements for most apartments, which left my options extremely limited. I checked Zillow daily, trying to find something affordable in a walkable area since I did not have a car. After seeing how expensive walkable apartments were and how far away affordable ones tended to be, I began to lose hope. At this moment, I had to prepare for the possibility of moving back to my small, economically depressed hometown in upstate New York. I knew in my heart that Tampa was where I was meant to be, and I did not want to allow myself to return to an environment where I was likely to regress. That motivated me to keep trying. I eventually toured an apartment in East Ybor, and afterward was shown a newly listed unit in West Ybor, and that better fit my needs and budget. I consider myself lucky because affordable housing in Tampa is scarce, as is the case in many large cities. A month after moving in, I landed my dream job as a graphic designer, and my financial situation began to improve. I shared this story because there are many others in similar positions, recent graduates and working individuals who are trying to build their lives without financial backing from their families. Tampa's economy is only continuing to grow, and if we want to support this growth, we need to expand the number of housing options available for people who are willing to contribute. The Spruce Street apartments represent an important step towards addressing this housing challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Madison Baptiste, and I know it's been a long night, so I'll do my best to keep this brief for everyone. I've also lived in Tampa since 2020 when I started at the University of Tampa, and like everyone else here, I immediately fell in love with it, and I knew I wanted to make this place a home. But as someone just a couple years into my career, I'm finding it harder and harder to picture a future here as prices continue to increase with, the lack of availability to live. And I've even had many of my peers and best friends have to make the difficult decision to leave Tampa to go back with family in other states and find jobs that are able to support a better career. That's why I support this rezoning. By increasing the housing supply is one of the most effective ways to make a living here more affordable and keeping young professionals like myself from being pushed out, especially as this West Shore district begins to evolve and bring in more young professionals like myself and those behind me. Approving this rezoning helps ensure Tampa remains a place that students want to continue to come here and stay here to help the economy continue to grow and blossom into the beautiful city that it is today. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Grant Chungo. I am gonna go kind of right after with what Maddie just said, but a little bit further later in life. I'm now in my young 30s, and it presents a different challenge. I'm still looking for that affordable housing. As student loans, as you make a little bit more money, as you get further and further into your career, those student loans keep increasing, right? The payment plan increases, so my standard of living is still pretty much the same. So I'm still looking for that affordable housing. To get that affordable housing, of course, we need more apartments in the market. So I'm gonna keep it brief. I'm just saying, just even out of college into your 30s, I'm kind of in between that family stage versus college stage, but I'm still looking for those affordable housing options. So that's why I am in support of our Spruce Street project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
So, I mean, I don't live in this area, but when I was...
Start with your name again.
Oh, sorry, Adedayo Banwell. When I was downstairs, I met a really nice family who do live in Carver City, and it is Carver City. It's not West Shore Estates, wherever they call it now. It's a historical neighborhood in Tampa, and I met a very nice family downstairs. And they couldn't make it because of the way nights playing out. I think the gentleman had to, one of the members of the family had to go to work. But anyway, we expressed some, they had some concerns. Since I stayed so late, I thought it's only right that I get up and try to express some of those. We didn't talk about the development. They obviously were in opposition of it, but they had strong feelings about the direction of development in Carver City, and they had concerns they wanted to raise. So I would encourage, it's not my issue. I don't know about development. I don't know about the development issues in Carver City, but I would encourage continued community outreach because I don't think all the voices are represented here today. And so I would encourage the developers and the council to continue to outreach with the community in Carver City because I think there still are some concerns.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, start with your name, please.
Good evening, my name is Anna Laelina. I'm actually a resident. Unfortunately, the elderly residents of the neighborhood had to leave because of the timing, and none of those people, except for the last person, disclosed their affiliation with this project. Just that's a side note. So like I said, I am an actual resident of the neighborhood. My property is adjacent to the site project. And while I do appreciate some of the aspects of the redesign, my family's primary concerns remain unresolved, specifically with respect to the overall building height, traffic impacts, sinkhole risks, overcrowding density, safety, and overall quality of our life, the residents of those little single families actually living there. This map over here is showing more of the surrounding area. And here outlined are every single multifamily units over here. In the circle is a story, is the height of the building. And there's only one, Novus, that's adjacent to the single family units over here on the main street. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the one, this is Novus. This is Millennium. And it is only 5 stories, and very little of it, as you can see over here, is adjacent to a single family. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I don't know how to zoom out. Okay. So only Novus is adjacent to single family and only a few of the houses. This property over here encompasses, I believe, about a dozen of the single family lots. And the sister site of this project over here was approved for 7 stories. It's not adjacent to single families, but other than that, as you can see, all the other buildings in the area, except for Met West, which is literally on the Boy Scout and upper there, is 8 stories, but all the other ones are shorter than that. I literally just pulled up apartments.com records. There's plenty of green marks in the area for available apartments. Literally just from that right now, from Google, right here. Apartments.com. There are plenty of available apartments, given that Met West is gonna be about 400 units, 475. The sister site is, I believe, and they can correct me, 410 units. This area is overcrowded to the upper limits. At 3:30 o'clock, residents can barely start moving the traffic on Lewis and Spruce. And I would really like to point out attention of the city council members, as you did discuss a little bit of that last time. This site over here, partially in the county and city ownership, and this was the waste facility, and there's some redevelopment coming up. And I would really like for the council members to take into account the overall tendency in this area.
Thank you very much.
There is no room for us to live, and we feel like we're being pushed out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
that. Is there anybody else in the public that wishes to speak to this item? Applicant, would you like a rebuttal?
Good morning, Council. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. This is an RMU 100 site, as we talked about. It's really smack in the middle of West Shore. It's not in the coastal high hazard area. It's where, according to the comprehensive plan that we had really extended conversations about yesterday, the plan was very deliberately designed for this to be a high-density area. I think when you have RMU 100 right next to a single-family neighborhood, that's going to always present challenges when you have those two colors in the different way. My client has spent an enormous amount of time to try to get this to follow every single rule. I know often waivers are not popular because they're seen by developers trying to get more here and there. It's not always that. There are dimensional constraints, there's trade-offs, there's reasons why you just can't have a zero waiver site plan. The fact that this achieved that is a small miracle. It is extremely difficult to comply with the land development code, particularly when you also have an overlay. And I don't normally do this, but I would remind council that this is a quasi-judicial hearing. So we are sort of in the world of substantial and competent evidence. And I would submit to you, courts have found that government staff reports do constitute that competent substantial evidence, and that the record has the competent substantial evidence to support a finding of approval. There are, the concerns that were raised are very valid, and since you are in the middle of rewriting the comprehensive plan, I think there could work to be done about how these R10, RMU 100, these sort of bookend transitions areas are handled. But respectfully, this particular hearing on this particular piece of land isn't really the time for that broader discussion. So we worked really hard to get this to be a clean site plan, no waivers, full consistencies, and would respectfully ask that you approve it this morning. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Hearing nothing else, got to get a motion to close. Oh, staff? Ms. Pope?
Stephanie Pope, Development Coordination. We spoke with the applicant here, and in order to ensure that the development will stick to the height that they have said, the step downs prepared, we'll work with legal on a note to be added to the site plan that ensures that those heights are what they have put on the site plan. So there will be a no added.
Okay.
So what you're saying is no amendment
To the height.
to the height? Okay.
Yeah, we've had this note before on other plans. It essentially says that we have basically 5 feet of wiggle room, and that's for architectural elements only. So we can't go and file a sub change to increase it without coming back here.
Okay. Anything else? Can I get Mr. Shelby?
Does that, Ms. Pope, does that get added to the revision sheet between first and second reading? Oh, thank you. Okay, if that could be part of your motion, please.
Okay, a motion close to Councilman Maniscalco, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilwoman Hurtak. Okay. Councilwoman Young, would you like to read this one? No? Okay, Councilman Vera.
Read an ordinance presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property, general vicinity of 4202 West Spruce Street, City of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in Section 1 from zoning district classification RS50 residential single family to PD plan development to PD plan development residential multifamily, providing an effective date.
With the revision sheet.
Yes.
We have a motion from Councilman Vera, a second from Councilman Maniscalco with the revision sheet.
And the note on the site plan
height.
about no changes to the height.
With the note on the site plan about no changes to the height. We have a motion and we have a second. Councilwoman Hurtak.
I just want to speak to the residents somewhat that are concerned about this. The first one was definitely concerning. This second one, they have updated with what we asked them to do. They came back with no waivers. I hear your concern about traffic and density, but this plot of land has the ability to be that dense. It is a concern, and hopefully we can work on those matches between single-family residential and multifamily. But this fits what we want it to fit, so.
And Mr. Chair?
Councilman Viera.
And I know it's late, but I'm glad you said that, Councilwoman Hurtak, because I know all of council is very sensitive to this area, and I think the message is this is as good as it gets here, within what is permissible under the law, whatever you want to, I'm tired. But we're very, very sensitive to some of the challenges in this area. And I would be remiss if, when we talk about Carver City and Lincoln Gardens, if we didn't mention our late colleague, Councilwoman Gwen Henderson, who's watching right now. Thank you.
Councilman Miranda.
I feel the same like the other two council members. When you look at not only that road, but Spruce in the beginning, where it meets with Dale Mabry, and you have the entrance and exit there to Home Depot, is also a disaster. When you want to get in and out, you just can't. And the whole neighborhood is backed up, not because of you, just because of the popularity of the area. And homes are available everywhere, and you need more affordable housing all over the city of Tampa, not only in your neighborhood. So the city, last time I talked to the people who know what they're doing, they were planning on moving the ingress and egress from Home Depot further in so that you have more area to move out so they can not bother the traffic as much as we're doing now. That's what they told us anyway. So congratulations, you have a great neighborhood. You have a big problem in traffic, but guess what? Everywhere where I live and my friends live, we have the same problem you have. I live near the stadium, and you can't get in and out for an hour and a half before or an hour and a half after. So I'm telling you what it is, and it hopefully gets better. It's going to take some time before we can fix the problem.
We have a motion and we have a second for approval with the site plan notation of height restriction plus 5 feet for architectural features and the revision sheet. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 5th, 2026 at 10 a.m. at the Old City Hall located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
Thank you. Last but not least,
Yes.
number 11.
Yes, thank you, Council. LaShawn Dock, Development Coordination. Our final item of the morning, is REZ 25-127. This is for properties located on Hillsborough Avenue and on 22nd Street. This is a request to rezone the property from PD Plan Development, which currently allows for residential multifamily, personal services, retail sales, specialty goods, and business professional office, to PD. This would add the uses of retail sales, shoppers, and convenience goods, personal services, and restaurant to those existing uses. I'll turn it up to the Planning Commission and come back and give my report.
Danny Collins, with Planning Commission staff. I was sworn in. Our last rezoning is located in the Central Tampa Planning District in the East Tampa Urban Village. It is in Evacuation Zone E. Here is an aerial of the subject site and the surrounding properties. You'll see it's located along Hillsborough Avenue, so you have a mixture of uses. There are some residential uses, especially to the northwest of the subject site. Subject site is designated as community commercial 35, and that subject site is predominantly found along this portion of Hillsborough Avenue and on this portion of North 22nd Street. There is R10 directly to the northwest of the subject site. As Lashad mentioned, this is a previously approved PD, and their request is to allow a more expansive list of permitted uses on the site, which were not included in the original PD. The comprehensive plan policies that were found previously in support of rezoning 22-113 remain applicable. These include policies related to the allowable density, intensity, housing, pedestrian connectivity, and just development along mixed-use centers and corridors, and development within urban villages. The proposed rezoning does not alter the surrounding development pattern, and the site plan continues to support these policies. Additionally, the expanded list of allowable uses shown on the site plan is consistent with the zoning districts that can be considered within the CC 35 designation, and overall aligns with the comprehensive plan policies related to plan developments. Based on the above considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the request consistent with the City of Tampa comprehensive plan, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any questions for Planning Commission? Hearing none.
Thank you again, Council LaShawn, Doc, Development Coordination. And this request, this may look familiar to you, this PD, as I mentioned earlier, it was approved in 2022. So this is the property that's outlined in red. This is 22nd Street, this is Hillsborough Avenue. North of the subject site, you see the PDA zoning. This is the old Grace Point, which is now Ibis, that development. Irwin Tech is here. To the south, you have your CI zoning along Hillsborough Avenue. And then to the east is CI zoning, and that's residential multifamily. So the site plan for the site, nothing has changed. This site is developed, so elevations were submitted, but I'm gonna show you site photos because it is built. The residential buildings are built. But the site, this is the site, it proposes access on 22nd Street, that's the main entrance. There are a total of 354 residential multifamily units. There is a commercial component, and that is located here along the south. This is Hillsborough Avenue. So the request before you is to add the allowance of those additional uses I mentioned in this within this area where the 10,000 square foot of commercial is located. So these are the residential buildings that are here. When you enter the site, the amenity center is located here. And then if you drive to this end of the site from the internal portion, you will reach the commercial that's here. This is under construction, so I have the photos to show it. But like I said, the residential buildings are constructed. And you can see the commercial also has activated the space to the south along Hillsborough Avenue. And you can also enter the site from Hillsborough in addition. And at the last rezoning, the applicant did commit to providing affordable units within the development, and that still carries over. So nothing changed as far as the setbacks, only the placement of the solid waste near the commercial and then the uses in the commercial building. So this is the main entrance to the site on 22nd Avenue. This is if you're looking east. This shows you the amenity center near the rear of the site, well, on the other end of the site. This is when you're heading towards the commercial, towards Hillsborough Avenue if you're internal to the site, and this is the commercial building that's under construction. This is another view of that commercial building. This is the view from Hillsborough, the south end of that building. Now this is surrounding uses, so this is the commercial at the northeast corner, 22nd and Hillsborough. Commercial across the street, of course, the strip center. This is the residential multifamily, that's east, and then we swing back around north. This is the Ibis development. DRC staff, I apologize, there are 3 new waivers that are requested with this request. One is to 27 to 28. It's a request to reduce the depth of the commercial dumpster enclosure from 10 feet to 9.84 feet. The other is for 27 to 83.7, and that's reducing the parking spaces for commercial use from 85 to 40. And then the last request is from 27 to 84, and that's to reduce the use landscape buffer on the east from the 15-foot with 6-foot masonry wall requirement to 10-foot with a 6-foot PVC fence. This is for the dumpster enclosure in that dumpster area on the site. The DRC staff reviewed the request, finds it inconsistent, and that is relating to transportation's finding with the parking waiver requested. There are site plan changes to be made between first and second reading, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Does council have any questions? Hearing none.
Thank you.
Applicant?
I'm going to say hello, because I don't know what day it is or what time it is. So hello, Cammie
Same.
Corbett with the law firm of Hill, Ward & Henderson, representing the applicant. This project is known as the Marquee. It is 100% affordable housing. As you may remember, when we came in for the commercial, Richmond is relocating their property management group office to that building, and that's going to occupy about 5,000 square feet. At the time of the rezoning, we were talking with business owners that were within the uses that we were requesting, so there was no need to ask for an additional parking waiver. Those did not materialize, and we've had a lot of interest from retail, donut shop, kind of restaurants, neighborhood serving commercial, which is actually something the residents wanted when it was originally coming through. So we are going ahead and asking for those uses, and that is the reason for that parking waiver. If this is in an area where I think a parking waiver is appropriate. It is served by transit along 22nd. There are sidewalks connecting to a lot of the businesses, including the Ibis Healthcare. And I live about 2 miles north on 22nd, and I see people biking and walking in this area all the time. And so I think it's one where people will not use their cars to get to these locations. And again, there's the multifamily units that are there on the back, and those people will be walking to get to those uses as well. And with that, I'm here to answer any questions and respectfully request your approval this evening. And thank you very much for being here at this hour.
Councilwoman Hurtak.
I did have a question. When I looked at the site plan, I could have sworn there was a dog park before. What happened to the dog park?
That's a good question that I don't have an answer for. I'd be happy to find that answer for you between first and second reading.
Yeah, I would,
Just 1 second, let me take a look, because, I believe it is still in the
I'm not
same
aware that it
place.
changed, so.
yeah, that's what I, for some reason, I thought it was in the southern part by the business.
I think it is over here somewhere. I think you're right in your recollection.
I just remember that being a neat amenity because you don't generally see that in 100% affordable housing.
We will find that between first and second reading for you.
Yeah, I really want to make sure that that hasn't changed. Because I do think that's an amenity that people want.
She's right, it was near.
This is the site plan, LaShawn Dock Development Coordination. So I believe it was in this area.
Me
Do you
too.
recall? I think it was here, but what we can do is just add the label.
Yeah.
Between
Yeah,
first and second reading.
That's a change
identify.
I would like to make sure to see that it's still there because, again, that was
Important.
Yes.
so.
I would just like to have you address the audacity of coming before this council and requesting a reduction in the dumpster from 10 to 9.84.
When you construct things
I know,
move
I
a little
get
bit.
it, I get it. It's a little bit of levity at 2:58 a.m.
And I actually, when I walked in, I predicted 3 a.m.
So did we.
Nice.
Very good.
Great minds.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Hearing none. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak to this item? We have a motion to close from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from? Second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Councilman Carlson, would you read this one? You already stowed it away, did you?
Move number 11, file number REZ 25-127, ordinance being presented for first reading consideration. Ordinance rezoning property in the general vicinity of 5501, 5511, 5531, 5551, 5561, units 101-319, 5571, units 101-328, 5521, and 5541 North 22nd Street and 2302 and 2236 East Hillsborough Avenue in the city of Tampa, Florida, more particularly described in section 1 from zoning district classification PD plan development to PD plan development residential multifamily retail sales specialty convenience and shoppers goods personal services business professional office and restaurant providing effective date.
We have a motion from Councilman Carlson. We have a second from Councilman Maniscalco, including the notation on the dog park, and was there anything else? And a revision sheet. All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? The ayes have it. That concludes our go ahead.
Motion carried unanimously. Second reading and adoption will be held on February 5th, 2026 at 10 a.m. at Old City Hall, located at 315 East Kennedy Boulevard, 3rd floor, Tampa, Florida, 33602.
That concludes our regularly scheduled program. Staff, thank you so much for sticking with us at 3 a.m. We appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
I did want to say, I said it privately, but I wanted just to say how impressed I was with staff tonight and just how great, and I really appreciate that you're adding the waivers.
It's really nice, and I just want to say that you all were super well prepared. Thank you so much.
Thank you, council.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
We appreciate it.
Tough night, good morning.
Good morning, I know.
So that concludes our regular business.
Thank
We
you
have-
to the AV people and all the people who can't be seen.
Yeah,
too.
thank, all the, and security. Thank you for security for today, we appreciate that as well. And our clerk, everybody but our attorney. New business, Councilman Carlson. Councilman Vera. Commendations?
Oh, I know, right, I come bearing. No, if I may, just two quick ones, nothing. We had talked about doing a Veterans Advisory Citizens Board for the city of Tampa. And I've been in talks with staff on it. I think the best way forward is just to do an ordinance. So I move for legal staff to come back on March 5th for an ordinance for a City of Tampa Committee on Veterans Affairs to be formed. They need more time, fine.
We have a motion from Councilman Vera, second from Councilwoman Hurtak. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Then I also move, if I may, on the same day, March 5th, for staff to report back on the $100,000 council allocation to the Portico Housing Solutions from Housing Funds. Written report just on the status of that.
We have a motion for a written report from Councilman Vera, second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it.
Thank you, Council.
Councilwoman Young, do you have any new business? Okay.
Recently, we've had some community concerns that have come up regarding some stores in the area that have some items on display that community has addressed. They have some concerns with. So I've already been working with our legal department and administration to figure out, what we could possibly do. But I moved to request the administration to work with the legal department to explore options to address community concerns about sex paraphernalia being displayed where children can readily see and access it in retail markets in East Tampa, and to return in person with recommendations to City Council on February 19th, 2026, under staff reports and new business. Originally, I had a February 5th date, but there are, once looking at the agenda, it was already full, so we had to move it to the 19th. But this has been something it's been a concern, and I've gone myself to kind of see what's happening, and ultimately, we want to have a place that our kids and families can go into, and so we just want to kind of explore and see what we can do as a city to kind of fix it. Yeah.
Councilwoman Young, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. And my mic was not on, so we had a motion from Councilwoman Young and a second from Councilman Maniscalco, and the ayes had it. Thank you. Councilwoman, is that it? That's it. Okay, good. Councilwoman Hurtak.
Yes. I motion that the February 5th Land Development Code Reform Update by Abby Feely, Administrator for Development and Economic Opportunity, be moved to February 19th and to be provided as a written staff report.
The economic.
Yes, economic.
We have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
And in lieu of Abby Feely's monthly update on the Land Development Code, Clarion be requested to present at the next monthly report scheduled for March 5th, 2026, under commendations and/or presentations. It says 30 minutes. I don't know if that's a lot. I think the idea was it was supposed to be a specific time. If I can get this to pass, I will find out.
We have time for clarification.
Yeah, we have time to fix it, so.
Second.
So we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Maniscalco. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
And because I was able to move the February 5th code reform update, I moved to schedule a city council discussion about the FY25 budget surplus for February 5th, 2026 at the regular meeting under staff reports and unfinished business.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilwoman Hurtak, a second from Councilman Bureau. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
So we found out what money's left. We need to talk about it.
And remember, I'm not going to be here. You're going to be chair during that meeting.
Yes, there's not much left, but we still have a whole list. So
Okay.
we will take up your list as well.
There you go.
If I can, Chairman.
Mr.
Just
Sheldon.
when you give thought to the Clarion presentation, just know that if it's under commendations and presentations, 30 minutes pushes your public comment
Yeah, that's,
back.
she's gonna fix that. Yeah, she took the IOU to fix that. Okay. Noted that we had concerns. Councilman Maniscalco?
Good night.
Councilman Miranda?
Are you leaving? I apologize. I believe I have something in March for the post 5, the Oracle, remember the contest that they have every year? And, and I don't know what I've done with it, but I will give you the date next week. I just want to tell you that it's sometime in March.
So we will look forward to that new
Yes,
business at our next meeting for the, very good. I do not have any new business.
close.
I wish you all a good morning, Friday morning, and are we gonna go to the Waffle House? We have a
I did
motion to
that.
receive and file from Councilman Maniscalco, a second from Councilman Miranda. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Your,
habit here, well, not we have a habit here, but just in our, construction, instead of thinking of our trees as how do we, move around them, we kind of sometimes dispose of them. But I understand, I understand, but from the presentation, why, but I'm not happy about it. I just have to state that.